Nice. Well. Hello, everybody. Oop. Hello. How's everyone doing? Hope you've had a good day. And you're ready. Gotta adjust a few more things here. But I'm all ready. That bookcase I need is out of stock. Ah, man, I'm sorry to hear. Well, I hope your smell and taste comes back soon. And I'm sure you'll get that bookshelf soon. The bookcase. I need Genshin wisdom. Maybe we can do a little bit of Genshin wisdom here real quick before we start with the book. Like a quick question or something if you need it right now. Damn, Slothy. Was that a jab at me? With the throne thing, huh? Because today is not gonna be Genshin or anything today. We're just gonna be here and read a book. Or more like, I read a book and you guys listen. But yeah. The stream just started, so we might have some time. So someone more handsome and smarter who said that a few weeks back. Damn. I assume I don't upgrade my team enough, but sometimes you just don't have items you need to kill stuff more efficiently. The easiest way to always just improve your character's damage is leveling them up to like at least like 80 or 90 and getting their talent levels up. And then their weapons. Artifacts is just a matter of time and getting lucky. But you also have to consider the more you play, the higher your world level will get, the tougher the enemies will be. If you increase your world level, the enemies will increase with you. So if you've just gotten another like world level increase and the enemies feel a bit tougher right now, it's just gonna take a bit getting your characters up to the point they were before the world level increase, like the strength they technically had. But it's all just a matter of taking your time, investing into your characters. Yeah, up to level 6 is pretty doable. And then, like, most characters are already fine at like talent level 6 with some of their stuff. 8 is always like a decent stopping point if you're just getting them to 80 or 90. Sometimes 8 is level 8 is all you need. And if you want to go the extra mile and you really like the character, you could consider doing 9 or 10. Oh yeah, AoE and overworld helps out a lot. So like, if you do like an electrocharge Beto, or like just Beto in general, overloaded. Hyper Bloom is fine. Burgeon is actually more AoE than Hyper Bloom. Because Hyper Bloom, the Bloom cores are single target focusing on one person, one enemy, or like two enemies split to where they fly to. Burgeon is just an all-around explosion on the core. But yeah, Hyper Bloom is somewhat AoE. Overload has a bit of AoE. The Burgeon pretty easy, yeah. If you also have a Hydro unit in there, obviously. You cannot Burgeon without Hydro. Otherwise, you just burn. I do that all the time as well, though, Slothy. If I just run into a fight I didn't want to do. If there's a fight I just don't want to do, or something, I just teleport away mid-fight. I hope your friend's gonna be okay though, Oasis. Ooh. I just hit my headset on the mic. Man, I'm smart. Are you guys excited though? See how the book continues? It was pretty close with your ex. Oh, I can imagine that was an awkward way. Yeah. It was always the worst because one of my exes, I don't know if she moved away now, but she used to since she lived close and I used to run into her all the time at like the train station going to school or the commute or something. I would run into her constantly and it was just so bad. Because like me and her didn't really go out in like, my opinion, like good terms, but she's still like trying to be all friendly to me and all that. Yeah, exactly. And again, she was just like just constant, like notorious and just like a liar. Just constantly lying about shit. Cause little story time. There was this one time, there was like, I think right around the time my grandma passed away. I think she passed away on that Saturday. And then I met my ex on the train station on Monday to my way to school. And I told her about that and we just like talked a bit. Which is fine, like I indulge her in the small talk, I just don't really care, but yeah. So I told her about that and all that stuff. And like later the same week, on like Thursday or Friday, I meet her again on the train station. And she's all like, oh hey, how's it going? I haven't seen you in weeks and all that. It's like, in my mind I'm like, bitch, we literally talked on Monday about my grandma passing away. Like, what you mean weeks? I think not late, Lily. We haven't started yet. We're just doing a little bit of like talking right now, just a bit of chatting. I appreciate it, Slothy. It's been like few years at this point, but yeah. I just like, girl, you can't tell me like we haven't seen us in weeks. I literally told you in the same week about what happened. Girl, nah, you just ain't it. They're not working with your ex now, but they used to, so they know. They're working at my ex's place of business. Oh. Oh, oh boy. That sounds like fun. Does she know? Hope not. Yeah, there's so many like questions that come up now all of a sudden. How are you doing though, Lily? Hope you're having a good day. Panel was awesome though. That's good. That's good. I'm glad. Hope the con went well for you. But I'm sure you're like exhausted now after all these. It's somewhat tied to adventure level, yes. Awayus. Because you can only ascend few times. Like, I think when you're around, like, AR 30 or something, you can only go up to, like, level 50 or 60. But, like, try to get the characters you want to have, you want to use mainly up to that level if you increase your world level. And then, yeah, just, like, get their talents up, because if you ascend them, that usually means you can get, like, a level or two in their talents in as well. And then getting their weapon up to that level as well, because that also increases the level cap for your weapons. You should be able to at least get on a similar clearing time as before. Just keep in mind, as the enemies scale with you as well, it might take a bit longer. It might have a little bit longer of a time to kill. I've been there before as well. I just have like very, very hyper invested characters now. Is Battle Pass worth it? I mean, I have not bought a single Battle Pass. It's nice if you want to get some extra poles in there and some extra mats. And some of the Battle Pass weapons can be pretty good. Serpent Spine is an amazing claymore. Battle of the Fjords is a decent polearm. Deathmatch is a really decent polearm. The Jade Catalyst is pretty good. The swords I don't think aren't really that good. The newer the second bow introduced, like, actually both of the bows are fairly decent, but they are not necessary. Hey Gurgle, how's it going? We're just doing a little bit of talking here right now before we dive into the second part of the book. I hope you're having a good day though. Source of decent weapons. Feel wishes drop only trash. I mean, some of the 3-star options from the polls are okay. But yeah, there's decent craftable weapons even from the beginning, like even just Mondstadt and Leela, if you don't have the Inazuma, Sumeru, or Fontaine craftables. You have the prototype claymore and the prototype sword. The prototype bow can be pretty decent as well. There's a fairly decent solid option. If not, like, obviously most of the event, like the free event weapons, if there's an event coming out with a weapon, they're always somewhat decent. And then whatever you just gain from the gacha, like rust is a fairly decent weapon. Exactly what Lily said as well. Save all your white tassels from Liyue. White tassel, while being a 3-star polearm, is a fairly decent polearm for characters like Sino, Hu Tao, Alikino, because it still gives you a lot of value for its stats. Sure, it has a little bit lower base damage than others, but the value it gives otherwise are fairly good. And white tassel specifically can only drop out of exquisite chests from Liyue, so Liyue or Chenyu Vale and Chasm, which means if you've already explored all of that and you've accidentally foddered them all away, there's a fairly good chance that you may not be able to get one. And I was in that predicament for a good while. I don't know what to keep, so I kept it all. Yeah, that's always a good mentality. There's also when it comes to catalysts, the Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers, which is a 3-star from the gacha, at least have like 1 or 2 R5 versions of it lying around. Just that attack bonus from its passive, not even needed to level it up. If you don't need the HP on the character and you just want to have it for the attack bonus, you just slap it on a catalyst character on your team. And once you swap off that character, your next character will get 48% attack. So if you have an attack scaling DPS in your team, switch to them after you were on your catalyst, and you get a really solid attack bonus. That's like almost a maxed out attack sans or attack goblet worth of attack percent as a bonus by just swapping to the character. So that's always a decent option. You have a lot of very like early, noob friendly, free to play friendly options. Damn. Turning into a Genshin stream right now. While just sitting here. Well. Anyway. Prototype Ember is amazing on Ocean Cute. Yeah. Ocean Cute Barbara you could either do as Lily just said. I have a Prototype Ember, for example, on my Neuvillette, because Neuvillette scales with HP. It's an HP weapon. Just not sure which of them are good and won't end waste of materials. I wouldn't say in the beginning, like most of the free 4-star weapons you get early on are fairly decent. And with 3 stars, definitely Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers, white tassels, black tassels as well. If you have like a Yao Yao or Zhongli, or maybe even a Chevreuse, because they are HP scaling characters, HP polearms, like Yao Yao's healing scales with HP, Chevreuse healing scales with HP, Zhongli's shield scales with HP, and Black Tassel has one of the highest HP percent you can have on a polearm. I think that's a good way to do it, Slothy. Keep them all so you have some ready, and then when you can, get some of those 4 stars. Hey, Wither. How's it going? But yeah, black and white tassel both are fairly decent to just have like a few copies of it laying around. It is. It really is a ways. I mean, if you have a few characters in mind right now that you are mainly using and you're struggling to find a weapon, just let me know. Maybe I can figure out a good free option for you. Can't believe, guys, that we're actually already at 394 followers. Like, how the hell did that happen? We are 6 followers away. From reaching our goal of 400. Which is just crazy to me. Noelle for healing. I mean, Noelle's not bad for healing. Barbara can be a good option as well. So for Barbara, you could use the Threading Tales of Dragon Slayers. Noelle has a fairly good craftable option. Was it called White Blind or something? It's a defense claymore you can craft that's fairly decent on her. I think there's also a defense 3-star claymore that you could use that you could just like get randomly. But yeah, White Blind is a good craftable for Noelle. Threading Tails you could put on your Barbara if you want to use your Barbara for healing a lot. She wants to have as much HP as you need, as you can. And well, Threading Tails gives you HP percent, and then the attack percent when you swap off of her to the next character. So she can be a healer for you and a buffer at the same time. But yeah, White Blind for Noelle is really good. That's for sure. I mean, her healing can do a lot, considering it's also like a really decent team-wide healing. But yeah, holy shit, guys. When did that happen? How the fuck? How did we end up here? With already at 394. What did you guys do, huh? Oops. I didn't update here yet because it's stupid. Hot work in time? Maybe. Everything I pulled is tagged as... Yeah, I mean... It's dumb, but like most of the just like 4 stars you can get even from the character banners are okay. Like Eye of Perception has its niches. Lion's Roar can be fairly decent on like Electro Sword characters. Rust is a fairly good for like normal attack bow characters like Yoimiya, Child. Yeah, the Favonius weapons are really good. Not just for beginners, they're still like very, very solid weapons. Especially Favonius sword, bow, and pole arm are used a lot. So if you have a Favonius sword, that's a solid option for your character. Just keep in mind that if you are running a Favonius weapon and you're not really focusing on crit otherwise, you do want to have a little bit of crit rate. Or yeah, do not refine. As much as it's like tempting to immediately refine all of your weapons, it's always nice having these other weapons available for feature your characters. Exactly. Sure, the percentage chance increases that you get the effect, but I'd much rather have 2 characters with a Favonius than 1 character with a slightly better Favonius. Because if you then trigger both Favonius, I mean, it's a bigger bonus. But yeah, keep in mind, if you are using a Favonius weapon, you do want to have a little bit of crit, like 30-40% crit rate, to actually have a chance of triggering the effect anyway, because you need to crit to trigger it. But they are solid options. Very, very solid options. A lot of people would say, like, if you don't have Farina's signature weapon, Favonius is still one of her best weapons. Or well, the pipe. Genshin Yap now. Now we're starting in a second. We're starting in a moment. Oh, I saw that, Lily. Man. And then I wanted a Kirara to get my C6 Kirara, and I got a Ningguang. I'm gonna play Genshin after I eat, so I'm fine. Well, I haven't done my dailies yet, but that's a problem I don't need to worry about. We are here today to enjoy reading. How's my day been? I basically slept almost all day. I woke up like 4 hours ago, and then kind of just chilled. Like hijacking your reading stream to play Genshin. No, you guys can do whatever. I'm just your background noise today. Nothing exciting or fancy going on the screen. I am just here to be background noise. Reading stream, that's yeah, I am today I am just background noise. I'm just here to read you guys a book while you go on and about whatever you guys need to do. Playing games, doing your chores, or just, you know, getting cozy and relaxing and chilling, enjoying the story. It's Lily's job. Well, now it's mine for today, because Lily is not streaming. I'm taking over. I'm the substitute. I got the same skin and a free star drop. Damn. I feel that though in other games. I bought myself one of the more expensive skins in League for like 25 to 30 bucks. And then I sent my friend in League a mystery gift for like $2 or something, and he got the exact same skin out of it. And not to mention what they did in Overwatch recently with the Beekeeper Sigma skin. But we don't talk about that. Nah, Lily, you're awesome. I'm just here to read a book. I'm not doing anything exciting. What happened to Sigma? Well, the Beekeeper Sigma skin was I guess I'll just tell it. Was originally available in like the season 2 Ultimate Battle Pass bundle, like the one you buy for 30 bucks, which includes the Battle Pass, the 20 levels and stuff. And that had the Beekeeper Sigma skin in. And then last year's this year's anniversary event, the Beekeeper Sigma skin became available in the like just Overwatch coin shop. People could just buy in the legacy coin shop, or like the credits shop. Not even the coins, just the credits. And then just recently there was a bundle of like a few skins you could get for free if you are a PlayStation Plus member on PlayStation, and that also had the Sigma skin in there. So I was one of those that originally paid the 30 bucks for it out of that Battle Pass bundle, because that was the season with the Kiriko Mythic, and I really wanted that Kiriko Mythic. So I actually paid that. And now people could have literally gotten it for free. But it's fine. It happens. I'm not feeling a scam. Well, guys, are you guys ready though for the book now? Enough yapping about games and scams and all that stuff. It's time to dive into the world of magic. Time to literate, yes. So last we left off was the end of chapter 6. So, I guess today we are starting with Chapter 7. Who would have guessed? Ooh. Chapter 7. And I can... Let me tie myself to my bed. Want me to help you? You can be Lila. Okay, sure. All right, okay. Let's just start. Okay. Okay, chapter 7 is called The Follower. Lila could have simply gone down into the belly of the stone's throw, but she owed Baron enough already. He wouldn't take her coin, either because he thought she needed it, or because it wasn't hers to begin with, and she needed fresh air to clear her head. Other Londons. Men walking through magical doors. Stones that made something out of nothing. It was all the stuff of stories. Of adventures. All of it at her fingertips. And then gone. And Lila left feeling empty. Hungry and hollow. In a new and terrifying way. Or maybe it was the same kind of hunger she'd always felt. And maybe... and now... the missing thing had a name. Magic. She wasn't sure. All she knew was that, holding the stone, she'd felt something. And looking into Cal's ruined eye, she'd felt something. And when the magic spun the wood of the wall around her wrist, she'd felt something. Again, the questions surged, and again, she shoved them down, and took in the night air, thick with soot and heavy with impending rain, and trudged through the web of streets and across Westminster to the Barren Tide. The Barren Tide set near just north of the bridge on the southern side, tucked between Belvedere and York in a crevice of a street called Mariner's Walk. And she'd taken to stopping in some of her more successful nights before heading back to Powell. The way she'd seen it, oh my god, it left one less coin for him to skim. God, I'm having trouble reading today. I gotta get into it first. We're just starting out. She liked the pub because it was full of dark wood and fogging glass, rough edges and rougher fare. Not a smart place to pickpockets, but a fine place to blend in, to disappear. She had little fear of being recognized, either as a girl, the light was always kept low and her hood kept up, or as a wanted thief. Most of the patrons were wanted for something. Her weapons were in easy reach, but she didn't think she'd need them. At the Barren Tide, people tended to mind their own business. On the not-so-rare occasion that a fight broke out, the regulars were more concerned for the safety of their drinks. They'd sooner save a pitcher from a shaking table than step in to help the man whose falling body shook it. And Lila imagined someone could cry for help in the middle of the room and earn little more than the tip of the cup and a raised brow. Not a place for all nights, to be sure, but a place for tonight. It wasn't until Lila was firmly stationed at the bar, fingers curled around a pint, that she let the questions take her mind and run free. The whys and hows, and most of all, what nows? Because she knew she couldn't simply go back to not knowing and not seeing and not wondering. And she was so wrapped up in them, she didn't notice that a man had sat down beside her. Not until he spoke. Are you frightened? His voice was deep and smooth and foreign, and Lila looked up. Excuse me? She said, almost forgetting to keep her voice low. You're clutching your drink, explained the man, pointing at the fingers wrapped knuckle white around her glass. Lila relaxed, but only a little. Long night, she said, bringing the warm beer to her lips. And yet still young, mused the man, taking a sip from his tumbler. Even in the barren tide, whose belly filled each night with a motley crew, the man seemed out of place. In the low light of the pub, he looked strangely faded. His clothes were dark gray, and he wore a simple short cloak held by a silver clasp. His skin was pale, made paler by the dark wood bar beneath his hands. His hair, a strange, colorless shade just shy of black. When he spoke, his voice was steady without being sweet, empty in a way that gave her chills, and his accent had gravel in it. Not from around here, are you? She asked. The corner of his mouth tugged up at that. No. He ran a finger absently around the rim of his glass. Except it didn't feel absent. None of his motions did. He moved with a slow precision that made Lila nervous. There was something about him, odd and jarringly familiar at the same time. She couldn't see it, but she felt it. And then it struck her. That feeling. It was the same one she had looking into Kel's black eye, holding the stone, bound to a wall. A shiver. A tingle. A whisper. Magic. Lila tensed, and hoped it didn't show as she lifted the pint to her lips. I suppose we should be introduced, said the stranger, turning in his seat so she could see his face. Lila nearly choked on her drink. There was nothing amiss in the angle of his jaw, or the set of his nose, or the line of his lips. But his eyes, one was grayish green, the other was pitch black. My name is Holland. A chill ran through her. He was the same as Kel, and yet entirely different. Looking into Kel's eye had been like looking through a window into a new world. Strange and confusing, but not frightening. Looking into Holland's eye made her skin crawl. Dark things swirled just beneath the smooth black depths. One word whispered through her mind. Run. She didn't trust herself to lift her glass again, in case her hands shook, so she nudged it away and casually dug a shilling from her pocket. Bod, she said, by way of introduction and farewell. She was about to push away from the counter when the man caught her wrist, pinning it to the weathered wood between them. A shiver ran up her arm at his touch, and the fingers of her free hand twitched, tempted toward the dagger under her cloak, but she resisted. And your first name, miss? She tried to pull free, but his grip was made of stone. He didn't even appear to be trying. Delilah, she growled. Lila, if you like. Now let me go, unless you want to lose your fingers. Again, his lips tugged into something that wasn't quite a smile. Where is he, Lila? Her heart lurched. Who? Holland's grip tightened in warning. Lila winced. Do not lie. I can smell his magic on you. Lila held his gaze. Perhaps because he used to he used to cuff me to a wall after I robbed him blind and tied him to a bed. If you're looking for your friend, don't look at me. We met on bad terms and parted on worse. Holland's grip loosened, and Lila let out an inward sigh of relief. But it died an instant later when Holland was suddenly on his feet. He took her roughly by the arm and dragged her toward the door. What in bloody hell are you doing? She snapped, boots scraping against the worn floor as she tried and failed to gain purchase. "I told you we're not friends." "We'll see," said Holland, driving her forward. The patrons of the Baron Tide never even looked up from their drinks. Bastards, thought Lila as she was shoved roughly out into the streets. The moment the pub door closed behind them, Lila went for the revolver at her belt, but for someone whose movements seemed so slow, Holland was fast, impossibly fast, and by the time she pulled the trigger, she'd fired into nothing but air. Before the shot even finished sounding, Holland reappeared, this time at her back. She felt him there, felt the air shift the barest moment before one of his hands closed around her throat, pinning her shoulders against his chest. The other hand wrapped around the fingers on her pistol and brought the barrel to rest against her temple. The whole thing had taken less than a breath. "Divest yourself of weapons," he instructed, "or I will do it for you." His grip wasn't crushing. If anything, his hold was casual, confident, and Lila had been around cutthroats long enough to know that the ones you truly had to fear were the ones who gripped their guns loosely, like they'd been born holding them. Lila used her free hand to dig the knife out of her belt and drop it on the ground. She freed a second from her back. A third she usually kept in her boot, but it was sitting on her bed, ruined. Holland's hand slid from her throat to her shoulder, but he cocked the pistol in warning. "What? No cannons?" he asked dryly. "You're mad," growled Lila. "Your friend Kel, he's long gone." "Do you think?" asked Holland. "Let's find out." The air around them began to crackle with energy, with magic, and Holland was right. She could smell it. Not flowers, as with Kel. Flowers and something else, something grassy and clean. Instead, Holland's power smelled metallic, like heated steel. It singed the air. She wondered if Kel would be able to smell it too, if that's what Holland wanted. There was something else in that magic. Not a smell, but a sense all the same. Something sharp, like anger, like hate. A fierceness that didn't show in the lines of Holland's face. No, his face was startlingly calm. Terrifyingly calm. "Scream," he said. Lila frowned. "What do you—" The question was cut off by pain. A bolt of energy like bottled lightning shot up her arm where he gripped it, dancing over her skin and electrifying her nerves, and she cries out before she could stop herself. And then, almost as quickly as the pain came, it vanished, leaving Lila breathless and shaking. "You bastard," she snarled. "Call his name," instructed Holland. "I can assure you, he's not going to come," she said, stumbling over the words. "Certainly not for me." Another wave of pain, this one brighter, sharper, and Lila clenched her jaw against the scream and waited for the pain to pass. But this time it didn't. It only worsened. And through it, she could hear Holland say calmly, "Perhaps I should start breaking bones?" She tried to say no, but when she opened her mouth to answer, all she heard was a cry. And then, as if encouraged, the pain worsened. She called Kel's name then for all the good it would do to her. He wouldn't come. Maybe if she tried, a madman would realize and let her go. Find another form of bait. The pain finally petered out, and Lila realized she was on her knees, one hand gripping the cold stone street, the other wrenched up behind her, still in Holland's grip. She thought she was going to be sick. "Better," said Holland. "Go to hell," she spat. He jerked her up to her feet and back against him, and brought the gun beneath her chin. "Never used a revolver," he said in her ear, "but I know how they work." 6 shots, yes? You fired 1. That leaves 5 more. If the gun was full, do you think I could fire the rest without killing you? Humans die so easily. But I bet if I'm clever. He let the gun slide down her body, pausing at her shoulder, her elbow, before trailing down her side to her thigh and coming to a rest against her knee. The sooner he comes, the sooner I will let you go. Call his name. He won't come, she whispered bitterly. Why do you refuse to believe? Because I know our friend, said Holland. He lifted his gun-wielding hand. Lila shuddered with relief as the kiss of metal left her skin, and wrapped his arm casually around her shoulders. He is near. I can hear his boots on the street stones. Close your eyes. Can you hear him? Lila squeezed her eyes shut, but all she could hear was the thud of her heart and the thought racing through her mind. I don't want to die. Not there. Not now. Not like this. Bring him to me, whispered Holland. The air began to hum again. Don't. Lila's bones lit up with pain. It shot from her skull to her weathered boots and back, and she screamed. And then, suddenly, the agony stopped and the sound died on her lips, and Holland let go. She crumpled forward to the cobbled street, the stones scraping against her knees and palms as she caught herself. Through the pounding in her head, she heard Holland's voice say, There you are. She dragged her head up and saw Kel standing in the road, the strange, magical boy in his black coat, looking breathless and angry. Lila couldn't believe it. He'd come back. But why had he come back? Before she could ask, he looked straight at her, one eye black and one blue with both wide. And said a single word. Run! Shit! That was an intense part. Holy fuck. Part 2. Cal had been standing on the bridge, leaning against the rail and trying to make sense of how and why he'd been set up. The false letter, the humble plea, the compelled cutthroats, when he caught the scent of magic on the air. Not a faint tendril either, but a flare, a beacon of light in darkened city, and a signature he would know anywhere. Heated steel and ash. Holland. Cal's feet carried him toward it. It wasn't until he stepped off the south edge of the bridge that he heard the first scream. He should have stopped right then. Should have thought things through. It was a blunt and obvious trap. The only reason Holland would send up a flare of power was if he wanted to be noticed. And the only person in Grey London who would notice him was Kel. But he still broke into a sprint. Were you followed? Lila had asked him. No, they can't follow me here. But Kel had been wrong. No one in the world could follow him, except for Holland. He was the only one who could, and had, which meant that he was after the stone. It also meant that Kel should be running away from the signature and the scream, not toward them. The voice cried out again. This time, he was near enough to recognize the source of the cry being raked across the heavy air. Lila. Why would Holland go after her? But Kel knew the answer. It sat like a weight on his chest. Holland would go after Lila because of him. Because in a world with so little magic, every trace stood out. And Lila would have traces, both his magic and the stones, written all over her. Kel knew how to cover his. Lila couldn't possibly. She'd be like a torch. It's her own fault, thought Kel, even as he ran toward the scream. Her own damn fault. He raced down the street, ignoring the burn across his ribs and his voice in his head that told him to leave her, to get away while he still could. A blunt and obvious trap. He cut down along the river, through an alley, around a bend, and came to a staggering halt on the narrow street just in time to hear Lila's scream cut off, to see her body sagging forward to the cobblestones. Holland stood over her, but his eyes were trained on Kel. "There you are," he said, as if he were happy to see the other Antari. Kel's mind spun. Lila looked up. "Run," he told her, but she just kept staring at him. "Lila, go!" Her eyes focused then, and she staggered to her feet, but Holland caught her by the shoulder and pressed the pistol to the base of her neck. "No, Lila," he said in his calm, infuriating way. "Stay." Kel's hands curled into fists. "What is this about, Holland? You know quite well. You have something that isn't yours." The stone hung heavy in his pocket. No, it wasn't his. But it wasn't Holland's either. And it certainly didn't belong to the White Throne. Had the power-hungry Danes possessed the talisman, they never would have relinquished it, let alone sent it away. But who would? Who did? With its power, Astrid and Athos would be nearly invincible. But a commoner could use the stone's magic to become a king. In a world starving for power, why would anyone go to such lengths to be rid of it? Fear, thought Kel. Fear of the magic, and fear of what would happen if it fell into the twins' hands. Astrid and Athos must have learned of the stone and its escape, and sent Holland to retrieve it. "Give me the stone, Kel." His mind spun. "I don't know what you're talking about." Holland gave him a withering look. His fingers tightened almost imperceptibly around Lila, and power crackled across her skin. She bit back a scream and fought to stay on her feet. "Stop!" demanded Kel, and Holland did. "Will you make me repeat myself?" he asked. "Just let her go," said Kel. "The stone first," said Holland. Kel swallowed as he drew the talisman from his coat. It sank through his fingertips, wanting to be used. "You can try and take it from me," he said, "as soon as you let her go." Even as the words left Kel's lips, he regretted them. The corner of Holland's mouth curled grimly up. He withdrew his hand one finger at a time from Lila's arm. She staggered forward and spun on him. "Fly away, little bird," he said, his gaze still trained on Kel. "Go!" snapped Kel. He could feel Lila's eyes hanging on him, but he wasn't foolish enough to let his own stray from Holland. Not now. And he let out a small breath when he finally heard her boots echoing of the streets. Good, he thought. Good. That was foolish, said Holland, tossing the revolver aside as if it were beneath him. Tell me, are you as arrogant as you seem? Or only as naive? Holland, please! The Antari's gaze darkened. You look at me, Kel, and think we are alike. That we are the same. Even one person on two divergent paths. Perhaps you think our power bonds us. Allow me to correct your misapprehension. We may share an ability, you and I, but that does not make us equals. He flexed his fingers, and Kel had the sneaking suspicion that this was going to end badly. Holland had fought against the Danes. Holland had spilled blood and life and magic. Holland had nearly claimed the White Throne his own. Kel must seem like a spoiled child to the other Antari. But Kel still had the stone. It was bad magic, forbidden magic, but it was something. It called to him, and he tightened his grip, the jagged side digging into his palm, its power pressed at his edges, wanting to be let in. And he resisted, keeping a wall between the talisman's energy and his own. He didn't need much. He only needed to summon something inanimate, something that would stop Holland without turning on them both. A cage, he thought, and then commanded, a cage. The stone hummed in his hand, and black smoke began to pour in between his fingers. And But Holland didn't wait. A gust of wind ripped through the air and slammed Kel forcefully into the door of a shop behind him. The stone tumbled from his grip, the wisps of black smoke dissolving back into nothing as the talisman hit the street. Before Kel could lunge for it, the metal nails of another door shuddered free and sang through the air, driving into his coat and pinning him to the wood. Most of the nails found fabric, but one of them found flesh, and Kel gasped in pain as the spike drove through his arm and into the door behind him. Hesitation is the death of advantage, mused Holland, as Kel fought in vain against the metal pinnings. He willed them to move, but Holland willed them to stay, and Holland's will proved stronger. What are you doing here? Oh. Bye-bye. What are you doing here? Asked Kel through gritted teeth. Holland sighed. I thought it would be obvious. Oh my god. I thought it would be obvious, he said, stepping toward the stone. I'm cleaning up a mess. As Holland made his way toward the talisman, Kel fought to focus on the metal pinning him. The nails began to tremble as Will pushed against the other Antares. They slid free an inch. Kel clenched his jaw as the one in his arm shifted, Holland's attention wavering as he knelt to fetch the stone from the ground. Don't, warned Kel, but Holland ignored him. He took up the talisman and straightened, weighing it in his palm. His will and attention were both centered on the stone now, and this time, when Kel focused, the nails holding him shuddered and slid free. They drew themselves out of the wall, and out of his coat and his flesh, and clattered to the ground just as Holland held the stone up to the nearest lamplight. Drop it, ordered Kel, clenching his wounded arm. Holland didn't. Instead, he cocked his head and considered the small black stone. Have you figured out how it works? And then, as Kel lunged forward, Holland's thin fingers folded over it. Such a small gesture. Slow, casual. But the moment his fist closed, black smoke poured between his fingers and swept around Kel. It happened so fast. One moment, he was surging forward, and the next his legs froze mid-step. When he looked down, he saw shadows swirling around his boots. Stay, commanded Holland as the smoke turned to steel. Heavy, black chains that grew straight out of the street and chained and clanged as they locked around Kel's ankles, bolting him in place. When he reached for them, they burned his hands and he pulled back, hissing in pain. Conviction is key, observed Holland, running his thumb over the stone's surface. You believe that magic is an equal, a companion, a friend. But it is not. The stone is proof. You are either magic's master or its slave. Put it down, said Kel. No good will come of it. You're right, said Holland, still clutching the stone. But I have my orders. More smoke poured forth from the talisman, and Kel braced himself, but the magic didn't settle, didn't take shape. It swirled and curled around them, as if Holland hadn't yet decided what to do with it. Kel summoned a gust of air, hoping to dispel it, but the wind passed straight through, billowing Holland's cloak, but leaving the dark magic untouched. Strange, said Holland, as much to himself as to Kel, how one small rock can do so much. His fingers tightened around the stone then, and the smoke coiled around Kel. Suddenly it was everywhere, blotting out his vision and forcing its way into his nose and mouth, down his throat, choking him, smothering him. And then it was gone. Kel coughed and gasped for breath and looked down at himself unhurt. For an instant he thought the magic had failed, and then he tasted blood, Kel brought his fingers toward his lips, but stopped when he saw that his entire palm was wet and with red. His wrists and arms felt damp too. What? He started but couldn't finish. His mouth filled with copper and salt. He doubled over and retched before losing his balance and collapsing to his hands and knees in the street. Some people say magic lives in the mind, others the heart, said Holland quietly, but you and I both know it lives in the blood. Kel coughed again, and fresh red dotted the ground. It dripped from his nose and mouth. It poured from his palms and wrists. Kel's head spun and his heart raced as he bled out into the street. He wasn't bleeding from a wound. He was just bleeding. The cobblestones beneath him were quickly turning slick. He couldn't stop it. He couldn't even get to his feet. The only person who could break the spell was staring down at him with a resignation that bordered on disinterest. Holland, listen to me, pleaded Kel. You can... He fought to focus. The stone, it can make... Save your breath. Kel swallowed and forced the words out. You can use the stone to break your seal. The white Antari raised a charcoal brow and then shook his head. This thing, he said, tapping the silver circle at his shoulder. It's not what's binding me. He knelt before Kel, careful to avoid the spreading blood. It's only the iron. He pulled aside the collar to reveal the mark scorched into the skin over his heart. This is the brand. The skin was silvery, the mark strangely fresh, and even though Kel couldn't see Holland's back, he knew the symbol went all the way through. A soul seal. A spell burned not only into one's body, but into one's life. Unbreakable. It never fades, said Holland. But Athos still reapplies the mark now and then, when he thinks unwavering. He looked down at the stone in his hand. Or when he's bored. His fingers tightened around it, and Kel coughed up more blood. Desperately, he reached for the coin pendants around his neck, but Holland got there first. He ducked them out from under Kel's collar and snapped the cords with a swift tug, tossing the tokens away down the alley. Kel's heart sank as he heard the sound of them bouncing into the dark. His mind spun over the blood commands, but he couldn't seem to hold the words. In his head, let alone shape them. Every time one rose up, it fell apart, broken by the thing killing him from the inside. Every time he tried to make a word, more blood filled his mouth. He coughed and clutched at syllables, only to choke on them. He stammered, but the magic forced blood up his throat, blocking the word. Holland clucked his tongue. My will against yours, Kel. You will never win. Please, Kel gasped, breath ragged. The dark stain beneath him was spreading too fast. Don't do this. Holland gave him a pitying look. You know I don't have a choice. Make one. The metallic smell of blood filled Kel's mouth and nose. His vision faltered again. One arm buckled beneath him. Are you afraid of dying? Asked Holland, as if genuinely curious. Don't worry. It's really quite hard to kill Antari. But I can't have... He was cut off by a glint of metal in the air and the ringing sound of it striking bone as it connected with his skull. Holland went down hard, the stone tumbling from his grip and skittering several feet into the dark. Kel managed to focus his eyes enough to see Lila standing there clutching an iron bar with both hands. Am I late? Kel let out a small, dazed laugh that quickly dissolved into racking coughs. Fresh blood stained his lips. The spell hadn't broken. The chains around his ankles began to tighten, and he gasped. Holland wasn't attacking him, but the magic still was. He tried desperately to tell Lila, but he couldn't find the air. And thankfully, he didn't need it. She was ahead of him. She snatched up the stone, swiped it across the bloody ground, and then held it out in front of her like a light. "Stop," she ordered. Nothing. "Go away." The magic faltered. Kel pressed his hands flat into the pool of blood and beneath him. "As anase," he said, and coughed the command finally, passing his lips without Holland's will to force it down. And this time, the magic listened. The spells broke. The chains dissolved to nothing around his legs, and Kel's lungs filled with air. Power flooded through with what little blood was left in his veins. It felt like there was nearly none. "Can you stand?" asked Lila. She helped him to his feet, and the whole world swayed, his sight plunging into black for several horrible seconds. He felt her grip on him tighten. "Keep it together," she said. "Holland," he murmured, his voice sounding strange and far away in his own ears. Lila looked back at the man sprawled on the ground. Her hand closed over the stone, and smoke poured out. "Wait," said Kel shakily, but the chains were already taking shape. First in smoke, and then in the same dark metal he'd only just escaped. They seemed to grow straight out of the street and coil around Holland's body, his waist and wrists and ankles, pinning him to the damp ground as he had pinned Kel. It wouldn't hold him long, but it was better than nothing. At first, Kel marveled that Lila could summon something so specific. Then he remembered she didn't need to have power. She needed only to want a thing. The stone did the rest. "No more magic," he warned as she shoved the stone into her pocket, the strain showing on her face. Her grip had vanished for a moment, and when he took a step forward, he nearly collapsed. But Lila was there again to catch him. "Steady now," she said, pulling his arm around her narrow shoulders. "I have to find my gun. Stay with me." Kel clung to consciousness as long as he could, but the world was dangerously quiet, the distance between his thoughts and his bloody body growing further apart. He couldn't feel the pain in his arm where the nail had struck, couldn't feel much of anything, which scared him more than the pressing dark. Kel had fought before, but never like this, never for his life. He'd gotten into his fair share of scrapes, most of them Rye's fault, but had his fair share of bruises, but he'd always walked away intact. He'd never been seriously hurt, never struggled to keep his own heart beating. Now he feared that if he stopped fighting, if he stopped forcing his feet forward and his eyes open, that he might actually die. He didn't want to die. Rye would never forgive him if he died. "Stay with me," echoed Lila. Kel tried to focus on the ground beneath his boots, on the rain that had started to fall, on Lila's voice. The words themselves began to blur together, but he held on to the sound as he fought to keep the darkness at bay. He held on as she helped him over the bridge that seemed to go on and on forever. And through the streets that wound and tipped around them, he held on as hands, Lila's and then another's, dragged him through a doorway, and up a flight of old stairs and into a room, stripping off his blood-soaked clothes. He held on until he felt a cot beneath him, and Lila's voice stopped and the thread was gone. And then he finally, gratefully, plummeted down into the black. That was part 2. Holy shit. Like, we're only 2 parts into today and it's already this fucking crazy. Holy shit. She finally took off his clothes. Goddamn. Oh, man. Kel almost fucking died. Or, like, if only they do animation, right? Oh. Wrestling with your own mortality. Yeah. Oh. Part 3. Lila was soaked to the bone. Halfway across the bridge, the sky had finally opened up. Not a drizzle, as London often seemed to favor, but a downpour. Within moments, they had been soaked through. It certainly didn't make dragging the half-conscious Kel any easier. Lila's arms ached from holding him up. She nearly fumbled him twice. And by the time she reached the back door of the stone's throw, Kel was barely conscious and Lila was shivering. And all she could think was that she could have kept running. She hadn't lived this long and stayed this free by stopping to help every fool who got himself into trouble. It was all she could do to keep herself out of trouble. And whatever else Holland was, he was clearly trouble. But Kel had come back. He didn't have to. Didn't have any reasons to, but he had. All the same. And the weight of it clung to her when she fled, slowing her down before finally dragging her boots to a stop. Even as she turned around, raced back, a small part of her had hoped that she'd be too late. Hoped they'd already be gone. But the rest of her wanted to get there in time. If only to know why. Why had he come back? Lila asked him that very question as she was dragging him to his feet, but Kel didn't answer. His head lolled against her collar. And what the hell had happened? What had Holland done to him? Lila couldn't even tell if Kel was still bleeding. She didn't see an obvious wound, but he was covered in blood, and it made her wish she'd struck Holland with a second time for good measure. Kel made a soft sound, between a gasp and a groan, and Lila started talking, worried that he might die on her and it would somehow be her fault, even though she'd come back. "Stay with me," she'd said, wrapping his arm around her shoulders. With his body so close to hers, all she could think of was the smell. Not of blood, that didn't bother her, but of the other scents. The ones that clung to Kel and to Holland. Flowers and earth and metal and ash. "I can smell his magic on you." Is that what it was? The scent of magic? She had noticed Kel's in a passing way when she first dragged his body across her bedroom floor. Now, with his arm draped around her, the scent was overpowering. The trace of Holland's burning steel lingered in the air. And even though the stone was safely in her pocket, she could smell it. Its scent washing over the alley, like sea and wood smoke. Salt and darkness. She felt a moment of pride for the strength of her senses, until she remembered that she hadn't smelled Kel's flowers or the stone smoke on herself as she made her way to the barren tide. Or as she sat at the counter, and Holland had tracked her there by both. But the rain fell heavy and steady, and soon she could smell nothing but water on stones. Maybe her nose wasn't strong enough. Maybe the scent of magic was still there beneath the rain. She didn't know if it could be expunged, or at least dampened, but she hoped the storm would help cover the trail. She was halfway up the stairs, Kel's boots leaving red-tinged water in their wake, when a voice stopped her. "What in God's name are you doing?" You can always count on London to rain, yep. Lila twisted around to see Baron, and Kel nearly slipped from her grasp. She caught him around the middle in the last instant, narrowly saving him from a tumble down the steps. "Long story, heavy body." Baron cast a backward glance at the tavern, shouted something to the barmaid, and charged up the steps, a rag thrown over his shoulder. Together, they hoisted Kel's soaking body up the remaining stairs and into the little room at the top. Baron held his tongue as they stripped away Kel's wet coat and stained shirt, and laid him down in Lila's bed. He didn't ask her where she'd found the stranger, or why there was no wound to explain the bloody trail he'd left on the tavern stairs, though the gash across his ribs was still quite angry. When Lila scoured the room for something to burn, in case the rain had not been enough to hide their scent, in case it still lingered here from earlier that night, and came up empty. Baron didn't ask, only went to fetch some herbs from the kitchen below. He watched silently as she held a bowl of them over a candle, and let the room fill with an earthy smell that had nothing to do with Kell or Holland or magic. He stayed as she dug through the pockets of Kell's coat, which turned out to be several coats somehow folded into one, in search of something, anything that might help mend him. He was a magician after all, and it stood to reason that magicians carried around magic. And Baron said nothing when at last she dug the black stone from her pocket and dropped it in a small wooden box, setting a handful of warm herbs inside before shoving the lot into the bottom drawer of her chest. It wasn't until Lila slumped down into the chair at the foot of the bed and began to clean her pistol that Baron finally spoke. "What are you doing with this man?" His eyes were dark and narrow. Lila looked up from her gun. "You know him?" "In a way." "You know what he is then?" "Do you?" "In a way," she retorted. "First, I took him for a mark." Baron ran a hand through his hair, and Lila realized for the first time that it was thinning. "Christ, Lila," he muttered. "What did you take?" Her gaze flicked to the bottom drawer of the chest, then drifted back to Kell. He looked deathly pale against the dark blanket on her bed, and he wasn't moving, save for the faint rise and fall of his chest. She took him in, the magical young man in her bed, first so guarded, now exposed. Vulnerable. Her eyes trailed up the lines of his stomach, over his wounded ribs, across his throat. They wandered down his arms, bare but for the knife strapped to his forearm. She hadn't touched it this time. "What happened?" asked Baron. Lila wasn't entirely sure how to answer that. It had been a very strange night. "I stole something and he came back looking for it," she said quietly, unable to draw her eyes from Kell's face. He looked younger, asleep. "Took it back. I thought that was the end of that, but someone else came looking for him. Found me instead." She trailed off, then pickled up. "He saved my life," she said, half to herself, brow crinkling. "I don't know why." "So you brought him here?" "I'm sorry," said Lila, turning toward Baron. "I didn't have anywhere else to go." The words stung, even as she said them. "As soon as he wakes." Baron was shaking his head. "I'd rather you here than dead. The person who did this." He waved a hand at Kell's body. "Are they dead?" Lila shook her head. Baron frowned. "Best tell me what they look like, so I know not to let them in." Lila described Holland as best as she could. His faded appearance, his two-toned eyes. "He feels like Kell," she added. "If that makes sense. Like magic," said Baron, matter-of-factly. Lila's eyes widened. "How do you... Running a tavern, you meet all kinds. Running this tavern, you meet all kinds and then some." Lila realized she was shivering, and Baron went in search of another tunic for Kell while she changed. He came back with an extra towel, a small pile of clothes, and a steaming bowl of soup. Lila felt ill and grateful at the same time. Baron's kindness was like a curse, because she knew she had done nothing to deserve it. It wasn't fair. Baron did not owe her anything. Yet she owed him so much. Too much, it drove her mad. Still, her hunger had finally caught up with her fatigue, and the cold in her skin was quickly becoming the cold in her bones. So she took the soup and mumbled a thank you and added the cost to the coin she already owed. as if this kind of debt could ever be paid. Baron left then and went below. Outside, the night wore on. The rain wore on too. She didn't remember sitting down, but she woke up an hour or so later in her wooden chair with a blanket tossed over her shoulders. She was stiff, and Kel was still asleep. Lila rolled her neck and sat forward. "Why did you come back?" she asked again, as if Kel might answer in his sleep. But he didn't. Didn't mumble, didn't toss or turn. He just lay there, so pale and so still that now and then Lila would hold a piece of glass to his lips to make sure he hadn't died. His bare chest rose and fell, and she noticed that, present injuries aside, he had so few scars. A faint line at his shoulder, a much fresher one across his palm, a ghosted mark in the crook of his elbow. Lila had too many scars to count, but she could count Kel's, and she did, several times. The tavern below had quieted, and Lila got to her feet and burned a few more herbs. She turned her silver watch and waited for Kel to wake. Sleep dragged at her bones, but every time she thought of rest, she imagined Holland stepping through her wall, the way Kel had. Pain echoed through her arm. Where he'd gripped her, a small, jagged burn, the only relic, and her fingers went to the flintlock at her hip. If she had another shot, she wouldn't miss. That was chapter 7. Holy shit. What a crazy ass chapter. Favorite chapter? It's a pretty good chapter, yeah. It's very, very good. Alright. I think a good way what we can do now is like after every chapter like this, we're just gonna take like a small little break, stretch a bit, rest my eyes, get some drinks, get some stuff going, get some water, and then all right, and then we continue. So I'll be back in like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then we continue with chapter 8. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I feel like it's definitely a bit harder to follow for you, Gurgle, because you missed last week's, which is where we started and had like the first 6 chapters. So a lot of like the world building and introduction of the characters obviously has happened throughout those. And now we're like right in the middle of the story. But I still appreciate you stopping by and being here and listening. How's everyone feeling so far, though? Chain read Warhammer books, so my reading fix is kind of overflowed. Damn. I don't think I've ever read anything Warhammer related. Some burger and honestly just vibing. That's exactly what I want right now. You guys just having it, just having me basically as background noise, chilling, going about your days. Trying to pay attention, but I don't know what's happening, and I'm doing my Brawl Stars quests. Yeah, again, like I guess for you especially, compared to like Slothy and Lily, who were there for most of the first book part. Like it's just like you're a lot of stuff that is explained now. Like what is an Antari? Who is Kel? Who's Holland? Who's Lila? What is like the London situations? All that, like. Most of that were and like what is that stone there like after and all that was all throughout the first 6 chapters. There it is, a new one every week or two. Damn. Yeah, I never really gotten into the whole like Warhammer universe in general. But yeah, basically in this book there is, you could say like 4 there's like 4 different worlds, and at some point in their history they were all connected to each other, and magic flourished through all of it. People were able to travel between these worlds and everything was great. Until at one point, one of the worlds got overcome and overflown with magic to the point that it basically destroyed itself. So they sealed that world off, and with that also sealed off the worlds between each other. So nobody is no longer able to travel between these 4 different worlds, with one of them being completely inaccessible. The main character Kel and Holland are both what's called a Antari, who are basically very, very powerful mages. And they are the only 2 left. And they have the ability to still travel between at least the 3 different worlds, the 3 different Londons. Which Kel describes with different colors to kind of represent what they mean. Red being the world he came from, which is the world that is still flourishing with magic. Everything is basically in balance. People can use magic. People know about magic. Red as like just vibrant with magic. Then you have white, which is starving. It's magic is still there, but it's mainly like, instead of everything is flourishing, it's about getting power. Ruler of this world is the person who is the strongest. If they can kill the previous king, they are the next king. Everything is ruled by power. And then Grey London, well, has completely lost its touch to magic. Magic has completely forgotten about magic. And Lila, that girl that's with there, is from that world. Hey Abby, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. And then, well, the world that was completely consumed by magic and destroyed, basically, was Black London, what they referred to. And that stone that Kel now has, or like that Holland wanted, was a stone of Black London full of true magic consuming everything. And that obviously is a threat to everything right now. But obviously, as well, Holland being part of White London and being controlled by the rulers of White London, and the rulers all about being power and stuff, are like, yo, that stone could basically make us invincible. Fetch us that stone. Because it's magic itself, basically. I guess. Like the stone can basically create anything the person wants. And now, I mean, now at the point where we're at now, there's still a lot of mystery about it. Dropping in to say hi and maybe back later. I have to finish this assignment I'm working on. Well, good luck with your assignment, Abby. I appreciate you stopping by. Good, and hope it goes well. All right, let's continue then. We have chapter 8 called An Arrangement. Part 1. Kel woke up in Lila's bed for the second time that night. But because of reading part 7, hey, it's all good. I mean, if it helps you understand it more and get like some more a better grasp, do all kinds of like it's understandable. You need a reference like that helps you out understand. Again, as well, you can look up, I have it saved on my Twitch channel. It should be under videos. The whole first stream, the whole five hours are available at all times. So you can always listen to it whenever to experience the first like 6 chapters that we read last week. Because I feel like we might be able to finish this book today. And then next week, we're starting with the second book of the series. It's 3 books in total. I have all 3 of them. So we can do this for a few Sundays and going through the entire series. All right. Well, Kel woke up in Lila's bed for the second time that night. Though at least this time he discovered there were no ropes. His hands rested at his sides, bound by nothing but the rough blanket that had been cast over him. Watch the other stream later? All good. It's available all the time. No pressure. Say something because I don't want to do it. Maybe for next week I have like a pinned message or something. I don't know. His hands rested at his sides, bound by nothing but the rough blanket that had been cast over him. It took him a moment to remember that it was Lila's room, Lila's bed, to piece together the memory of Holland and the alley and the blood, and afterward, Lila's grip and her voice, as steady as the rain. The rain had stopped falling now, and low morning light was creeping into the sky. And for a moment, all Kel wanted was to be home. Not in the shoddy room in the Ruby Fields, but in the palace. He closed his eyes and could almost hear Rai pounding on his door, telling him to get dressed because the carriages were waiting, and so were the people. Oh yeah, by the way as well, Gurgle, Kel basically in Red London got taken on by the royal family. He's basically like a family member. Rai is the prince of Red London and his closest friend since childhood. Get ready or be left behind, Rai would say, bursting into the room. Then leave me, Kel would groan. Not a chance, Rai would answer, wearing his best princess grin. Not today. A cart clattered past outside, and Kel blinked, Rai fading back into nothing. Were they worried about him yet, the royal family? Did they have any idea what was happening? How could they? Even Kel did not know. He knew only that he had the stone, and that he needed to be rid of it. He tried to sit up, but his body cried out, and he had to bite his tongue to keep from voicing it. His skin, his muscle, his very bones, everything ached in a steady, horrible way, as if he were nothing but a bruise. Even the beat of his heart in his chest and the pulse of his blood through his veins felt sore and strained. He felt like death. It was as close as he had ever come, and closer than he ever wished to be. When the pain, or at least the novelty of it, lessened, he forced himself upright, bracing a hand against the headboard. He fought to focus his vision, and when he managed, he found himself looking squarely into Lila's eyes. She was sitting in the same chair at the foot of the bed, her pistol in her lap. Why did you do it? She asked, the question primed on her tongue as if she'd been waiting. Kel squinted. Do what? Come back, she said with the words low. Why did you come back? 2 words hung in the air, unsaid but understood. For me. Kel fought to drag... God, I am having troubles right now. Kel fought to drag his thoughts together, but even they were as stiff and sore as the rest of him. I don't know. Lila seemed unimpressed by the answer, but she only sighed and returned her weapon to the holster at her waist. How are you feeling? Like hell, thought Kel. But then he looked down at himself and realized that, despite his aching body, the wound at his arm, where the nail had driven through, as well as the one across his stomach from the cutthroat's stolen sword, were nearly healed. How long was I asleep? A few hours, said Lila. Kel ran a hand gingerly over his ribs. That didn't make sense. Cuts this deep took days to mend, not hours. Not unless he had a... I used this, said Lila, tossing a circular tin this way. Kel plucked it out of the air, wincing a little as he did. The container was unmarked, but he recognized it at once. The small metal tin contained a healing salve. Not just any healing salve, but one of his own. The royal emblem of the chalice and the rising sun embossed on its lid. He'd misplaced it weeks ago. Where did you get this? In a pocket in your coat, said Lila, stretching. By the way, did you know that your coat is more than one coat? I'm pretty sure I went through 5 or 6 to find that. Kel stared at her, slack-jawed. What? She asked. How did you know what it was for? Lila shrugged. I didn't. What if it had been poison? He snapped. There's really no winning with you. She snapped back. It smelled fine. It seemed fine. Kel groaned. And obviously I tested it on myself first. You did what? Lila crossed her arms. I'm not repeating myself so you just can gape and glare. Kel shook his head, cursing under his breath, as she nodded at a pile of clothes at the foot of the bed. Baron brought those for you. Kel frowned. Saints, even his brow hurt when it furrowed. He and Baron had a business agreement. He was pretty sure it didn't cover shelter and personal necessities. He would owe him for the trouble. And it was trouble. Both of them knew it. Kel could feel Lila's eyes hanging on him as he reached for the clean tunic and shrugged it gingerly off his shoulders, over his shoulders. What is it? He asked. You said no one would follow you. I said no one could, corrected Kel, because no one can except for Holland. Kel looked at his hands and frowned. I just never thought. One is not the same thing as one, as none, Kel, said Lila, and then she let out a breath and ran a hand through her cropped dark hair. But I suppose you didn't exactly have all your wits about you. Kel looked up in surprise. Was she actually excusing him? And I did hit you with a book. What? Nothing, said Lila, waving her hand. So does Holland. He's like you? Kel swallowed, remembering Holland's words in the alley. We may share an ability, you and I, but that does not make us equals. And a dark, almost disdainful look crossed his face when he said it. He thought of this brand burned into the Antari skin, and the patchwork of scars on his arms, and the White King's smug smile as Holland pressed the knife into his skin. No, Holland was nothing like Kel, and Kel was nothing like Holland. He can also move between worlds, explained Kel, and that way we are alike. And the eye? Questioned Lila. A mark of our magic, said Kel. Antari, that is what we are called. Blood magicians. Lila chewed her lip. Are there any others I should know about? She asked, and Kel thought he saw a sliver of something. Fear? Across her features, buried almost instantly behind the stubborn set of her jaw. Kel shook his head slowly. No, he said. We are the only two. He expected her to look relieved, but her expression only grew graver. Is that why he didn't kill you? What do you mean? Lila sat forward in her chair. Well, if he'd wanted to kill you, he could have. Why bleed you dry? For the fun of it? He didn't seem to be enjoying himself. She was right. Holland could have slit his throat, but he hadn't. It's really quite hard to kill Antari, Holland's word echoed in Kel's head. But I can't have... Can't have what? Wondered Kel. Ending an Antari's life might be hard, but it wasn't impossible. Had Holland been fighting against his orders or following them? Kel, pressed Lila. Holland never enjoys himself, he said under his breath, and then looked up at sharply. Where's the stone now? Lila gave him a long, weighing look and then said, I have it. And give it back, demanded Kel, surprising himself with his own urgency. He told himself it would be safest on his person, but in truth, he wanted to hold it. Couldn't shake the sense that if he did, his aching muscles would be soothed and his weak blood strengthened. She rolled her eyes. Not this again. Lila, listen to me. You've no idea what... Actually, she cut in, getting to her feet, I'm starting to get a decent idea of what it can do. If you want it back, tell me the rest. You wouldn't understand, said Kel automatically. Try me, she challenged. Kel squinted at her. This strange girl. Lila Bard did seem to have a way of figuring things out. She was still alive. That said something. And she'd come back for him. He didn't know why. Cutthroats and thieves weren't usually known for their moral compasses. But he did know that without her, he would be in a far worse state. Very well, said Kel, swinging his legs off the bed. The stone is from a place known as the Black London. You mentioned other Londons, she said, as if the concept were curious, but not entirely impossible. She didn't phase easily. How many are there? Kel ran a hand through his auburn hair. It stuck up at odd angles from rain and sleep. There are 4 worlds, he said. Think of them as different houses built on the same foundation. They have little in common, save for the geography, and the fact that each has a version of this city straddling this river on this island country, and in each, that city is called London. That must be confusing. It really was. It isn't really. When you live in only one of them and never need to think of the others, but as someone who moves between. I use color to keep them straight. Grey London, which is yours. Red London, which is mine, White London, which is Holland's, and Black London, which is no one's. And why is that? Because it fell, said Kel, rubbing the back of his neck where the pendant cords had snapped. Lost to darkness. The first thing about magic that you have to understand, Lila, is that it is not inanimate. It is alive. Alive in a different way than you or I, but still very much alive. Is that why I got angry? She asked. When I tried to get rid of it? Kel frowned. He'd never seen magic that alive. Nearly 3 centuries ago, he said slowly, working out the math. It seemed further away. The effect of being so long referred to as simply the past. The 4 Londons were twined together. Magic and those who wielded it, able to move between them with relative ease through any of the many sources. Sources? Pools of immense power, explained Kel. Some small, discreet. A copse of trees in the far east, a ravine on the continent. Others vast, like your Thames. The Thames? Said Lila with a derisive look. A source of magic? Perhaps the greatest source in the world, said Kel. Not that you'd know it here, but if only you could see it in my London. Kel trailed off. As I was saying, the doors between the worlds were open, and the 4 cities of London intermingled. But even with constant transference, they were not entirely equal in their power. If true magic were a fire, then Black London sat closest to the heat. By this logic, White London stood second in strength, and Kel knew it must have, though he could not imagine it now. It was believed that the power there not only ran strong in the blood, but pulsed like a second soul through everything, and at some point it grew too strong and overthrew its host. The world sits in balance, said Kel. Humanity in one hand, magic in the other. The two exist in every living thing, and in a perfect world, they maintain a kind of harmony, neither exceeding the other. But most worlds are not perfect. In Grey London, your London, humanity grew strong and magic weak. But in Black London, it was the other way around. The people there are not only held magic in their bodies, they let magic into their minds, and it took them as its own, burning up their lives to fuel its power. They became vessels, conduits for its will, and through them, it twisted whim into reality, blurring the lines, breaking them down, creating and destroying, and corrupting everything. Lila said nothing, only listened and paced. It spread like a plague, continued Kel, and the other 3 remaining worlds retreated into themselves and locked their doors to prevent the spread of sickness. He did not say that it had been Red London's retreat, its sealing off itself, that forced the other cities to follow, and left White London pinned between their closed doors and Black London's seething magic. He did not say that the world caught between was forced to fight between the darkness back alone. With the sources restricted and the doors locked, the remaining 3 cities were isolated and began to diverge, each becoming as they are now. But what became of Black London and the rest of its world, we can only guess. Magic requires a living host. It can thrive only where life does. So most assume that the plague burned through its hosts and eventually ran out of kindling, leaving only charred remains. None know for sure. Over time, Black London became a ghost story, a fairy tale, told so many times that some don't even think it's real. But the stone, said Lila, still pacing. The stone shouldn't exist, said Kel. Once the doors were sealed, every relic from Black London was tracked down and destroyed as a precaution. Obviously not every relic, observed Lila. Kel shook his head. White London supposedly undertook the task with even more fervor than we did. You must understand, they feared the doors would not hold, feared the magic would break through and consume them. In their cleanse, they did not stop at objects and artifacts. They slit the throats of everyone they even suspected of possessing, of having come in contact with Black London's corrupted magic. Kel brought his fingers to his blackened eye. It is said that some mistook Antari's marks for such corruption and dragged them from their houses in the night. An entire generation slaughtered before they realized that without the doors, such magicians would be the only way of reaching out. Kel's hand fell away. But no, obviously not every relic was destroyed. He wondered if that was how it had been broken, if they tried and failed and buried it. Wondered if someone new had dug it up. The stone shouldn't exist, and it can't be allowed to exist. It's... Lila stopped pacing. Evil? Kel shook his head. No, he said. It is Vitari. In a way, I suppose it is pure. But it is pure potential, pure power, pure magic. And no humanity, said Lila. No harmony. Kel nodded. Purity without balance in it is its own corruption. The damage this talisman could manage in the wrong hands. In anyone's hands, he thought. The stone's magic is the same of a ruined world, as the magic of a ruined world. It cannot stay here. Well, said Lila, what do you intend to do? Kel closed his eyes. He didn't know who had come across the stone, or how, but he understood this fear. The memory of it in Holland's hands, and the thought of it in Athos's and Astrid's, turned his stomach. His own skin sang for the talisman, thirsted for it, and that scared him more than anything. Black London fell because of magic like this. What horror would it bring to the Londons that remained? To the starving white, or the ripened red, or the defenseless gray? No, the stone had to be destroyed. But how? It wasn't like other relics. It wasn't a thing to be tossed in a fire or crushed beneath an axe. It looked as though someone had tried, but the broken edge did not seem to diminish its function, which meant that even if he did succeed in shattering it, it might only make more pieces, rendering every shard its own weapon. It was no mere token. The stone had a life and a will of its own, and had shown so more than once. Only strong magic would be able to unmake such a thing. But as the talisman was magic itself, he doubted that magic could ever be made to destroy it. Kel's head ached with the realization that it could not be ruined. It had to be disposed of, sent away. Somewhere it could do no damage. And there was only one place it would be safe. And everyone safe from it. Kel knew what he had to do. Some part of him had known since the moment the stone had passed into his hands. It belongs to Black London, he said. I have to take it back. Lila cocked her head. But how can you? You don't know what's left of it. And even if you did, you said the world was sealed off. I don't know what's left of it, no. But Antari magic was originally used to make the doors between the worlds, and Antari magic would have been used to seal them shut. And so it stands to reason that Antari magic could open them again. Or at least create a crack. And why haven't you? Challenged Lila, a glint in her eye. Why hasn't anyone? I know you're a rare breed, but you cannot tell me that in the century since you locked yourselves out, no Antari has been curious enough to try and get back in. Kel considered her defiant smile and was grateful for humanity's sake that she lacked the magic to try. As for Kel, of course, he'd been curious. Growing up, a small part of him never believed Black London was real or that it had ever been. The doors had been sealed for so long. What child didn't wish to know if his bedtime stories were the stuff of fiction or of truth? But even if he'd wanted to break the seal, and he didn't, not enough to risk the darkness on the other side, he'd never had a way. Maybe some were curious enough, said Kel, but an Antari needs two things to make a door. The first is blood. The second is a token from the place they want to go. And as I told you, the tokens were all but destroyed. Lila's eyes widened. But the stone is a token. The stone is a token, echoed Kel. Lila gestured to the wall where Kel had first come in. So you open the door to Black London and what? Throw the stone in? What on earth have you been waiting for? Kel shook his head. I can't make a door from here to there. Lila let out an exasperated noise. But you just said... The other Londons sit between, he explained. A small book rested on the table by the bed. He brushed his thumb over the pages. The worlds are like pieces of paper, he said, stacked on top of each other. Stacked on top of the other. That's how he'd always thought of it. You have to move in order. He pinched a few pages between his fingers. Grey London, he said, letting one fall to the stack. Red London. He let go of a second. White London. The third page fluttered as it fell, and Black London. He let the rest of the pages fall back into the book. Do I have to go through? Said Lila. It sounded so simple when she put it like that, but it wouldn't be. No doubt the Crown was searching for him in Red London, and Saints only knew who else had Holland compelled others there were searching too. And without his pendants, he'd have to hunt down a new trinket to get from there to White London. And once he made it that far, if he made it that far, and assuming the Danes weren't on him in an instant, and assuming he was able to overcome the seal to open a door to Black London, the stone couldn't simply be thrown in. Doors didn't work that way. Kel would have to go with it. He tried not to think about it. So, Lila said, eyes glittering, when do we go? Kel looked up. We don't. Lila was leaning back against the wall just beside the place he'd cuffed her to the wood. The board was ripped and ruined where she'd hacked herself free, as if reminding him both of his actions and of hers. I want to come, she insisted. I won't tell you where the stone is, not until you agree to let me go. Not until you let me... Not until you agree to let me. Kel's hands curled into a fist. Those binds you summoned up for Holland won't hold. Antari magic is strong enough to dispel them, and once he wakes, it won't take him long to realize that and free himself and start hunting us down. Which means I don't have time for games. It's not a game, she said simply. Then what is it? A chance. She pushed off the wall. A way out. Her calm shifted, and for a moment Kel glimpsed the things beneath. The want, the fear, the desperation. You want out, he said, but you have no idea what you're getting into. I don't care, she said. I want to come. You can't, he said, pushing her to his feet. A shallow wave of dizziness hit him, and he braced himself against the bed, waiting for it to pass. She gave a mocking laugh. You're in no shape to go alone. You can't come, Lila, he said again. Only Antari can move between worlds. That rock of mine, it's not yours. It is right now, and you said yourself, it's pure magic. It makes magic. It will let me through, she said as she was certain. What if it won't? He challenged. What if it isn't all powerful? What if it's only a trinket to conjure up small spells? But she didn't seem to believe him. He wasn't sure he believed himself. He had held the stone. He had felt its power. And it felt limitless. But he did not wish for Lila to test it. Cannot know for sure. It's my risk to take, not yours. Kel stared at her. Why? He asked. Lila shrugged. I'm a wanted man. You're not a man. Lila flashed a hollow smile. The authorities don't know that yet. Probably why I'm still wanted instead of hanged. Kel refused to let go. Why do you really want to go do this? Because I'm a fool. Lila. Because I can't stay here, she snapped, the smile gone from her face. Because I want to see the world, even if it's not mine. And because I will save your life. Madness, thought Kel. Absolute madness. She wouldn't make it through the door. And even if the stone worked, even if she somehow did, what then? Transference was treason, and Kel was fairly certain that law extended to people, particularly fugitives. Smuggling a music box was one thing, but smuggling a thief was quite another. And smuggling a relic from Black London? Shouted a voice in Kel's head. He rubbed his eyes. He could feel hers fixed on him. Treason aside, the fact remained that she was a grey worlder, and she didn't belong in his London. It was too dangerous. It was mad, and he'd be mad to let her try. But Lila was right about one thing. Kel did not feel strong enough to do this alone. And worse, he did not want to. He was afraid, more afraid than he wanted to admit, about the task ahead of him and the fate that had waited at its end. And someone would need to tell the Red Throne, tell his mother and father and Rye what had happened. He could not bring this danger to their doorstep, but he could leave Lila there to tell them of it. You don't know anything about these worlds, he said. The fight was bleeding out of his voice. Sure I do, countered Lila cheerfully. There's dull London, Kel London, creepy London, and dead London, she recited, ticking them off on her fingers. See, I'm a fast learner. You're also human, thought Kel. A strange, stubborn, cutthroat human, but human all the same. Light, thin, and watered down by rain, was beginning to creep into the sky. He couldn't afford to stand here, waiting her out. Give me the stone, he said, and I'll let you come. Lila bit back a sharp laugh. I think I'll hold on to it until we're through. And if you don't survive? Then you can raid my corpse, she said dryly. I doubt I'll care. Kel stared at her at a loss. Was her bravado a front, or did she truly have so little to lose? But she had a life, and a life was a thing that could always be lost. How could she fear nothing, even death? Are you afraid of dying? Holland asked him in the alley, and Kel had always been, ever since he could remember. He feared not living, feared ceasing to exist. Lila's world may believe in heaven and hell, but his believed in dust. He was taught early that magic reclaimed magic, and earth reclaimed earth, the two dividing when the body died. The person they had combined to be simply forfeit, lost. Nothing lasted, nothing remained. Growing up, he had nightmares in which he suddenly broke apart, 1 minute running through the courtyard or standing on the palace steps, the next scattered into air and ash. He'd wake sweat-soaked and gasping, Rye shaking his shoulder. Aren't you afraid of dying? He asked Layla now. She looked at him as if it were a strange question, and then she shook her head. Death comes for everyone, she said simply. I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid of dying here. She swept her hand over the room, the tavern, the city. I'd rather die on an adventure than live standing still. Kel considered her for a long moment, and then he said, Very well. Lila's brow crinkled distrustfully. What do you mean, very well? You can come, clarified Kel. Lila broke into a grin. It lit up her face in a whole new way. Made her look young. Her eyes went to the window. The sun is almost up, she said. And Holland's likely looking for us by now. Are you well enough to go? She asked. It's really quite hot to kill Antari. Kel nodded as Lila pulled the cloak around her shoulders and holstered her weapons, moving with brisk, efficient motions as if afraid that if she took too long, he would revoke the offer. He only stood there, marveling. Don't you want to say goodbye? He asked, gesturing at the floorboards and somewhere beneath them, Baron. Lila hesitated, considering her boots and the world below them. No, she said softly, her voice uncertain for the first time since they'd met. He didn't know how Lila and Baron's threats were tangled, but he let the issue lie. He did not blame her. After all, he had no plans to detour to the palace to see his brother one last time. He told himself that it was too dangerous, or that Rye would not let him go. But it was much the truth that Kel could not bring himself to say goodbye. Kel's coat was hanging on the chair, and he crossed to it, and turned it inside out from the left to right, exchanging the worn black for ruby red. Interest flickered like a light behind Lila's eyes, but never truly showed, as he supposed she'd seen the trick herself, and when she went searching through the pockets in the night. How many codes do you suppose there are inside of that one? She asked casually, as if inquiring about the weather and not a complex enchantment. I'm not exactly sure, said Kel, digging in a gold-embroidered pocket and sighing inwardly with relief as his fingers skimmed a spare coin. Every now and then I think I found them all, and then I stumble on a new one. And sometimes old ones get lost. A couple of years ago, I came across a short coat, an ugly green thing with patched elbows, but I haven't seen it since. He drew the red London Lynn from the coat and kissed it. Coins make perfect door keys. In theory, anything from a world would do. Most of what Kel wore came from red London, but coins were simple, solid, specific, and guaranteed to work. He couldn't afford to muddy this up, not when a second life was on his hands. And it was, no matter what she claimed. While he'd been searching for the token, Lila had emptied the money from her own pockets. A rather illicit assortment of shillings, pennies, and farthings, and piled them on the dresser by her bed. Kel reached out and plucked a half-penny off of its stack to replace the gray token he'd lost. While Lila chewed her lip and stared down at the coins a moment, hands thrust into the inner pockets of her cloak. She was fiddling with something there, and a few moments later she pulled out an elegant silver watch and set it beside the pile of coins. I'm ready, she said, tearing her eyes from the timepiece. I'm not, thought Kel, shrugging on his coat and crossing to the door. Another, smaller wave of dizziness hit, but it passed sooner than the last as he opened the door. Wait, said Lila. I thought we'd go the way you came, by the wall. Walls aren't always there where they ought to be, answered Kel. In truth, the stone's throw was the one of all only places where the walls didn't change, but that made it no safer. The setting sun might have sat on the same foundation in Red London, but it was also the place where Kel did business, and one of the first places someone might come looking for him. Yo, Mitchell, how you doing? Besides, we don't know what or who he amended. I am struggling to read right now. Remembering the attackers under their compulsion. Is waiting on the other side. Better get ready to where we're going before we go there, understand? Lila looked as though she didn't, but nodded all the same. The two crept down the stairs, past a small landing that branched off to a narrow hall studded with rooms. Mitchell, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Lila paused beside the nearest door and listened. A low, rumbling snore came through the wood. Barren. She touched the door briefly, then pushed past Kel and down the remaining stairs. Without looking back, she slit the bolt on the back entrance and hurried into the alley. Kel followed her out, stopping long enough to raise his hand and wheel the metal lock back into place behind them. He listened to the sh of the metal sliding, then turned to find Lila waiting, her back purposely to the tavern, as if her present were already her past. God, that was a long part though. That was all part 1 of chapter 8. Welcome in though, Mitchell. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. Good plans take time though. Yeah, absolutely. Oh well, I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear. All right. Part 2. The rain had ended and left the streets dreary and damp, but despite the wet ground and the October chill, London was beginning to drag itself awake. The sound of rickety carts filled the air, met with the smell of fresh bread and new fires, and merchants and buyers began the slow revival of work, pinning back the doors and shutters of shops and readying their businesses for the day. Fresh bread! Of course, Lily. Kel and Lila made their way through the rousing city, moving briskly in the thin dawn light. "You're sure you have the stone?" pressed Kel. "Yes," said Lila, lips quirking. "And if you're thinking of stealing it back, I would advise against it, as you'd have to search me. And magic or no, I'm willing to bet my knife could find your heart before your hand could find the rock." There's probably other fresh fruits too, yeah. Also, I just love the banter between Kel and Lila. Just like, "I'm willing to bet my knife could find your heart before your hand could find the rock." She said in with such casual confidence that Kel suspected she might be right. But he had no desire to find out. Instead, he turned his attention to the streets around them, trying to picture them as if they were a world away. "We're nearly there." "Where's there?" she asked. "Whitbury Street," he said. He'd crossed through at Whitbury before. It put him near his rooms at the Ruby Fields, which meant that he could drop any newly acquired items before reporting to the palace. But more important, the row of shops in Whitbury did not sit directly on top of the Ruby Fields, but sat a short 2 blocks shy. He'd learned long ago never to walk into a world exactly where you wanted to be. If trouble were waiting, you'd land right on top of it. "There's an inn in Red London," he explained, trying not to think about the last time he was there. About the tracing spell and the attack and the corpses of the men in the alley beyond. Corpses he'd made. "I keep a room there." He went on. "It will have what I need to make a door to White London." Lila didn't pick up on his use of I instead of we. Or if she did, she didn't bother to correct him. In fact, she seemed lost in her own thoughts as they wove through the network of back streets. Kel kept his chin up, his senses tuned. "I'm not going to run into myself, am I?" asked Lila, breaking the silence. Kel glanced her way. "What are you talking about?" She kicked the loose stone. "Well, I mean, it's another world, isn't it? Another version of London. Is there another version of me?" Kel frowned. "I've never met anyone like you." He hadn't meant it as a compliment, but Lila took it that way, flashing him a grin. "What can I say?" she said. "I'm one of a kind." Kel managed an echo of her smile, and she gasped. "What's that on your face?" The smile vanished. "What?" "Never mind," she said, laughing. "It's gone." Kel only shook his head. He didn't grasp the joke, but whatever it was, it seemed to delight Lila, and she chuckled herself all the way to Whitbury. As they turned onto the pleasant little lane, Kel came to a stop on the curb between the 2 shop fronts. One belonged to a dentist, and another to a barber. In Red London, it was an herbalist and a stonesmith. And if Kel squinted, he could still see traces of his blood on the brick wall in front of him. The surface, sheltered by a narrow overhang. Lila was staring intently at the wall. "Is this where they are? Your rooms?" "No," he said, "but this is where we go through." Lila's fist clenched and unclenched at her side. He thought she must be frightened, but when she glanced his way, her eyes were bright, the edge of a smile on her lips. Kel swallowed and stepped up to the wall, and Lila joined him. He hesitated. "What are we waiting for?" "Nothing," said Kel. "It's just..." He slipped out of his coat and wrapped it around her shoulders, as if the magic could not be so easily deceived. "Your phone died? Oh no!" As if it wouldn't know the difference between human and Antari. He doubted his coat would make a difference. Either the stone would let her go through for it, or it wouldn't. But he still relinquished it. In response, Lila fetched her handkerchief. The one she'd given him when she picked his pockets and reclaimed when she passed out on her floor, and tucked it into his back pocket. "What are you doing?" He asked. "Seems right somehow," she said. "You gave me something of yours, I give you something of mine. Now we're linked." "It doesn't work that way," he said. Lila shrugged. "Can hurt." Kel supposed she was right. He slid his knife free and drew the blade across his palm, a thin line of blood welling up. He dabbed it with his fingers and made a mark on the wall. "Take out the stone," he said. Lila eyed him distrustfully. "You'll need it," he pressed. She sighed and pulled her broad brim hat. She sighed and pulled her broad brim hat from a fold in her coat. It was crumpled, but with a flick of her wrist it unfolded. And she reached into the hat's bowl like a magician and drew out the black rock. Something in Kel twisted at the sight of it, an ache in his blood. And it took all his strength not to reach for the talisman. He bit back the urge and thought for the first time that perhaps it was better if he didn't hold it. Lila closed her fingers around the stone. Kel closed his fingers around Lila's, as if he could feel the talisman humming through the flesh and bone of her hand. He tried not to think about it that way, the way it sank to him. "Are you sure?" he asked one last time. "It will work," said Lila. Her voice sounded less certain now than it had been. Less like she believed and more like she wanted to, so Kel nodded. "You said yourself." You said yourself," she added, "that everyone has a mix of humanity and magic in them." "That means I do too." She turned her gaze up to his. "What happens now?" "I don't know," he said truthfully. Lila drew closer, so close their ribs were touching, and he could feel her heart racing through them. She was so good at hiding her fear. It didn't show in her eyes or the lines of her face, but her pulse betrayed her. And then Lila's lips tugged into a grin, and Kel wondered if it was fear she felt after all, or something else entirely. "I'm not going to die," she said. "Not till I've seen it." "Seen what?" Her smile widened. "Everything." Kel smiled back, and then Lila brought her free hand to his jaw and tucked his mouth towards hers. The kiss was there and then gone, like one of her smiles. "What was that for?" he asked, dazed. "For luck," she said, squaring her shoulders for the wall. "Not that I need it." Kel stared at her for a moment and then forced himself to turn toward the bloodstained bricks. He tightened his hand over hers, and he brought his fingers to the mark. "Az Travas," he said. The wall gave way, and the traveler and the thief stepped forward and through. Well, that was chapter 2. Part 2 of chapter 8. I'm gonna quickly grab some water, and then I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Someone likes Lila. To be fair, she's an amazing character. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Mitchell. I'm still so thirsty. Get a third one. All right. A tall drink of Lila. Please. You just wanna, you know, sneak a little kiss in there, huh? A little smooch. A little smoochy smooch. Only for good luck. Right. Only for the good luck. It's purely scientific. Right. And I believe you. All right. Part 3. Baron woke to a noise. It was the second time that morning. I just finished all the Sri Lanka dungeons and all bronze except for the last one. You're getting there though. You got this. All right. Baron woke to a noise. It was the second time that morning. Noise was a fairly common thing in a tavern. The volume of it ebbed and flowed depending on the hour, at some times thunderous, at others murmuring, but it was always there in some measure. Even when the pub was closed, the stone's throw was never truly silent. But Baron knew every kind of noise his tavern made, from the creak of the floorboards to the groan of the doors, to the wind through the hundreds of cracks in the old walls. He knew them all. And this one was different. Baron had owned the tavern at the seam, for that was how he thought of the aching old building for a very long time. Long enough to understand the strange that drifted past and in like the breeze. Long enough for and while he was not a part of that strange, having no interest or affinity for the practicing of that strangeness others called magic, he had come to develop a sense of sorts where the strange was concerned. And he listened to it, just as he listened now to the noise above his head. It wasn't loud, not at all, but it was out of place, and brought with it a feeling under his skin and in his bones. A feeling of wrongness, of danger. The hair on his arm prickled, and his heart, always steady, began to beat faster in warning. The noise came again, and he recognized the groan of footsteps on the old wooden floor. He set up his bed. Lila's room sat directly over his own, but the footsteps did not belong to Lila. When someone spends enough time under your roof, as Lila had beneath his, you come to know the kind of noise they make. Not only their voices, but the way they move through space. And Baron knew the sound of Lila's tread when she wanted to be heard, and the sound of her tread when she didn't. And this was neither. And besides, he had first woken to the sound of Lila and Kel leaving not long before. He had not stopped her, had long since learned that it was futile to try, and had long since resolved to be instead an anchor, there and ready when she wandered back, which she inevitably did. But if Lila was not moving about her room, who was? Baron got to his feet, the shivery feeling of wrong worsening as he tugged the suspenders from his waist up to his broad shoulders and pulled on his boots. A shotgun hung on the wall by the door, half rusted from disuse. On the occasion trouble brewed downstairs, Baron's hulking form was usually enough to quash it. Now, he took a hold of the gun by the barrel and pulled it from its mount. He drew open the door, cringing as it groaned, and set off up the stairs to Lila's room. Stealth, he knew, was useless. Baron had never been a small man, as the steps creaked loudly under his boots as he climbed. When he reached the short green door at the top of the stairs, he hesitated and pressed his ear to the wood. He heard nothing, and for a brief moment he doubted himself, thought he'd slept too lightly after Lila's departure, and simply dreamt the threat out of concern. His grip, which had been knuckles white on the shotgun, began to loosen, and he let out a breath and thought of going back to bed. And he heard, but then he heard he heard the metallic sound of coins tumbling, and the doubt guttered like a candle. He threw open the door, shotgun raised. Lila and Kel were both gone, but the room was not empty. A man stood aside the open window, weighing Lila's silver pocket watch in the palm of his hand. The lantern on the table burned with an odd pale light, and that made the man look strangely colorless. When his gaze drifted up casually from the timepiece and settled on Baron, he seemed entirely unfazed by the gun. The tavern owner saw that one of his eyes was green, the other was pitch black. Lila had described the man to him and given him a name. Holland. Baron did not hesitate. He pulled the trigger and shotgun blasted through the room with a deafening sound that left his ears ringing. But when the plume of smoke cleared, the colorless intruder stood exactly where he'd been before, unharmed. Baron stared in disbelief. The air in front of Holland glittered faintly, and it took Baron a moment to grasp that it was full of shot pellets. The tiny metal beads hung suspended in front of Holland's chest, and then they fell, clattering to the floor like hail. Before Baron could squeeze off the second shot, Holland's fingers twitched and the weapon went flying out of Baron's hands and across the narrow room, crashing against the wall. He lunged for it, or at least he meant to, but his body refused, remaining firmly rooted to the spot. Not out of fear, but something stronger. Magic. He willed his limbs to move, but the impossible force willed them still. "Where are they?" asked Holland. His voice was low and cold and hollow. A bead of sweat rolled down Baron's cheek as he fought the magic, but it was no use. "Gone," he said, his voice a low rumble. Holland frowned, disappointed. He drew a curved knife from his belt. "I noticed that." He crossed the room with even, echoing steps and brought the blade up slowly to Baron's throat. It was very cold and very sharp. "Where have they gone?" Up close, Kel smelled of lilies and grass. Holland smelled of ash and blood and metal. Baron met the magician's eyes. They were so like Kel's, and so different. Looking into them, he saw anger and hatred and pain, things that never spread, never touched the rest of his face. "Well," he pressed. "No idea," growled Baron. It was the truth. He could only hope they were far away. Holland's mouth turned down. Wrong answer. He drew the blade across, and Baron felt a searing heat at his throat. And then nothing. And with that, just ends chapter 8. Like, okay, Baron dead. End of chapter. What the fuck? Damn. They are indeed a bit crazy. Alright, again, like with last chapter, we're gonna take a small little break. I'm just gonna stretch, gonna get some fresh air. You guys could do the same. Toilet break, get some new water, get some snacks, get yourself cozy, or whatever you guys have to do. And I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Alright. I'm back. Hello, hello. How you guys feeling? Sad. Yeah, Baron did not deserve this. I'm finally feeling relaxed. I'm glad to hear you're feeling relaxed. Let's go. You deserve all the rest now after all you've been through the past days with the con. Well, we're now at chapter 9. We have about like another 150 pages or something. It's part of a long con. You were. Yeah, we have about like another 150 pages or something to go through. And we're at chapter 9. Festival and Fire. Oh yeah, isn't Rye's birthday coming up? That was a part in Red London as well. We're close to Rye's birthday, but we also have that like one cutthroat that is now possessed by the Black London magic stone thingy that was attacking Kel before he went into Great London. So, oh boy. Yeah, we have one in gray and one in red. The sword made by Lila in gray, and the cutthroats that attack Kel in red. And a weird lady in white, yeah. Alright, let's start then. Red London welcomed Kel home as if nothing were wrong. It had not rained here, and the sky was streaked with wisps of cloud and crimson light. As if a reflection of the Isle, carriages rolled in rumbling fashion over the street stones and the well-worn paths, and the air was filled with the sweet steam of spice and tea, and farther off the sounds of building celebration. Had it really been only a matter of hours since Kel had fled, wounded and confused, away from this world and into another? The simple, assuring calm, the rightness of this place, set him off balance and made him doubt, if only for a moment, that anything could be amiss. But he knew the peace was superficial. Somewhere in the palace that bridged the river, his presence had surely been missed. Somewhere in the city, 2 men lay dead, and more with empty eyes were likely looking for him and his prize. But here, on what had been Whitbury and was now Vassanage, the light of the river spilling in from one side and the morning sun from the other, Red London seemed oblivious to the danger it was in. The danger he was dragging through it. A small black stone capable of creating anything with raising anything. He shuddered at the thought and tightened his grip on Lila's hand, only to realize it was not there. He spun, hoping to find her standing next to him, hoping they'd been pulled apart. Only a step or two in the course of their passage. But he was alone. The echo of Antari magic glowed faintly in the wall, marking the way he'd come with Lila. But Lila was gone, and with her the stone. Kel slammed his hand against the wall, splitting open a cut that had just begun to close. Blood trickled down his wrist, and Kel swore he went to search for a cloth in his coat, forgetting that he'd draped it over Lila's shoulders. He was halfway through swearing again when he remembered Lila's handkerchief, the one she'd given him in exchange, tucked into his back pocket. "Seems right somehow," she said. "You gave me something of yours, I gave you something of mine. Now we're linked." Linked, thought Kel. His mind spun as he dragged the square of fabric free. Would it work? Not if she'd somehow been torn apart or trapped between the worlds. There were stories of non-Antari who tried to open doors and got stuck. But if she'd never come through, or if she was here somewhere, alive or dead it might. He brought the bloodstained handkerchief to the wall and pressed his hand flat against the echo of his recent mark. As enose, he commanded the magic. As enose Delilah Bad. Lila opened her eyes and saw red. Not a bold red, splashed like paint over the buildings, but a subtle, pervasive tint that, like she was looking through a pane of colored glass. Lila tried to blink away the color, but it lingered. When Kel called his city Red London, she assumed he'd picked the color for some arbitrary or at least ordinary reason. Now she could see what he meant it, that he meant it literally. She drew a breath and tasted flowers in the air. Lilies and marigolds and stargazers. The scent was overpowering, verging on sickly sweet like perfume. No wonder it clung to Kel. After a few moments, it calmed a little, and so did the tint, as her senses adjusted to her new surroundings. But then she drew too deep a breath. It assaulted her again. Lila coughed and lay still. She was on her back in an alley in front of a rather pretty red door. Painted, not tinted. A loose street stone dug into her spine through the coat. Kel's coat. It was spread beneath her on the ground, billowing out like wings. But Kel was not there. She tightened her fingers to make sure she could move them, and felt this black stone nested in her palm, still humming. It worked, she thought, letting out an amazed exhale as she sat up. It actually worked. Not perfectly. If it had worked perfectly, she and Kel would be standing in the same place. But she was here. Which was to say there. Somewhere new. She'd done it. Delilah Bad had finally escaped, sailed away. Not with a ship, but with a stone. As for where she was exactly, she hadn't the faintest idea. She got to her feet and realized that the red tint wasn't coming from the sky, but from the ground. The world to her right was considerably redder than the world to her left, and she realized, senses tuning, considerably louder. Not just the usual noise of peddlers and carts for the Londons seemed to have that in common, but the din of a growing crowd, all cheers and shouts in celebration. Part of her knew she would stay still and wait for Kel to find her. But the other part was already moving toward the swell of light and color and sound. Kel had found her once, she reasoned. He could do it again. She tucked the black stone into a hidden pocket of her worn cloak. The dizziness upon letting go was brief and shallow, and then scooped up Kel's coat, dusted it off, and pulled it on over the top. She expected it to be bulky, if not outright unruly but to her surprise, the coat fit perfectly. Its silver buttons laying smooth and even on the rich black fabric. Strange, thought Lila, shoving her hands in its pockets. Not the strangest thing by far, but still strange. She wove through the streets, which were like her London in their narrow, twisting fashion, and yet so different. Instead of rough stone and soot-stained glass, the shops were built of dark wood and smooth rock, colored glass and shining metal. They looked strong and strangely delicate at once, and running through them all, through everything, was an energy. She could not think of no other word. She walked in the direction of the crowd, marveling at the change wrought in the world. A world whose bones were shared with hers, but whose body was a new, glorious thing. And then she turned a corner and saw the source of the commotion. Scores of people had gathered along a major road, bustling in anticipation. They had the air of commoners, and yet their dress was so much finer than Lila had ever seen in the commoners at home. Their style itself was not foreign. The men wore elegant coats with high collars. The women waist-cinched dresses under capes. But the materials flowed on them like liquid, like melted metal, and threads of gold ran through hair and hat and cuff. Lila pulled Kel's silver-buttoned coat close around her, thankful she could hide the threadbare cloak beneath. In the cracks between the jostling crowd, she could make out the Red River beyond, right where the Thames would have been. Its strange light washing over the banks. The Thames, a source of magic, perhaps the greatest source in the world. Not that you'd know it here, but if you could see it in my London. It was indeed magnificent, and yet Lila was drawn less to the water and more to the ships blanketing it. Vessels of all shapes and sizes, from brigs and galleys to schooners and frigates, bobbed on the red waves, their sails billowing. Dozens of emblems marked the fabric on their masts and flanks, but over them all, red and gold banners had been hung. They glittered, taunting her. "Come aboard," they seemed to say. "I can be yours." Had Lila been a man, and the ship's fair maidens guiding up their skirts, she could have not wanted them more. "Hang the fine dresses," she thought. "I'll take a ship." But though the mismatched fleet was enough to draw a gasp of approval from Lila's lips, it was neither the gorgeous ships nor the impossible Red River that held the crowd's attention. A procession was marching down the avenue. Lila reached the edge of the crowd as a row of men paraded past clothed in swathes of dark fabric that wound around their bodies, as if their limbs were spools. God, oh my god. My reading is getting worse. The men held fire in their palms, and when they danced and spun, the fire arced around them, tracing their paths and lingering in the air behind them. Their lips moved as they did, the words buried under the sounds of the parade, and Lila found herself pressing forward into the crush to get a better view. Too soon the men were gone, but in their wake a line of women came into view. Dressed in flowing gowns, they executed a more fluid version of the same dance, but with water. Lila watched, wide-eyed. It behaved like ribbon in their hands, twisting and curling through the air as if by magic. Of course, thought Lila, it is by magic. The water dancers gave way to earth, and then metal, and finally wind, last made visible by colored dust blown from palms into the air. Every dancer was dressed in their own way, but all had ribbons of red and gold tied off along their arms and legs, trailing behind them like comet trails as they moved through the city. Music rose in dancers' wake, strong as drums but sweet as strings, drawing notes Lila had never heard from instruments she had never seen. The musicians continued on, but the music lingered in the air, hanging over the crowd like a tent ceiling. As if sound itself could be made physical, it was hypnotic. And then came the knights atop their mounts, armor shining in the sun, and red cloaks billowing behind them. The horses themselves were glorious beasts, not speckled, but solid whites and grays, and glossy blacks, almost as beautiful, thought Lila, as the ships. Their eyes were like polished stones, some brown, others blue or green. Their glistening manes ran black or silver or gold. Or they moved, and they moved with a grace that didn't match their size or pace. The knights all held banners like jousting poles, a golden sun rising against the red sky. Just then, a huddle of young boys cut in front of Lila on their way past, trailing ribbons from their arms and legs, and she hooked one around the collar. "What's this all about?" she asked the squirming child. The child's eyes went wide, and he spit out a string of words in a tongue she did not recognize. It clearly wasn't English. "Can you understand me?" she asked, drawing out the words. But the boy only shook his head. wriggled in her grip, and spat out foreign words until she let him go. Another, louder cheer rippled through the gathered crowd, and she looked up to see an open carriage approaching. It was pulled by a set of white horses and flanked by an armored guard. The carriage ran banners that were more ornate and more elaborate. More ornate and more elaborate. Here, the sun she'd seen on so many flags rose over a chalice, as if the contents of the cup were morning light. The cup itself was marked by an ornate M, all of it woven in shades of gold against red silk. In the carriage stood a man and a woman holding hands, crimson cloaks pouring from their shoulders and pooling on the polished carriage floor. They were tan, both of them, with sun-kissed skin and black hair that showed off the gleaming gold crowns nested there. Royalty, thought Lila. Of course. It was a different world. A king and queen, but there was always royalty. And there, between the king and queen, one boot up on the seat like a conqueror, stood a young man, a thin crown glinting in his dark, tousled locks, a cloak of pure gold spilling over his broad shoulders. A prince. He raised his hand in a wave of a crowd, and they devoured the gesture. Vares die! A shout went from the other side of the parade, quickly taken up and carried by a dozen other voices. Vares Rai, Vares Rai. The prince flashed a dazzling smile, and several feet to Lila's left, a young woman actually swooned. Lila scoffed at the girl's silliness, but when she turned back to the parade, she caught the prince looking at her intensely. Lila felt her gaze go hot. He didn't smile, didn't wink, only held her gaze for a long, long moment, brow crinkling faintly as if he knew she didn't belong, as if he looked at her and saw something else. Lila knew she would probably bow, or at least avert her eyes, but she stared stubbornly back. And then the moment passed. The prince broke into a fresh smile and turned back toward his subjects, and the carriage continued on, leaving ribbons and dancers and excited citizens in its wake. Lila dragged herself back to her senses. She didn't realize how far she'd pressed forward with the rest of her crowd until she heard the cluster of girls chattering at her elbow. "Where was he?" murmured one of them. Lila started relieved to hear someone speaking her language. "Serani Sagose," said another. Then in heavily accented English, "You sound good." "Ren Satav," said the first. "I'm practicing for tonight. You sound as well. You should as well, if you want to dance." She rose up with her toes to wave at the disappointed prince. Disappearing prince. "Your partner in dance," said the third in broken English, appears to be missing." The first girl frowned. "He is always in the procession. I do hope he is well." "Maz Aven," said the second, rolling her eyes. "Alyssa is in love with the black-eyed prince." Lila frowned. "Black-eyed prince?" "You cannot deny he is dashing in a haunted kind of way. Anesh in a frightening kind of way. Tak, he is nothing compared to Rai." "Excuse me," cut in Lila. The trio of girls twisted toward her. "What is all this?" she asked, waving her hand at the parade. "What's it for?" The one who spoke in broken English let out an amazed laugh as though Lila must be joking. "Massa Ven," said the second. "Where are you from that you do not know? It is Prince Rai's birthday, of course." "Of course," echoed Lila. "Your accent is remarkable," said the one who'd been searching for the black-eyed prince. "Who is your tutor?" Now it was Lila's turn to laugh. The girls only stared at her. But then trumpets. At least they sounded roughly like trumpets. began to sound from the direction the royals and the rest of the festival had come, and a crowd, now in the procession's wake, moved toward the music, taking the cluster of girls with it. Lila stepped out of the throng and brought her hand to her pocket, checking to make sure the black rock was still there. It was, and it hummed, wanting to be held. But she resisted the urge. It may be clever, but so was she. Without the procession blocking her view, Lila could fully see the glittering river on the other side of the road. It shone with an impossible red light, as if lit from beneath. A source, Kel had called the river, and Lila could see why. It vibrated with power, and the royal procession must have crossed the bridge, for now it trailed down the opposite bank so far off chants and cheers. Lila's eyes trailed along the water until they reached a massive, vaulting structure that could only be the palace. It sat not on the banks of the river, like Parliament, but over the river itself, spanning the water like a bridge. It seemed carved out of glass or crystal, its joints fused with copper and stone. Lila took in the structure with hungry eyes. The palace looked like a jewel. No, a crown of jewels, better sized to a mountain than a head. The trumpets were issuing from the steps, where the servants in red and gold half-cloaks were pouring out, carrying trays of food and drinks for the masses. The scent on the air, a strange food and drink and magic, was utterly intoxicating. Lila felt her head swimming with it as she stepped toward into the street. The crowds were thinning, and between the emptying road and the Red River, a market had blossomed like a hedge of roses. A portion of the masses had gone with the royal parade, but the rest had taken to the market, and Lila followed. Krysak, called a woman, holding up a fiery red gem. Nisalin, Tesane, urged another, with what looked like a steaming metal teapot. Kas Tesane. He waved two fingers in the air. Cesalin. Everywhere, merchants announced their wares in their strange tongue. Lila tried to pick up terms here and there to pair the shouted words with the items held aloft. Kas seemed to mean hot, and Lin, she guessed, was a kind of coin. But everything was bright and colorful and humming with power, and she could hardly focus long enough to keep track of anything. She pulled Kel's coat tighter about her shoulders, and wandered the booths and stalls with hungry eyes. She had no money, but she had quick fingers. She passed the stall marked Essenir and saw within a table piled high with polished stones of every color. Not simple reds or blues, but perfect imitations of nature. Fire yellow, summer grass green, night blue. The merchant's back was to her. She couldn't help herself. Lila reached for the nearest charm, a lovely green-blue stone, the color of the open sea. At least the color she imagined it must be. The color she'd seen it painted. With small white marks, like breaking waves. But when her fingers curled around it, a hot pain seared across her skin. She gasped, more from the shock of being burned than the heat itself, and pulled back sharply, hands singing. Before she could retreat, the merchant caught her by the wrist. Kerzla, he demanded. When she couldn't answer, he stared, shouting faster and louder, the words blurring together in her ears. Unhand me, she demanded. The merchant's brow furrowed at the sound of her voice. What you think? He said in guttural English. You get free by speaking fancy? I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about, snapped Lila. Now let go. Speak Arnesian, speak English, doesn't matter. Still guest, still thief. I'm not a guest, growled Lila. Viris gust. Fool thief. Tries to steal from enchanted tent. I didn't know it was enchanted. countered Lila, reaching for the dagger at her waist. Pilse, growled the merchant, and Lila had a feeling she'd been insulted. And then the merchant raised his voice. Strust, he shouted. And Lila twisted in his grip to see armored guards at the edge of the market. Strust, he called again, and one of the men cocked his head and turned around toward them. Shit, thought Lila, wrenching free from the merchant's grip, only to stumble back into another set of hands. They tightened on her shoulders, and she was about to draw her knife when the merchant went pale. Masaven, he said, hunching forward into a bow. The hands holding Lila vanished, and she spun to find Kel standing there, frowning his usual frown, and staring past her at the merchant. What is the meaning of this? He asked, and Lila didn't know which surprised her more. His sudden appearance, the way he spoke to the merchant, his voice cool, dismissive, or the way the merchant looked at him with a mixture of awe and fear. Kel's auburn hair was pushed back, his black eye on display in the red morning light. Aven Vares, if I knew she was with you, stammered the merchant before lapsing back into Arnesian, or whatever the language was called. Lila was surprised to hear the tongue pour out of Kel's mouth in response as he tried to calm the merchant. And then she caught that word again, gasped, on the merchant's tongue, and lunged for him. Kel hauled her back. Enough, Kel snarled in her ear. Solase, he said to the merchant, apologetically. She's a foreigner, uncivilized but harmless. Lila shot him a dark look. Anesh Masavares, said the merchant, bowing even lower. Harmful enough to steal. With his head down, the merchant didn't see Kel look back over his shoulder at the guard weaving through the market toward them. Unconcerned by the fact Lila was still wearing it. Oh no, wait, toward them, he didn't see the way Kel stiffened, but Lila did. I will buy whatever she tried to take, said Kel hastily, digging a hand in the pocket of his coat, unconcerned by the fact Lila was still wearing it. The merchant straightened and started shaking his head. An, I cannot be taking money from you. The guard was getting closer, and Kel clearly didn't want to be there when he arrived, because he fetched a coin from the coat and set it on the table with a snap. For your trouble, he said, turning Lila away. Was ihr? He didn't wait for the merchant's answer, only shoved Lila through the crowd, away from the stall and the guard about to reach it. Uncivilized? Growled Lila as Kel clasped her shoulder and guided her out of the market. 5 minutes, said Kel, sliding his coat from her shoulders back onto his own, flicking up the collar. You can't keep your hands to yourself for 5 minutes. Tell me you haven't already gone and sold off the stone. Lila let out an exasperated noise. Unbelievable. She snapped as he led her out of the throngs and away from the river, toward one of the narrower streets. I'm so glad you're all right, Lila. I'm so glad you're all right, Lila, she parroted. Thank God you think the stone didn't rip you into 1,000 thieving pieces. Kel's hand loosened on her shoulder. Can't believe it worked. Don't sound so excited, shot Lila dryly. Kel came to a stop and turned toward him. I'm not, he said. His blue eye looked troubled, his black unreadable. I'm glad you aren't hurt, Lila. But the doors between worlds are meant to be locked to all but Antari. And the fact that the stone granted you passage only proves how dangerous it is. And every moment it's here in my world, I'm terrified. Lila found her eyes going to the ground. Well then, she said. Let's get it out of here. A small, grateful smile crossed Kel's lips. And then, Lila dug the stone out of her pocket and held it up. And Kel let out a dismayed sound, and swallowed her hand with his, hiding the stone from sight. Something flickered through his eyes when he touched her, but she didn't think it was her touch that moved him. The stone gave a strange little shudder in her hand, as if it felt Kel and wanted to be with him. Lila felt vaguely insulted. "Sankt," he swore at her. "Just hold it up for all to see, why don't you?" "I thought you wanted it back," she shot back, exasperated. "There's no winning with you." "Just keep it," he hissed. "And for king's sake, keep it out of sight." Lila shoved it back into her coat and said a very many unkind things under her breath. "And on the topic of language," said Kel, "you cannot speak so freely here. English is not a common tongue." "I noticed that. Thanks for the warning." "I told you the world would be different, but you're right. I should have warned you. Here, English is a tongue used by the elite, and those who wish to mingle with them. Your very use of it will cause you to stand out." Lila's eyes narrowed. "What would you have me do? Not speak?" "The thought had crossed my mind," said Kel. "But as I doubt that's possible for you, I'd ask that you simply keep your voice down." He smiled, and Lila smiled back, resisting the urge to break his nose. Now that that's settled, he turned to go. "Pilse," she grumbled, hoping it meant something foul, as she fell into step behind him. Now we're on to chapter, part 2 of chapter 9. We're at chapter 9 now, right? I think. I think we're at chapter 9. My mind is... Alright. Well, damn, they made it both to Red London, somewhat unharmed, I guess, apart from Lila being Lila. Well, on to part 2. Takes courage, a lot of it. Yeah. Aldous Fletcher was not an honest man. He ran a pawn shop in an alley by the docks. And each day, men came off the boats, some with things they wanted, others with things they wanted to be rid of. Fletcher provided for both, and for the locals too. It was a truth widely known in the darker corners of Red London that Fletcher's shop was the place for anything you shouldn't have. Now and again, honest folk wandered in, of course, wanting to find or dispose of smoking pipes and instruments, scrying boards and rune stones and candlesticks. And Fletcher didn't mind patting the shop with their wares as well, in case the royal guard could come to inspect. But his true trade lay in risk and rarity. A smooth stone panel hung on the wall beside the counter. Big as a window, but black as pitch. On its surface, white smoke shifted and shimmered and spread itself like chalk, announcing the full itinerary of the prince's birthday celebrations. An echo of Rye's smiling face ghosted itself on the scrying board above the notice. He beamed and winked as beneath his throat the message hovered. The king and queen invite you to celebrate the prince's 20th year at the palace steps, following the annual parade. After a few seconds, the message at the prince's face both dissolved, and for a moment the scrying board went dark, and then came back to life and began to cycle through a handful of other announcements. Ares es farase? Rumbled Fletcher in his deep voice. Coming or going? The question was lobbed at a boy. And he was a boy. Wait, what? The question was lobbed at a boy, and he was a boy. The stumble on his first beard growing patchily in, who stood considering a table of trinkets by the door. Coming meant a buyer, going meant a seller. Neither, mumbled the boy. Fletcher kept an eye on the youth's wandering hands, but he wasn't too worried. The shop was warded against thieving. It was a slow day, and Fletcher almost wished the boy would try. Could use a little entertainment. Just looking, he added nervously. Fletcher's shop didn't usually get lookers. People came with a purpose, and they had to make that purpose known. Whatever the boy was after, he didn't want it badly enough to say. "You let me know," said Fletcher. "You can't find what it is you're looking for." The boy nodded, but kept cheating glances at Fletcher, or rather at Fletcher's arms, which were resting on the counter. The air outside was heavy for a morning so late in the harvest season. One might have thought that, given his clientele, the shop would run thieves' hours, dusk till dawn, but Fletcher's shop would run thieves' but Fletcher had found that the best crooks knew how to play off crime as casual. And Fletcher had his sleeves rolled up to the elbows, exposing a variety of marks and scars on his sun-browned forearms. Fletcher's skin was a map of his life, and a hard-lived life at that. "True what they say?" the boy finally asked. "About what?" said Fletcher, raising a thick brow. "About you?" The boy's gaze went to the markings around Fletcher's wrists. The limiter circled both his hands like cuffs, scarred into flesh and something deeper. "Can I see them?" These?" asked Fletcher, holding his hands. These markings were a punishment given only to those who defied the golden rule of magic. "Thou shalt not use thy power to control another," he recited, flashing a cold and crooked grin. For such a crime, the crown showed little mercy. The guilty were bound, branded with limiters designed to tourniquet their power. But Fletcher's were broken. The marks on the inside of his wrists were marred, obscured, like fractured links in a metal chain. He had gone to the ends of the world to break those binds, had traded blood and soul and years of life, but here he was, free again. Of a sort. He was still bound to the shop and the illusion of impotence, an illusion he maintained lest the guards learn of his recovery and return to claim once more his magic. More than his magic. It helped, of course, that he bought favor with a few of them. Everyone, even the rich and the proud and the royal, wanted things they shouldn't have, and those things were Fletcher's specialty. The boy, still staring at the marks, wide-eyed and pale. "Tuck!" Fletcher brought his arms to back to rest at the counter. "Time for lookings over. You going to buy something or not?" The boy scurried out, empty-handed, and Fletcher sighed and tucked a pipe from his back pocket. He snapped his fingers, and a small blue flame danced on the end of his thumb, which he used to light the leaves pressed into the bowl. And then he drew something from his shirt pocket and set it on the wooden counter. It was a chess piece, a small white rook to be exact, a marker of a debt he'd yet to pay but would. The rook had once belonged to the young Antari whelp, Kell, but it had come to Fletcher's shop several years before as part of the pot in a round of Sanct. Sanct was a kind of game that grew. A mix of strategy and luck, and a fair bit of cheating. It could be over in minutes or last for hours. And the final hand on the right of the night had been going on for nearly 2. They were the last players, Fletcher and Kell. And as the night had grown, so had the pot. They weren't playing for coins, of course. The table was piled high with tokens and trinkets and rare magic. A vial of hope sand, a water blade, a coat that concealed an infinite number of sides. Fletcher had played every card but 3, a pair of kings with a saint among them. He was sure he'd won. And then Kell played 3 saints. The problem was, there was only 3 saints in the whole deck, and Fletcher had 1 in his hand. But as Kell laid out his hand, the card in Fletcher's shimmered and changed from a saint to a servant, the lowest card in the deck. Fletcher turned red as he watched. The royal brat had slipped an enchanted card into his set, and played Fletcher as well as the game. And that was the best and worst thing about Sanct. Nothing was off limits. You didn't have to win fair, you only had to win. Fletcher had no choice but to lay out his ruined hand, and the room broke into ruckus, comments, and jeers. Kell only smiled and shrugged and got off his feet. He plucked a trinket from the top of a pile, a chess piece from another London, and tossed it to Fletcher. "No hard feelings," he said with a wink before he took the lot and left. No hard feelings. Fletcher's fingers tightened on the small stone statue. The bell at the front door rang as another customer stepped in, a tall, thin man with graying beard and a hungry glint in his eye. Fletcher pocketed the rook and managed a grim smile. "Erase es farase," he asked. "Coming or going?" That was part 2. I guess just a small little introduction to Fletcher. And I guess he has a small past with Kell. Short and ominous, yeah. Oh, all right. Part 3. Kell could feel the stone in Lila's pockets as they walked. There had been a moment when his fingers closed over hers and his skin had brushed the talisman, when all he wanted was to take it from her. It felt like everything would be all right if he could simply hold it. Which was an absurd notion. Nothing would be all right as long as the stone existed. Still, it pulled at his senses. As he shivered and tried not to think about it, he led Lila through Red London, away from the noise and toward the Ruby Fields. Rye celebrations would last all day, drawing the majority of the city, its people and its guard, to the banks of the river and the Red Palace. Guilt rolled through him. He should have been a part of the procession. Should have ridden in the open carriage with the royal family. Should have been there to tease and chide his brother for the way he relished the attention. Kell was sure that Rye would sulk for weeks about his absence. And then he remembered that he'd never have the chance to apologize. The thought cut like a knife, even though he told himself it had to be this way. That when the time came, Lila would explain, and Rye would forgive him. Kell kept his collar up and his head down, but he still felt eyes on him as they moved through the streets. He kept looking over his shoulder, unable to shake the feeling of being followed, which he was, of course, by Lila, who looked at him with increasing scrutiny as they wove through the streets. Something was clearly bothering her, but she held her tongue. And for a while, Kell wondered if she was biding his order or simply biding her time. And then, when the appearance of a pair of royal guards, helmets tucked casually under their arms, sent Kell and by necessity Lila retreating hastily into a recessed doorway, she finally broke her silence. "Tell me something, Kell," she said as they stepped back into the curb when the men were gone. "The commanders treat you like a noble, yet you hide from the guards like a thief. Which is it?" "Neither," he answered, silently willing her to let the matter go. But Lila wouldn't. "Are you some sort of valiant criminal?" she pressed. "A Robin Hood? All hero to the people and outlaw to the crown?" "No." "Are you wanted for something?" "Not exactly." "In my experience," observed Lila, "a person isn't either wanted or they're not. Why would you hide from the guards if you're not?" "Because I thought they might be looking for me." "And why would they be doing that?" "Because I'm missing." He heard Lila's steps slow. "Why would they care?" she asked, coming to a stop. "Who are you?" Kell turned to face her. "I told you." "No," she said, eyes narrowing. Who are you here? Who are you to them? Kel hesitated. All he wanted was to cross through the city as quickly as possible, retrieve a white London token from his rooms, and get the wretched black stone out of this world. But Lila didn't look like she planned on moving until he answered her. I belong to the royal family, he said. In a matter of hours, he'd known Lila. He'd learned that she didn't surprise easily. But at this claim, her eyes finally went with disbelief. You're a prince? No, he said firmly. Like the pretty fellow in the carriage? Is he your brother? His name is Rye, and no. Kel cringed when he said it. Well, not exactly. So you're the black-eyed prince. I have to admit, I never took you for it. I'm not a prince, Lila. I suppose I can see it. You're rather arrogant, and I am not a... What's a member of the royal family doing? Kel pushed her back against the brick wall of the alley. I am not a member of the royal family, he snapped. I belong to them. Lila's forehead crinkled. What do you mean? They own me, he said, cringing at the words. I'm a possession, a trinket. So you see, I grew up in the palace, but it is not my home. I was raised by the royals, but they are not my family, not by blood. I have worth to them, and so they keep me. But it is not the same as belonging. The words burned when he spoke them. He knew he wasn't being fair to the king and queen, who treated him with warmth, if not love, or to Rye, who had always looked on him as a brother. But it was true, wasn't it? As much as it pained him. For all his caring and for theirs, the fact remained he was a weapon, a shield, a tool to be used. He was not a prince. He was not a son. Poor thing, said Lila coldly, pushing him away. What do you want? Pity? You don't find it from me. Kel clenched his jaw. I didn't. You have a house, if not a home, she spat. You have people who care for you, if not about you. You may not have everything you want, but I'd wager you have everything you could ever need. And you have the audacity to claim it all forfeit because it is not love. Love doesn't keep us from freezing to death, Cal, she continued, or starving, or being knifed for the coins in our pocket. Love doesn't buy us anything. So be glad for what you have and who you have, because you may want for things, but you need for things. But you need for nothing. She was breathless by the time she finished, her eyes bright and her cheeks flushed. And for the first time, Kel saw Lila. Not as she wanted to be, but as she was. A frightened, albeit clever girl trying desperately to stay alive. One who had likely frozen and starved, and fought and almost certainly killed, to hold on to some semblance of a life. Guarding it like a candle in a harsh wind. Say something, she challenged. Kel swallowed, clenched his hands into a fist at his side, and looked up to her. And looked at her hard. You're right, he said. The admission left him strangely gutted. And in that moment, he just wanted to go home. And it was a home. Far more of one than Lila probably had. To let the queen touch his cheek, to the king his shoulder, to swing his arm around Rye's neck and toast to his birthday and listen to him ramble and laugh. It ached, how badly he wanted it, but he couldn't. He had made a mistake. He had put them all in danger, and he had to make it right, because it was his duty to protect them, and because he loved them. Lila was still staring, waiting for the catch in his words. But there was none. You're right, he said again. I'm sorry. Compared to your life, mine must seem a jewel. Don't you dare pity me, magic boy, growled Lila, a knife in her hand. And just like that, the scared street rat was gone, and the cutthroat was back. Kel smiled thinly. There was no winning these battles with Lila, but he was relieved to see her back in threatening form. He broke her gaze and looked up at the sky, the red of the isle reflecting off the low clouds. A storm was coming. Rye would sulk at that. We would sulk at that too, spiteful of anything that might dampen the splendor of his day. Come on, said Kel. We're almost there. Lila sheathed her blade and followed, this time with fewer daggers in her eyes. This place we're headed, she said. Does it have a name? Iskir Is, said Kel. The Ruby Fields. He had not told Lila yet that her journey would end here, that it had to, for his peace of mind and for her safety. What are you hoping to find there? A token, said Kel. Something that will grant us passage to White London. He parsed through the shelves and drawers in his mind, the various trinkets from the various cities glittering behind his eyes. The inn itself, he went on, is run by a woman named Fauna. You two should get along splendidly. Why's that? Because you're both... He was about to say, hard as tacks. But then he rounded the corner and came up to a sharp stop. The words dying on his tongue. Is that the Ruby Fields? Asked Lila at his shoulder. It is, said Kel quietly. Or it was. There was nothing left but ash and smoke. The inn and everything in it had been burnt to the ground. Part 3 over with that one. Holy fuck. The inn is destroyed. Well, have fun cleaning, I guess, while you're listening to me stumbling over my words over and over, because I don't know why I'm getting so bad right now. But we got this. You're good at reading? I'm trying. I'm doing Imaginarium, and it's so much easier now. Dendro chicken, aka roast chicken. Let's go. I'm trying. Hell yeah. See? It's so easy now. I'm glad the advice helped out. Shangling to level 81. Let's go. Hell yeah. 3-6-10. It's easier too. Yeah. Like, I think my Shangling is like 1... Okay, considering I have C6, so you have the extra like 3 levels to her skill and burst. So with those levels included, I think she said like 1, 9, 11. But yeah, let's go. It's crazy. Yeah, really. Yeah, mine is level 80. Like, I didn't even ascend her to level 90. So technically yours is higher and can go higher in talent level. I kept mine at level 80. So level 11 on her burst is the highest I can do right now because, well, level 8 and then the +3 from the C5. I feel like I'm stumbling over my words a lot now though in the reading, but okay, I mean, Gurgle, you also have to consider I am not a native English speaker. still really enjoying it? Oh, I'm glad you guys are still enjoying it. Well, that's the important bits, I guess, that you guys can still follow it. Even though I'm fucking up badly, I feel. I will continue in a second, don't worry. I just... we should finish this book today, I feel like. I don't know. We still have like about 100 pages left, or like 120 pages or something. We haven't really... The accent sounds nice. You're good at reading. Thanks, Gargle. Thanks. I appreciate it. I'm trying my best. Calm down there, guys. I'm just reading something. I am just reading, guys. Come on. Accept my damn compliment. What if I don't? What are you gonna do? Can't force me. I give you 3 compliments, and if you don't accept this one, go ahead. Oh, you drive a hard bargain there, not gonna lie. I'm kind of curious what those other compliments would be. Seems so. I did. I don't know about good taste. Definitely taste in some way, I guess. Oh, good. Shall we just continue with the book now? Shall we go with part 4 of chapter 9? Yes. So I stop yapping. Well, I'm technically still talking, but yeah. Do, do. Maybe one day. It's hard for me to accept these kind of things. But I do appreciate all your kind words. All right. It had been no ordinary fire. Ordinary fires didn't consume metal as well as wood, and ordinary fires spread. This one hadn't. It had traced the edges of the building and burned in a near-perfect in-shaped blaze, only a few tendrils scorching the street stones that circled the building. No, this was spell work, and it was fresh. Warmth still wafted off the ruins as Cal and Lila waded through them, searching for something, anything, that might have survived, but nothing had. Cal felt sick. This kind of fire burned hot and fast, and the edges suggested a binding circle. It wouldn't simply have contained the flames. It would have contained everything, everyone. How many people had been trapped inside? How many corpses now in the wreckage reduced to bone or merely ash? And then Cal thought selfishly of his room. Years of collecting music boxes and lockets, instruments and ornaments, the precious and the simple and the strange, all gone. Rise, warning, give up this foolishness before you're caught, echoed in his head. And for an instant, Kel was glad that he'd been robbed of the bounty before it could be discovered. And then the weight of it sank in. Whoever did this, they hadn't robbed him. At least it hadn't been the point. But they'd stripped him of his loot to cut them off. And Antari could not travel without tokens. They were trying to corner him to make sure that if he managed to flee back into Red London, he would have nothing at his disposal. It was a measure of thoroughness that reeked of Holland's own hand. The same hand that had ripped the London coins from Kelt's throat and cast him away into the dark. Lila towed the metal remains of a kettle. What now? There's nothing here, said Kel, letting a handful of ash slide through his fingers. We'll have to find another token. He brushed the soot from his hands, thinking. But he wasn't the only person in Red London with a trinket. But the list was short, as he'd been far more willing to trade in artifacts from the novel, Harmless Grey, than the warped and violent White. The king himself had a token, passed down over the years. Fauna had one, a trinket as part of their deal. Though Fauna he feared was now buried somewhere in the rubble. And Fletcher had one. Kel cringed inwardly. I know a man, he said, which wasn't the half of it, but was certainly simpler than explaining that Fletcher was a petty criminal who'd lost a bounty to him in a game of Sanct when Kel was several years younger and several shades more arrogant. And Kel had gifted him the White London trinket as either a peace offering, if he felt like lying to himself, or a jab if he was being honest. Fletcher, he keeps a shop by the docks. He'll have a token. Yes, well, let's hope they haven't burned his shop down as well. I'd like to see them. The words died in Kel's throat. Someone was coming. Someone who smelled of dried blood and burning metal. Kel lunged for Lila, and she got out half a word of protest before he clamped one hand over her mouth and shoved the other into her pocket. His fingers found the stone and folded over it, and power surged through his body, coursed through his blood. Kel caught his breath as a shudder ran through him. There was no time to dwell on the sensation. At once thrilling and terrifying, and no time to hesitate. Conviction, Holland has said. Conviction is key. So Kel did not waffle, did not waver. Conceal us, he ordered the talisman, and the stone obliged. It sang to life, its power ringing through him as, between one heartbeat and the next, black smoke enveloped Kel and Lila both. It settled over them like a shadow, a veil. When he brought his fingers to it, they met something that was more than air and less than cloth. When Kel looked down at Lila, he could see her, and when she looked and when she looked up, she could clearly see him, and the world around them was still perfectly visible, albeit tinted by the spell. Kel held his breath and hoped the stone had done its task. He didn't have a choice. There was no time to run. Just then, Holland appeared at the mouth of the side street. Kel and Lila both tensed at the sight of him. He looked slightly crumpled from his time on the alley floor. His wrists were red and raw beneath his wrinkled half-cloak. His silver clasp was tarnished, his collar flecked with mud, and his expression as close to anger as Kel had ever seen it. A small crease between his brows, a tightness in his jaw. Kel could feel the stone shudder in his hand, and he wondered if Holland was drawn to it, or if it was drawn to Holland. The other Antari was holding something, a flattened crystal, the size and shape of a playing card, up to his lips, and speaking into it in his low, even way. "Ava se Taro," he said in his native tongue. "He's in the city." Kel couldn't hear the other person's answer, but after a pause, Holland answered, "Cursa, I'm sure," and slipped the crystal back into his pocket. The Antari tipped his shoulder against the wall and studied the charred ruins of the inn. He stood there, as if lost in thought, or waiting. The steadiness of his gaze made Lila fidget ever so slightly against Kel, and he tightened his grip over her mouth. Holland squinted, perhaps in thought, perhaps at them, and then he spoke. "They screamed while the building was burning," he said in English, his voice too loud to be meant only for himself. "All of them screamed by the end. Even the old woman." Kel gritted his teeth. "I know you're here, Kel," continued Holland. "Even the burned remains cannot hide your scent. And even the stone's magic cannot hide the stone. Not from me. It calls to me the way it does to you. I would find you anywhere. So end this foolishness and face me." Kel and Lila stood frozen in front of him, only a few short strides separating them. "I'm in no mood for games," warned Holland, his usual calm now flecked by annoyance. When neither Kel nor Lila moved, he sighed and drew a silver pocket watch from his cloak. Kel recognized it as the one Lila had left behind for Baron. He felt her stiffen against him as Holland tossed the timepiece in their direction. It bounced along the blackened street, skidding to a stop at the edge of the inn's charred remains. From here, Kel could see that it was stained with blood. "He died because of you," said Holland, addressing Lila. "Because you ran. You were a coward. Are you still?" Lila struggled to get free of Kel's arms, but he held her there with all his strength, pinning her against his chest. He felt tears slide over his hand at her mouth, but he didn't let go. "No," he said breathlessly into her ear. "Not here, not like this." Holland sighed. "You would die a coward's death, Delilah Bard." He drew a curved blade from beneath his cloak. "When this is over," he said, "you will both wish you had come out." He lifted his empty hand and wind caught up the ashes of the ruined inn, whipping them into the air overhead. Kel looked up at the cloud and of it above them and said a prayer under his breath. "Last chance," said Holland. When he was met by silence, he lowered his hand and the ash began to fall. And Kel saw what would happen. It would drift down and settle on the veil, exposing them, and Holland would be upon them both in an instant. Kelsman spun as his grip tightened on the stone, and he was about to summon its power again when the ash met their veil and passed through. It sank straight through the impossible cloth, and then through them, as though they were not here, as though they were not real. The crease between Holland's two-toned eyes deepened as the last of the ash settled back to the ruins, and Kel took a very small measure of comfort from the Antari's frustration. He may be able to sense them, but he could not see them. Finally, when the wind was gone and the ground lay still, and Kel and Lila remained concealed by the power of the stone, Holland certainly faltered. He sheathed the curved blade and took a step back, turned and strode away, cloak billowing behind him. The moment he was gone, Kel's grip on Lila loosened, and she wrenched free of him, and the spell, and shot forward to the silver watch on the street. "Lila!" he called. She didn't seem to hear him, and he didn't know if it was because she'd abandoned their protective shroud, or because her world had narrowed to the size of and the shape of a small bloodied watch. He watched her sink to one knee and take up the timepiece with shaking fingers. He went to Lila's side and brought his hand to her shoulder. Or tried, but it went straight through. So he was right. The veil didn't simply make them invisible. It made them incorporeal. "Reveal me," he ordered to the stone. Energy rippled through him, and a moment later, the veil dissolved. Kel marveled a moment at how easy it has been as he knelt beside her. The magic had come effortlessly. But this was the first time it had willingly undone itself. They could not afford to stay there, exposed, so Kel took her arm and silently summoned the magic to conceal them once more. It obeyed, the shadow veil settling again over them both. Lila shook under his touch, and he wanted to tell her it was all right, that Holland might have taken the timepiece and left Baron's life. But he did not want to lie. Holland was many things, most of them well hidden, but he was not sentimental. If he had ever been compassionate, or at least merciful, Athos had bled it out of him long ago, carved it out of him along with his soul. No, Holland was ruthless, and Baron was dead. "Lila," Kel said gently, "I'm sorry." Her fingers curled tightly around the timepiece as she rose to her feet. Kel rose with her, and even though she would not look at him in the eyes, he could see the anger and pain written in the lines of her face. "And this is over," she said, tucking the watch into a fold of her cloak. "I want to be the one to slit his throat." And then she straightened and let out a small, shuddering breath. "Now," she said, "which way to Fletcher?" And that's chapter 9. Holy shit. Lila is ready. Well, again, we just passed a new chapter, so we're gonna take like a small 5-6 minute break. I don't know. Just stretch a bit, rest, do whatever you guys gotta do, get some water, get some snacks, get cozy, and we'll be back very, very soon. All right. Oh shit! 1 second, I forgot something. All right, there we go. Now I'm back. Sorry. I hate when there's like a mosquito and it's like so hard to get. I absolutely hate that. I hope you can get it. Well, what did you guys think of that chapter, though? Think you did? Let's go. Kill Holland. Kill him now. Also stay on his way to UP. Yeah, the stone is crazy. That's why it's so dangerous. And it needs to be returned. And I would say, like, not only like the brief explanation I tried to give, but the fact that Kel explained the whole thing basically to Lila as well could definitely helped out a bit. I feel that though with many things, like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened, but I'm enjoying myself. I'm along for the ride, even though I don't know what the fuck the ride even is. Kill him like the mosquito. Yeah, Holland sucks. You guys are right. Brilliant. Forward thinker. All right. My chat here again, so I have you guys open. I guess it's time to enter chapter 10. Pokemon? Okay. Guess no chapter 10 yet. Pokemon apparently are more important than me and my book. All right. Book please now. All right, all right. Chapter 10. One White Rook. Booth was beginning to fall apart. In this grim grey London, the drunkard's body hadn't lasted long at all. much to the displeasure of the thing burning its way through him. Wait, 1 second, guys. Right, sorry, there. In this grim grey London, the drunkard's body hadn't lasted long at all, much of the displeasure of the thing burning its way through him. It wasn't the magic's fault. There was so little to hold on to here, so little to feed on. The people had only a candle's light of life inside of them, not the fire to which the darkness was accustomed. So little heat, so easily extinguished. The moment he got inside, he burnt them up to nothing. Blood and bone to husk and ash in no time at all. Booth's black eyes drifted down to his charred fingers. With such poor kindling, he couldn't seem to spread, couldn't last long in any body. Not for lack of trying. After all, he'd left a trail of discarded shells along the docks. Burned through the place they all called Southwark in a mere hour. But his current body, the one he'd taken in the tavern alley, was now coming undone. Got him, let's go! The black stain across his shirt front pulsed, trying to keep the last of the life from bleeding out. Perhaps he shouldn't have stabbed the drunkard first, but it seemed the fastest way in. But the failing shell and the lack of prospects had left him with a predicament. He appeared to be rotting. Bits of skin flaked off with every step. The people in the street looked at him and moved away, out of reach, as if whatever was eating him was contagious. Which, of course, it was. Magic was a truly beautiful disease, but only when the hosts were strong enough, pure enough. The people here were not. He walked on through the city, shuffled, hobbled. Really, at this point, the power in the shell only embers now, and quickly cooling. And in his desperation, he found himself drawn back to the place where he had started. The stone's throw. He wondered at the pole of the odd little tavern. It was a flicker of warmth in the cold, dead city. A glimmer of light, of life and magic. If he could get there, he might find a fire yet. He was so consumed by the need to reach the tavern that he did not notice the man standing by its door, nor the carriage fast approaching as he stepped off the curb and into the streets. Edward Archibald Tuttle stood aside the stone's throw, frowning at the time. Oh, we got our boy Edward Tuttle back. The enthusiastic collector or enthusiast of magic. It should be open by now, but the bolts were still thrown. The windows shuttered, and everything within seemed strangely still. He checked his pocket watch. It was afternoon. Yeah, we are right now. We are in Black London again, the magic, in Grey London, the magicless London. And there's people that fancy themselves being, you know, pretending to be magicians or enthusiasts of magic and try to get their hands on anything magical. He checked his pocket watch. It was afternoon. How odd. Suspicious, he thought. Nefarious, even. His mind spun over the possibilities, all of them dark. His family insisted that he had too vivid an imagination, but he held that the rest of the world simply lacked the sight, the sense for magic, which he obviously possessed. He's annoying. He's not really funny, he's more annoying. Because he's like so persistent about like, oh, I can use magic. I know magic. Magic is a thing. Or at least endeavored to possess. Or truly had begun to fear that he would never possess. Had begun to think, though he would never admit it, did not exist. Until he found the Traveler, the renowned magician known as Kel. That single and singular meeting had rekindled his belief, stoked the fires hotter than had ever been. And so, Edward had done as he was told, and returned to the Stone's Throw in hopes of finding the magician a second time, and receiving his promised bag of earth. To that end, he had come yesterday, and to that end, he would come again tomorrow, and the next, until the illustrious figure returned. While he waited, Ned, for that was his for that was what his friends and family called him, spun stories in his head, trying to imagine how the eventual meeting would take shape. And how it would unfold. The details changed, but the end remained the same. In every version, the magician Kel would tip his head and consider Ned with his black eye. Edward Archibald Tuttle, he'd say. May I call you Ned? All my friends do. Well, Ned, I see something special in you. He turned, then insisted upon being Ned's mentor, or even better, his partner. After that, the fantasy usually devolved into praise. Ned had been playing out yet another of these daydreams while he stood on the steps of the Stone's Throw, waiting. His pockets were weighted with trinkets and coins, anything the magician might want in exchange for his prize. But the magician had not come, and the tavern was all locked up, and Ned, after whispering something that was equal parts spell and prayer and nonsense, and trying unsuccessfully to will the bolt from its place, was about to pause his pursuit for the moment, and go pass a few hours in an open establishment, when he heard a crash behind him in the street. Horses whinnied and wheels clattered to a halt. Several crates of apples tumbling out of the cart as the driver pulled back sharply on the reins. He looked more frightened than his horses. What's the matter? Asked Ned, striding over. Bloody hell, the driver was saying. I've hit him. I've hit someone. Ned looked around. I don't think you've hit anything. Is he under the cart? Went on the driver. Oh God, I didn't see him. But when he knelt to inspect the space beneath the carriage, the spokes of its wheels, Ned saw nothing but a stretch of soot. It was, strangely enough, vaguely person-shaped, across the stones already blowing away. One small mound seemed to move, and then it crumbled inward and was gone. Strange, he thought with a frown. Ominous. He held his breath and reached out toward the smear of charcoal dust, expecting it to spring to life. His fingers met ash and nothing happened. He rubbed the soot between his thumb and forefinger, disappointed. Nothing there, sir, he said, getting to his feet. I swear, said the driver, there was someone there, right here. Must have been a mistake. The driver shook his head, mumbling, and then climbed down from the cart and reloaded the crates, looking under the cart a few more times just in case. Ned held his finger up to the light, wandering at the soot. He had felt something, or thought he had, a prickle of warmth. But the feeling had quickly faded to nothing. He sniffed the soot once and sneezed roundly. then wiped the ash on his pant leg and wandered off down the street. I feel like that was no soot. And the person that was hit by the carriage was probably that guy that was possessed by the magic before, that was dying out. But that was... Now it's part 2. So now he snorted magic ash. Yeah. I mean, he wanted to be closer to magic, right? Kel and Lila made their way to the docks, invisible to passers-by, but only invisible. But not only invisible, intangible. Just as the ash had passed through them at the ruined inn, and Kel's hand through Lila's shoulder, so did the people on the street. They could neither feel nor hear them. It was as if beneath the veil, Kel and Lila were not part of the world around them, as if they existed outside of it. And just as the world could not touch them, they could not touch the world. When Lila absently tried to pocket an apple from a cart, her hand went through the fruit as sure as the fruit went through her hand. They were as ghosts in the bustling city. This was strong magic, even in a London rich with power. The stone's energy thrummed through Kel, twining with his own like a second pulse. A voice in the back of his head warned him against the thing coursing through his body, but he pushed the voice away. For the first time since he'd been wounded, Kel didn't feel dizzy and weak, and he clung to the strength, as much as the stone itself as he led Lila toward the docks. She'd been quiet since they left the remains of the inn, holding onto Kel with one hand and the timepiece with the other. When she finally spoke, her voice was low and sharp. Before you go thinking Baron and I were blood, we weren't, she said as they walked side by side. He wasn't my family, not really. The words rang stiff and hollow, and the way she clenched her jaw and rubbed her with eyes. When she thought he wasn't looking, told another story. But Kel let Lila keep her lie. Do you have any? He asked, remembering her biting remarks about the situation with the crown. Family, that is. Lila shook her head. Mom's been dead since I was 10. No father? Lila gave a small, humorless laugh. My father? She said, like it was a bad word. The last time I saw him, he tried to sell my flesh to pay his tab. I'm sorry, said Kel. Don't be, said Lila, managing the sharp edge of a smile. I cut the man's throat before he could get his belt off. Kel tensed. I was 15. She went on casually. I remember wondering at the amount of blood, the way it kept spilling out of him. First time you killed someone? Asked Kel. Indeed, she said, her smile turning rueful. But I suppose the nice thing about killing is that it gets easier. Kel's brow furrowed. It shouldn't. Lila's eyes flicked up to his. Have you ever killed anyone? She asked. And Kel's frown deepened. Yes. And what? He challenged. He expected her to ask who, or where, or when, or how, but she didn't. She asked why. Because I had no choice, he said. Did you enjoy it? She asked. Of course not. I did. There was a streak of bitterness woven through the... I did. There was a streak of bitterness woven through the admission. I mean, I didn't enjoy the blood, or the gurgling sound he made as he died, or the way the body looked when it was over, empty. But the moment I decided to do it, and the moment after that, when the knife bit in, and I knew that I'd done it, I felt... Lila searched for the words. Powerful. She considered Kelden. Is that what magic feels like? She asked honestly. Maybe in White London, thought Kel. God damn, they're on today, those bots. Sheesh. Maybe in White London, thought Kel, where power was held like a knife, a weapon to be used against those in your way. No, he said. That's not magic, Lila. That's just murder. Magic is... But he trailed off, distracted by the nearest scrying board, which had suddenly gone dark. Up and down the streets, the black notice boards affixed to lampposts and storefronts went blank. Kel slowed. All morning they had been running notices of Rise celebrations, a cycling itinerary of the days and weeks, parades and public feasts, festivals and private dances. When the boards first went black, Kel assumed that they were simply changing over stories. And then they all began to flash the same alarming message. A single word. Missing. The letters flashed bold and white at the top of every board, and beneath it, a picture of Kel. Red hair and black eye and silver-buttoned coat. The image moved faintly, but didn't smile, only stared out at the world. A second word wrote itself beneath the portrait. Reward. Sanct. Kel slammed to a stop. And Lila, who'd been half a step behind him, ran into him. What's the matter? She asked, pushing off his arm. And she saw it too. Oh. An old man stopped a few feet away to read the board. Oblivious to the fact that the missing man stood just behind his shoulder. Beneath the wavering image of Kel's face, an empty circle drew itself in chalk. The instructions beside it read, If seen, touch here. Kel swore underneath his breath. Being hunted by Holland was bad enough, but now the whole city would be on alert. And they couldn't stay invisible forever. He wouldn't be able to lift a token, let alone use it, as long as they were under the veil. Come on. Picked up the pace, dragging Lila with him until they reached the docks. All around, his face stared back at them, frowning slightly. When they reached Fletcher's shop, the door was shut and locked, a small sign hanging of it that read the words, Renache, meaning away. Do we wait? asked Lila. Not out here, said Kel. The door was bolted 3 ways. And likely charmed as well. But they didn't need to be let in. They passed right through the wood. The way they had half a dozen people on the street. Missing persons is a really sneaky strategy. I feel like... I'm not sure right now, but I feel like that's just the royal family being worried about him because he's not there at Rye's birthday. I feel like that has nothing to do with Holland. It's just very bad timing for it to come up right now. Because you have to consider it's still Rye's birthday, and Kel is like a brother, and he's been missing without any words. Only once they were safe within the shop did Kel will the magic to release the veil. Again, it listened and obeyed without protest, the magic thinning and then dissolving entirely. Conviction, he mused as the spell slid from his shoulders, the room coming into sharper focus around him. Holland had been right. It was about staying in control, and Kel had. Lila let go of his hand and turned back to face him. She froze. To go, something's happening. Okay, Gurgle, I hope you're fine. Hope everything's okay. Lila let go of his hand and turned back to face him. She froze. Cal, she said carefully. What is it? he asked. Put down the stone. He frowned, looked down at the talisman in his grip, and caught his breath. The veins on the back of his hand were dark, so dark that they stood out like ink against his flesh, the lines tracing up toward his elbow. The power he'd felt pulsing through him was actually pulsing through him, turning his blood black. He had been so focused on his renewed strength, on the spell itself, on staying hidden, that he had not wanted to feel the warmth of the magic spreading up his arm like poison. But he should have noticed, should have known. That was the thing. Kel knew better. He knew how dangerous the stone was, and yet, even now, staring down at his darkened veins, that danger felt strangely far away. A persistent calm pressed through him stride for stride with the stone's magic, telling him that everything would be all right, so long as he kept holding. A knife buried itself in the post beside his head, and the room snapped back into focus. Have you gone deaf? Growled Lila, freeing another blade. I said, put it down. Before the calm could close over him again, Kel willed himself to release the stone. At first, his fingers stayed clasped around the talisman as warmth, and in its wake, a kind of numbness seeped through him. He brought his free, untainted hand into his darkening wrist and gripped hard, willing his resisting fingers to uncurl, to release the stone. And finally, reluctantly they did. The stone tumbled from his grip, and Kel's knee instantly buckled beneath him. He caught himself on the table's edge, gasping for breath as his vision swam and the room tilted. He hadn't felt the stone leeching his energy, but now that it was gone, it was like someone had doused his fire. Everything went cold. The talisman glinted on the wooden floor, a streak of blood against the jagged edge where Kel had gripped too hard. Even in its wake, it took all Kel's will not to take it up again. Shaking and chilled, he still longed to hold it. There were men who lurked in dens and in the dark corners of London, chasing highs like this, but Kel had never been one of them, never craved the raw power, never needed to. Magic wasn't something he lusted for, it was something he simply had. But now, his veins felt starved of it and starving for it. Before he could lose battle for control, Lila knelt beside the stone. Clever little thing, she said, reaching for it. Don't, started Kel, but she'd already used her handkerchief to sweep it up. Someone's got to hold on to it, she said, slipping the talisman into her pocket. And I'd wager I'm the better choice right now. Kel clutched the table as the magic withdrew, the veins in his arms lightening little by little. Still with us? Asked Lila. Kel swallowed and nodded. The stone was a poison, and they had to be rid of it. He steadied himself. I'm all right. Lila raised a brow. Yes, you are the very image of health. Kel sighed and slumped into a chair. On the docks outside, the celebrations were in full swing. Fireworks punctuated the music, and cheers, the noise dulled, but not much, by the walls of the shop. What's he like? Asked Lila in a cabinet. The prince? Looking in the cabinet. Right? Kel ran a hand through his hair. He's charming and spoiled, generous and fickle, and hedonistic. He would flirt with a nicely upholstered chair if he never takes anything seriously. Does he get into as much trouble as you do? Kel cracked a smile. Oh, much more. Believe it or not, I'm the responsible one. But you two are close. Kel's smile fell, and he nodded once. Yes. The king and queen may not be my parents, but Rai is my brother. I would die for him. I would kill for him. And I have. Oh? Asked Lila, admiring a hat. Do tell. It's not a pleasant story, said Kel, sitting forward. Now I want to hear it even more, said Lila. Kel considered her and sighed, looking down at his hands. When Rai was 13, he was abducted. We were playing some stupid game in the palace courtyard when he was taken. Though knowing Rai, he might have gone willingly at first. Growing up, he was always too trusting. Lila set the hat aside. What happened? Red London is a good place, insisted Kel. The royalty are kind and just, and most of the subjects are happy. But, he continued, I have been to all 3 Londons, and I can say this. There is no version that does not suffer in one way or another. He thought of the opulence, the glittering wealth, and what it must look like for to those without. Those who had been stripped of power for crimes and those never blessed with much to begin with. Kel could not help wondering, what would have become of Rai Maresh if he were not a royal? Where would he be? Of course, Rai could survive on his charm and his smile. He would always get by. My world is a world made of magic, he said. The gifted reap the blessings, and the royal family wants to believe that those who are not gifted do as well. That their generosity and their care extend to every citizen. He found Lila's eyes. But I have seen the darker parts of the city. In your world, magic is a rarity. In mine, the lack of it is just as strange. And those without gifts are often looked down upon as unworthy of them and treated as less for it. The people here believe that magic chooses its path, that it judges, and so they. Aven Essen, they call it, divine balance. But by that logic, the magic had chosen Kel, and he did not believe that. Someone else could have easily woken or been born with the Antari mark. Been brought into the lush red folds to the palace in his stead. We live brightly, said Kel, for better or worse. Our city burns with life, with light. And where there's light, well, several years ago, a group began to form. They called themselves the Shadows. 6 men and women, some with power, some without, who believed the city burned its power too brightly and with too little care, squandered it. To them, Rai was not a boy but a symbol of everything wrong. And so they took him. I later learned they meant to hang his body from the palace doors. Saints be thanked they never got the chance. I was 14 when it happened. A year Rai senior and still coming into my power. When the king and queen learned of their son's abduction, they sent the royal guard across the city. Every scrying board in every public square and private home burned with the urgent message to find the stolen prince. And I knew they would not find him. I knew it in my bones and in my blood. I went to Rai's rooms. I remember how empty the palace was with all the guards out searching, and found the first thing I knew was truly his. A small wooden horse he'd carved, no bigger than a palm. I made doors using tokens before, but never one like this. Never to a person instead of a place. But there's an Antari word for find, and so I thought it would work. It had to, and it did. The wall of his room gave way to the bottom of a boat. Rai was lying on the floor, and he wasn't breathing. Air hissed between Lila's teeth. She didn't interrupt. I had learned the blood commands for many things, said Kyle. As Athera, to grow. As Parata, to burn. As Illume, to light. As Travas, to travel. As Orense, to open. As Anase, to dispel. As Hasari, to heal. So I tried to heal him. I cut my hand and pressed it to his chest and said the words. And it didn't work. 1 second. Sorry. I just came into the room getting ready for work. Alright. Where was I? There. I was so sorry to heal. So I tried to heal him. I cut my hand and pressed it to his chest and said the words. And it didn't work. Kel would never shake the image of Rye lying on the damp deck floor, pale and still. It was one of the only times in his life that he looked small. I didn't know what to do, continued Kel. I thought maybe I hadn't used enough blood, so I cut my wrists. He could feel Lila's unwavering stare as she looked down at his hands now, palms up, considering the ghosted scars. I remember kneeling over him, the dull ache spreading up my arms, and as I pressed my palms against him and said the words over and over, As Hasari, As Hasari. I didn't realize then What I didn't realize then was that a healing spell, even a blood command, takes time. It was already working. Had been since the first invocation. A few moments later, Rye woke up. Kel broke into a sad smile. He looked up and saw me crouching over him, bleeding. When the first thing he said wasn't what happened, or where were you, or where are we? He touched the blood on his chest and said, Is it yours? Is it all yours? And when I nodded, he burst into tears and I took him home. When he found Lila's gaze, her dark eyes were wide. But what happened to the shadows? She asked, when it was clear that he was done. The ones who took him? Were they in the boat? Did you go back for them? Did you send the guards? Indeed, said Kel. The king and queen tracked down every member of the shadows, and Rye pardoned them all. What? Gasped Lila. Are they tired to... After they tried to kill him? That's the thing about my brother. He's headstrong and thinks with every part of his body but his brain most days. But he is a good prince. He possesses something many lack. Empathy. He forgave his captors. He understood why they did it. And he felt their suffering. And he was convinced that if he showed them mercy, they wouldn't try to harm him again. Kel's eyes went to the floor. And I made sure they couldn't. Lila's brow crinkled as she realized what he was saying. I thought you said... I said Rye forgave them. Kel pushed to his feet. I never said I did. Lila stared at him, not with shock or horror, but a measure of respect. Kel rolled his shoulders and smoothed his coat. I guess we better start looking. She blinked once, twice, obviously wanting to say more, but Kel made it as clear as he could that his particular discussion was over. What are we looking for? She finally asked. Kel surveyed the packed shelves, the overflowing cabinets and cupboards. A white rook. That was part 2. Damn. Yeah, Ryan and Kel are just... I don't know, they're such good characters, dude. And you can tell, like, they deeply care for each other. All right. Part 3. For all the digging he'd done through the ruins of the Ruby Fields, Kel had failed to notice the alley where he'd been attacked, and where he'd left 2 bodies behind. Only hours before, if he'd ventured there, he would have seen that one of those bodies, the cutthroat previously encased in stone, was missing. The same cutthroat now made his way down the curb, humming faintly as he relished the warmth of the sun and the far-off sounds of celebration. His body wasn't doing very well. Better than the other shell, of course, the drunkard and the duller London. That one hadn't lasted long at all. This one had fared better, much better. But now it was all burned up inside and beginning to blacken without the darkness spreading the darkness spreading through its veins and over its skin like a stain. He looked like less a man now, more like a charred piece of wood. But that was to be expected. After all, he had been busy. The night before, the lights of the pleasure house had burned bright and luring in the night, and a woman stood waiting for him in the doorway with a painted smile and hair the color of fire, of life. Welcome back, Gargoyle. Hope everything's fine. Aven resnesta, she purred in the smooth Arnesian tongue. She drew up her skirts as she said it, flashing a glimpse of knee. Won't you come in? And he had, the cutthroat's coins jingling in his pocket. She'd led him down a hall. It was dark, much darker than it had been outside. It's not going that good? Oh, God. What's going on? Enjoy the feel of her hand, or in truth, her pulse in his. She never looked him in the eyes, or she might have seen that they were darker than the hall around them. Instead, she focused on his lips, his collar, and his belt. He was still learning the nuances of his new body, but he managed to press his crackling lips to the woman's soft mouth. Just some stuff? All right. Well, hopefully that stuff clears soon, and it's gonna be better. Something passed down between them, the ember of a pure black flame, and the woman shivered. Aspesara, whispered Aspesara, he whispered in her ear. Take. He slit the dress from her shoulders and kissed her deeper, his darkness passing over her tongue and through her head, intoxicating. Power. Everybody wanted it, wanted to be closer to magic, to its source, and she welcomed it, welcomed him. Nerves tingled as the magic took them, feasting on the current of life, the blood, the body. He'd taken the drunkard, boothed by force, but a willing host has always better, or at least they tend to last longer. A Serena, he coerced, pressing the woman's body back onto the bed. Give. As Athera, he moaned as he took her, and she took him in. Grow. They moved together like a perfect pulse, one bleeding into the other. And when it was over, and the woman's eyes floated open, they reflected his, both a glossy black. The thing inside her skin pulled her roughed lips, her rouged lips into a crooked smile. Asathera, she echoed, sliding up from the bed. He rose and followed. And they set out, one mind in two bodies. First through the pleasure house, and then through the night. Yes, he had been busy. He could feel himself spreading through the city as he made his way toward the waiting Red River. The pulse of magic and life laid out like a promised feast. You have a card of Watchog? I somewhere have like a big pile of like very old like Gen 1 Pokemon cards. But I never really like collected them. They were like a gift. They were a gift from my cousin at some point. They're like somewhere. I don't know exactly where. Not really worth much. Just a bunch of cards. Well, that was part 3. That was a short part. I guess that was just to show, like, what's happening with, like, the magic possessed dude in Red London. And I guess he's spreading the magic, like, the possessing magic across and gets himself, like, an army or something. Part 4. Fletcher's shop was built like a maze, arranged in a way that only the snake himself would understand. Ready to go again? Alright, Gurgle, please take care. Hope everything will be fine. Fletcher's shop was built like a maze, arranged in a way that only the snake himself would understand. Cal had spent the last 10 minutes turning through drawers and had uncovered a variety of weapons and charms, and a fairly innocuous parasol, but no white rook. He groaned and tossed the parasol aside. Can't you just find the damn thing using magic? Asked Lila. The whole place is warded, answered Cal, against locator spells and against thieving. So put that back. Lila dropped the trinket she was about to palm back on the counter. So, she said, considering the contents of a glass case, you and Fletcher are friends? Kel pictured Fletcher's face the night he'd loosed the pot. Not exactly. Layla raised her brow. Good, she said. More fun to steal from enemies. Enemies was a fair word. The strange thing was, they could have been partners. A smuggler and a fence, he'd say. We'd make a perfect team. I'll pass, said Kel. But then, when the game of Sanct had been in its last hand, and he'd known that he would won, he'd baited Fletcher with one thing he couldn't refuse. Anesh, he'd conceded. If you win, I'll work for you. Fletcher had smiled his greedy smile and drawn his last card. And Kel had smiled back and played his hand and won everything, leaving Fletcher with nothing more than a bruised ego and a small white rook. No hard feelings. Now Kel turned over half the store, searching for the token and glancing every few moments at the door while his own face watched them from scrying boards on the wall. Missing. Meanwhile, Lila had stopped searching and was staring at a framed map. She squinted and tilted her head, frowning as if something were amiss. What is it? Asked Kel. Where's Paris? She asked, pointing to the place on the continent there where it would be. There's no Paris, said Kel, rummaging through a cupboard. No France, no England either. But how can there be a London without an England? I told you, the city's a linguistic oddity. Here, London is the capital of Arnes. So Arnes is simply your name for England? Kel laughed. No, he said, shaking his head as he crossed to her side. Arnes covers more than half of your Europe. The island, your England, is called the Raska, the crown. But it's only the tip of the empire. He traced the territory lines with his finger. Beyond our country lies Vesk to the north and Faro to the south. And beyond them? Kel shrugged. More countries, some grand, some small. It's a whole world after all. My head hurts a lot. I keep going to lie down. Yeah, please rest. Take care of yourself. If you need to lie down, get some water. And if you fall asleep, I understand. If you just rest. It's better than having you here with your head hurting. I want you to be comfortable. Her gaze trailed over the map, eyes bright. I laid down because it was so relaxing and oh man. Did you fall asleep, Lily? Did you have a nap? Did you just wake up? My dream was insane. Oh god. I can't imagine while listening to what happened here. I'm AFK a lot. Oh, it's all good, Slothy. Again, I'm just here to be background noise. You don't have to be constantly active in chat. Just need you to listen. So if it's getting a bit worse and you I see I missed some things. Oh yeah. Crazy shit happened. We just learned that the magic thing that was like consuming the cutthroat before Kel went like when Kel got attacked the night before has been slowly but surely trying to consume more and more people to basically build an army. Oh my god. Twin. So thank you so much for the raid, Twin. How was your stream? It's all good, Lily. It's all good. There you go. I could do it.
Today was crazy. There were almost many dogs and dinosaurs and almost died by demon. Oof, rough. Demons, I fucking hate demons. I'll hate myself for this, but but for the Raiders, welcome. Hey, side, that's good. Oh my god! Oh, thank you for the cheer bits. Thank you, Panda. Give me all.
Hey, son. Yo, Twin, how was your stream? You were playing some Tekken again? Did you beat some people up? Very different energy coming in here now because we are literally just reading a book. We are very cozy, very chill today. No big screaming, no big energy. Just enjoying a nice, cozy little book. But I hope your stream went well. Tired, you're welcome. Stream was good. Well, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. They had a good stream. I can imagine you're tired. It's like, I don't know, like almost like 12 for you or something. I say that while I'm sitting here at almost 6 a.m. but we do not talk about that. I am just here to read. Yeah, Lily, the last thing that just happened was basically just that I guess in the Red London now, because the magic thingy that like possesses people feeds off of the life energy of the people. So if they don't have much magic inside, they can't last long and they just wither out and die. And in the Grey London, not a lot of people have magic in them, so he constantly had to switch hosts, and it's really, really, really bad to like get around. But in Red London, the magic can flourish because a lot of people have magic inside and feasts on it and everything. And so he's now starting to like build like an army of possessed people. Yo, Cirque. You entered his streams as soon as you got raided. Let's go. How you doing though, Cirque? Good night, Twin. Thank you for the lurk. Get some good rest. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate it. All right. I literally entered when they raided. Well, now you're here. Also 11ish p.m. Good night. Yeah, good night, Twin. Now you're here. Now you're stuck with me. Nah. We're chilling today. We read. Now you are here. Mm. Her gaze trailed over the map, eyes bright. A small private smile crossed her lips. Yes, it is. She pulled away and wandered into another room. And then moments later, she called, "Aha!" Kel started. "Did you find it?" He called back. She reappeared holding up her prize, but it wasn't a rook. It was a knife. And Kel's spirit sank. "No," she said, "but isn't this clever?" "Well, hope you're all well." "Yeah, we're doing well. We're getting very cozy. Enjoying this amazing book." "But isn't this clever?" She held it up for Kel to see. The hilt of the dagger wasn't simply a grip. The metal curved around over the knuckles in a wavering loop before rejoining the stock. "For hitting," explained Lila, as if Kel couldn't grasp the meaning of the metal knuckles. "You can stab them, or you can knock their teeth out, or you could do both." "Are you lurking? Have fun. Thank you for the lurk, sir. Hope you having a good day." Bro, this is the 4th bot today that my bot has been crushing. What the hell, man? They're crazy. This was the 4th one of like, buy viewers here, free viewers, buy here. Shut the fuck up. And let us enjoy the fucking book. "Of course," echoed Kel, shutting a cabinet. "You're very fond of weapons." Lila stared at him blankly. "Who isn't?" "You already have a knife," he pointed out. "So?" asked Lila, admiring the grip. "No such thing as too many knives." "You're a violent sort." She wagged the blade. "We can't all turn blood and whispers into weapons." Kel bristled. "I don't whisper. And we're not here to loot." "I thought that's exactly why we're here." Kel sighed and continued to look around the shop. He turned over the whole thing, including Fletcher's cramped little room at the back, and came up empty. Fletcher couldn't have sold it. Or would he? Kel closed his eyes, letting his senses wander, as if maybe he could feel the foreign magic. But the space was practically humming with power, overlapping tones that made it impossible to parse the foreign and forbidden from the merely forbidden. "I've got a question," said Lila, her pockets jingling suspiciously. "Of course you do." Kel sighed, opening his eyes. "And I thought I said no thieving." She chewed her lip and dug a few stones in a metal contraption. Even Kel didn't recognize the use out of her pocket, setting them on a chest. "You said the worlds were cut off. So how does this man, Fletcher, have a piece of White London?" Kel sifted through a desk. He swore he'd searched, then felt under the lip of her hidden drawers. "Because I gave it to him." "Well, what were you doing with it?" Her eyes narrowed. "Did you steal it?" Kel frowned. He had. "No." "Liar." "I didn't take it for myself," said Kel. "Few people in your world know about mine. Those that do, collectors and enthusiasts, are willing to pay a precious sum for a piece of it. A trinket, a token. In my world, most know about yours. A few people are as intrigued by your mundaneness as you are by our magic. But everyone knows about the other London. White London, for a piece of that world, some would pay dearly." A wry smile cut across Lila's mouth. "You're a smuggler," says the pickpocket, snapped Kel back defensively. I know I'm a thief, said Lila, lifting a red lint from the top of the chest and rolling it over her knuckles. I've accepted that. It's not my fault that you haven't. The coin vanished. Kel opened his mouth to protest, but the lint reappeared an instant later in her other palm. I don't understand, though. If you're a royal, I'm not. Lila gave him a withering look. If you live with the royals and you dine with them, then you belong to them. And you belong to them. Surely you don't want for money. Why risk it? Kel clenched his jaw, thinking of Rai's plea to stop his foolish games. You wouldn't understand. Lila quirked a brow. Crime isn't that complicated, she said. People steal because taking something gives them something. If they're not in it for the money, they're in it for control. The act of taking, of breaking the rules, makes them feel powerful. They're in it for the sheer defiance. She turned away. Some people steal to stay alive, and some people steal to feel alive. Simple as that. And which are you? Asked Kel. I steal for freedom, said Lila. I suppose that's a bit of both. She wandered into a short hallway between two rooms. And that's how you came across the Black Rock? She called back. You made a deal for it? No, said Kel. I made a mistake. One I intend to fix, if I can find the damn thing. He slammed the drawer shut in frustration. Careful, said a gruff voice in Indonesian. You might break something. Kel spun to find the shop's owner standing there, shoulder tip against the wardrobe, looking vaguely bemused. Fletcher, said Kel. How did you get in? Asked Fletcher. Kel forced himself to shrug as he shot a glance toward Lila, who'd had the good sense to stay in the hallway and out of sight. I guess your wards are wearing thin. Fletcher crossed his arms. I doubt that. Kel stole a second glance toward Lila, but she was no longer in the hall. A spike of panic ran through him, one that worsened a moment later when she reappeared behind Fletcher. She moved with silent steps, a knife glittering in one hand. Tuck, said Fletcher, lifting his hand beside his head. Your friend is very rude. As he said it, Lila froze mid-stride. The strain showed in her face as she tried to fight the invisible force holding her in place. But it was no use. Fletcher had the rare and dangerous ability to control bones, and therefore bodies. It was an ability that had earned him the binding scars that he was so proud of breaking. Lila, for one, seemed unimpressed. She muttered some very violent things, and Fletcher splayed with his fingers. Kel heard a sound like cracking ice, and Lila let out a stifled cry, a knife tumbling from her fingers. I thought you preferred to work alone, said Fletcher, conversationally. Let her go, ordered Kel. Are you going to make me Antari? Kel's fingers curled into fists. The shop was warded a dozen ways against intruders and thieves, and with Kel's luck, anyone who meant Fletcher harm. But the shop owner himself gave a low chuckle and dropped his hand, and Lila went stumbling to her hands and knees, clutching her wrist and swearing vehemently. Anesh, he said casually, what brings you back to my humble shop? I gave you something once. I'd like to borrow it. Fletcher gave it the derisive look. A snort. I'm not in the business of borrowers. I'll buy it then. And if it's not for sale? Kel forced himself to smile. You of all people know, he said, that everything is for sale. Fletcher parroted the smile, cold and dry. I won't sell it to you, but I might sell it to her. His gaze glanced to Lila, who had gotten to her feet and retreated to the nearest wall to lurk and curse. For the right price. She doesn't speak Arnesian, said Kel. She hasn't the faintest idea of what you're saying. Oh? Fletcher grabbed his crotch. I bet I can make her understand, he said, shaking himself in her direction. Lila's eyes narrowed. Burn in hell, you fuck. I wouldn't bother with her, cut in Kel. She bites. Fletcher sighed and shook his head. What kind of trouble are you in, Master Kel? None. You must be in some to come here. And besides, said Fletcher while a smile sharpening, they don't put your face up on the boards for nothing. Kel's eyes flicked to the scrying board on the wall, the one that had been painted with his face for the last hour, and then he paled. The circle at the bottom, that one that said, if seen, touch here, was pulsing bright green. What have you done? Growled Kel. Fletcher only smiled. No hard feelings, he said darkly, right before the shop doors burst open and the royal guard poured in. Uh-oh. That was part 4, chapter 10. Time for part 5. Kel had only an instant to arrange his features, to force panic into composure before the guards were there. 5 in all, filling up the room with movement and noise. He couldn't run. There was nowhere to run to, and he didn't want to hurt them. Welcome back, Abby. I hope the appointment, the assignment went well and everything. He couldn't run. There was nowhere to run to, and he didn't want to hurt them. And Lila, well, he had no idea where Lila was. One moment, she'd been right there against the wall, and next, she'd vanished. Though Kel had seen her fingers go into the pocket of her coat the instant before she disappeared, and he could feel the subtle hum of the stone's magic in the air, the way Holland must have felt it at the Ruby Fields. All right, clear. Welcome back, Abby. I hope everything went well with your assignments. Kel forced himself to stay still, to feign calm, even though his heart was racing in his chest. Just submitted them? Ooh, good luck. Even though his heart was racing in his chest, he tried to remind himself that he wasn't a criminal, that the royals were likely only worried by his disappearance. He hadn't done anything wrong, not in the eyes of the crown. Not that they knew of it. Unless, in his absence, Rai had told the king and queen of his transgressions. He wouldn't. Kel hoped he wouldn't. But if he had, Kel was Antari, a member of the royal family, someone to be respected, even feared. He coated himself in that knowledge as he leaned back lazily, almost arrogantly, against the table behind him. When the members of the royal guard saw him standing there, alive and unconcerned. But going quiet, so I'm not distracting you from the book. You're all good, Abby. I'm just background noise today. No fancy gameplay, no crazy stuff, just background noise. Confusion spread across their features. Had they expected a body? A brawl? Half went to kneel, and half brought hands to rest to the hilts of their swords, and one stood there, frowning in the middle. Ellis, said Kel, nodding at the head of the royal guard. Master Kel, said Ellis, stepping forward. Are you well? Of course. Just background noise? Take that back. Well, today I am, because all I do is just read a book, so you could just have me as like background noise. Or doing like your tasks. Or, you know, I don't know. Get chill and cozy with me. Oops. Because there's nothing like because like there's nothing crazy going on screen that really needs your attention to constantly watch, so you can just listen while you're doing your stuff. Master Cal, said Ellis, stepping forward. Are you well? Of course. Ellis fidgeted. We've been worried about you. The whole palace has been. You're a soothing living presence. I appreciate that, Abby. You guys are as well. I mean, I wouldn't do this without you. I didn't mean to worry anyone, he said, considering the guard around him. As you can see, I am perfectly all right. Welcome back, Wither. Alice looked around, then back at Kel. It's just, sir, when you did not return from your errand abroad. I was delayed, said Kel, hoping that would quell the questions. Alice frowned. Did you not see the signs? They're posted everywhere. I only just returned. Then forgive me, countered Alice, gesturing to the shop, but what are you doing here? Fletcher frowned. Though he spoke only Arnesian, he clearly understood the royal tongue well enough to know he was being insulted. Kel forced his thin smile. Shopping for Rye's present. A nervous laugh passed through the guard. You'll come with us then? Asked Alice, and Kel understood that the words that went unsaid without a fight. Of course, said Kel, rising to his full height and smoothing his jacket. The guards looked relieved. Kel's mind spun as he turned to Fletcher and thanked him for his help. Must marist, answered the shop's owner darkly. My pleasure. Just doing my civic duty. I'll be back, said Kel in English, which garnered a raised brow from the royal guard, as soon as I am through, to find what I was looking for. The words were all directed at Lila. He could still feel her in the room, feel the stone even as it hit her. It whispered to him. Sir, said Alice, gesturing to the door, after you. Kel nodded and followed him out. The moment she heard the guards burst in, Lila had the good sense to close her hand over the stone and say, conceal me. And the stone had obeyed once more. She'd felt a flutter up her arm, just beneath her skin. A lovely sensation. Had it felt that nice the last time she'd used the talisman? And then the veil had settled over her again, and she was gone. Just as before, she could see herself, but no one else could see her. Not the guards, not Fletcher, not even Kel, whose two-toned eyes leveled on her but seems to make out only the place she'd been, and not the place she was. But though he could not see her, she could see him, and in his face, she read a flicker of worry, disguised by his voice but not his posture, and under it a warning, threaded through the false calm of his words. Stay, it seemed to urge, even before he said the words. Lobbed at the room, but clearly meant for her. So she stayed and waited, and watched as Kel and 4 of the 5 members of the guard poured out into the street. Watched as a single guard hung back, his face hidden beneath the lowered visor of his helmet. Fletcher was saying something to him, gesturing in his palm in the universal sign for payment. The guard nodded, and his hand went to his belt as Fletcher turned to watch Kel through the window. Lila saw it coming. Fletcher never did. Instead of reaching for a purse, the guard went for a blade. The metal glinted once in the shop's low light, and then it was under Fletcher's chin, drawing a silent red line across his throat. A closed carriage, pulled by royal white horses, gold and red ribbons still woven through their manes from the earlier parade, was waiting for Kel in front of the shop. As Kel made his way to it, he shrugged out his coat and turned it left to right, sliding his arms back into the now red sleeves of his royal attire. His thoughts spun over what to tell the king and queen. Not the truth, of course, but the king himself had a white London token, an ornament that sat on a shelf in his private chamber. And if Kel could get it, and get back to Lila and the store, Lila and the stone losing the city, it was a troubling thought. But hopefully she would stay put, just a little while, stay out of trouble. Ellis walked half a step behind Kel, 3 more guards trailing in his wake. The last had stayed behind to talk to Fletcher, and most likely settle the matter of the reward. Though Kel was fairly sure Fletcher hated him enough to turn him in even though without the added prospect of money. Down the river toward the palace, the day's celebrations were dying down. No, not dying, shifting to make way for the evening's festivities. The music had softened, and the crowds along the docks and up the market stretch had thinned, migrating to the city's various pubs and inns to continue toasting Rye's name. "Come, sir," said Ellis, holding the carriage door open for him. Instead of seats that faced each other, this carriage had 2 sets of benches both facing forward. 2 of the guards took the seat behind, and 1 went up to sit with the driver, while Ellis slid into the front bench beside Kel and pulled the carriage door closed. "Let's get you home." Kel's chest ached at the thought of it. He had tried not to let himself think of home, of how badly he wanted to be there. Not since the stone, and the grim task of its disposal, had fallen to him. Now, all he wanted was to see Rye, to embrace him one last time, and he was secretly glad of the chance. He let out a shaky breath and sank back into the bench as Ellis drew the carriage curtains. "I'm sorry about this, sir," he said, and Kel was about to ask for what for, when a hand clamped a cloth over his mouth, and his lungs filled with something bitter and sweet. He tried to wrench free, but armored gloves closed over his wrists and held him back against the bench, and within moments, everything went dark. Okay. Lila sucked in a breath, unheard beneath the veil, as the guard let go of Fletcher's shoulder, and he fell forward, thudding in a lifeless mass against the worn floorboards of the shop. The guard stood there, unfazed by the murder of seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was now splattered with someone else's blood. He surveyed the room, his gaze drifting past her, but through the slot of his helmet, Lila thought she saw an odd shimmer in his eyes, something like magic. Satisfied that there was no one else to dispose of, the guard returned his blade to its sheath, turned on his heel, and left the shop. A dull bell followed him out. And a few moments later, Lila heard a carriage shudder to life and rumble away from the street. Fletcher's body lay sprawled on the floor of the shop, blood soaking through his wily blonde hair and staining the boards beneath his chest. His smug expression was gone, replaced by surprise, the emotion preserved by death like an insect in amber. His eyes were open and empty, but something pale had tumbled from his shirt pocket and is now caught between his body and the floor. Something that looked very much like a white rook. Lila looked around to make sure she was alone. Then did away with the concealment spell. It was easy enough undoing the magic, but letting go of the stone itself proved considerably more difficult. It took her a long moment. When she finally managed to pull free and drop the talisman back into her pocket, the whole room tilted. A shudder pressed through her, stealing warmth and something more. In the magic's wake, she felt empty. Lila was used to hunger, but the stone left her feeling starved in a bone-deep way. Hollow. Bloody rock, she thought, tucking the toe of her boot under Fletcher's dead shoulder and turning him over, his blank stare now directed up at the ceiling and at her. She knelt, careful to avoid the spreading red slick as she picked up the blood-flecked chess piece. Lila swore with relief and straightened, weighing it appraisingly. At first glance, it looked rather ordinary, and yet, when she curled her fingers around the stone, or bone, or whatever it was carved out of, she could almost feel the difference between its energy and that of the London around her. It was subtle, and perhaps she was imagining it, but the rook felt like a draft in a warm room, just cold enough to seem out of place. She shrugged off the sensation and tucked the chess piece in her boot. She didn't know how magic worked, but it didn't seem a wise idea to keep the two talismans close together. Not until they were needed. And she wasn't touching the thieving little rock again unless she absolutely had to. She wiped Fletcher's blood off on her pants. All things considered, Lila was feeling rather accomplished. After all, she had the Black London stone and the White London token. Now all she needed was Kel. Lila turned toward the door and hesitated. He told her to stay put, but as she looked down at Fletcher's fresh corpse, she feared he'd walked into trouble of his own. She'd been in Red London only a day, but it didn't seem like the place where royal guards went around slitting other people's throats. Maybe Kel would be fine, but if he wasn't? Her gut said to go, and years of stealing to survive had taught her to listen to when it spoke. Besides, she reasoned no one in the city was looking for her. Lila made for the door, and she said and she was almost to it when she saw the knife again. The one she'd been so keen on, sitting on top of the chest where she'd left it. Kel had warned her against thieving in the shop, but the owner was dead, and it was just sitting there, unappreciated. She took it up and ran a finger gingerly along the blade. It really was a lovely knife. She eyed the door, wondering if the wards protecting the shop from thieves had died with their maker. Might as well test it. Carefully, she opened the door, set the weapon on the floor, and used the toe of her boot to kick the knife over the threshold. She cringed, waiting for the backlash. A current of energy, a wave of pain, or even the knife's stubborn return. Sharp sight, but none came. Lila smiled greedily and stepped out into the street. She fetched up the knife and slid it into her belt, and went to find, and most likely rescue, Kel from whatever mess he'd gotten himself into now. Alright. Hey Enzo, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Alright. This is not the end of a chapter, it's the end of a pot, so it's part 6 of this chapter, but I am going to take a small little break and stretch a bit, get some water, guys, get some snacks, get yourself cozy and everything. And I'll be back in a moment. Got Kirara C0, let's go. How are you guys feeling about the book so far? I don't know, Slothy, if you were able to catch all the stuff that happened. I don't know if you had to lay down and all. I just got cozy. That's good, Abby. But yeah, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. It's really, really good. Okay, alright. Again, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I'm gonna do a little stretch. And probably get some fresh air on the balcony, and then I'll be back in 5. Welcome back, Gurgle. Hope everything's still gonna go better. All right, I'm back. Hello, hello. You guys doing well? Hope the evening has been cozy for you. Fine, well, apart from your headache. Oh damn, give me a second. Playlist was almost over, so I just restarted. Love Thai food. Oh, yeah. Thai food is great. Wait, why did the music just... Okay, I think it works now. Hopefully. There we go. Welcome back. Thank you, Abby. It's been a night, Enzo. I can I don't know what was going on, but I could probably imagine. I saw you were in the Discord earlier before I started. God, when I got up and like went for a stretch and all, I was like also like moving my neck and all that, and I just had like the biggest just like cracking my neck. It felt good. I wish you all the luck with that assignment, Abby. You got this. Oh, okay. Oop. Pressing wrong buttons right now. Give me a sec. There we go. We were playing some Fortnite. The time was a lot of fun. Well, glad you enjoyed, you guys, some Fortnite. I would stop cracking. Oh, I feel that though. I don't know. My bed has been like really bad. It's like I feel like my posture laying down and all is like awful, and my back has been going absolutely horrible. Book time. Yeah, we're going back to the book now. Flip the mattress. I've already flipped it once. I think it's also just a bed frame and like the and all that. But yeah, I have to check on that. My neck, my back. Yeah, I feel that though. Especially after like a day out. Oh god, everything hurts. I don't think it's memory foam. I'm not sure right now. Oh, was a suggestion? I'll see if I can get something. There's more mosquitoes in my room. Oh god, I feel that. Right now I've been sitting here with the balcony door open throughout the entire night. And like a big light on and the small light that I have here on the desk for reading. And I'm lucky. I would say I got lucky that like not a lot of like moths or anything were like really flying into the room. Also, why are there now ads on this video? Just 1 second. Just random German all of a sudden because of an ad on the fucking the song. There you go. Oh yeah, that is absolutely the worst. Like you're just laying down, try to sleep, and all of a sudden, it's so bad. And every time I would like also like just instinctively like swab with my hand across it, and I just slap my ear or something, and just like no. All right, part 6 on, I think we're in chapter 10 now? Yeah, we're chapter 10, okay. I've done it so many times, same. Parrish and Jen milled around the festival, helmets in one hand and mugs of wine in the other. Parrish had won back his coin. Really, between the constant cards and the odd gambles, the two seemed to trade the pocket money back and forth without much gain or loss. And being the better of the two sports, offered to buy Jen a drink. It was, after all, a celebration. Got myself on the nose a few times too. Yeah, same. Prince Rai had been kind enough to give the two closest members of his private guard a few hours off to enjoy the festivities with the masses gathered along the aisle. Parrish, prone to worry, and had hesitated, but Jen had reasoned that on this day of all days, Rai would be suitably well attended without them. At least for a little while. And so the two had wandered into the fray of the festival. The celebration hugged the river and the market triple its usual size, its banks overflowing with patrons and cheer, music and magic. Every year, the festivities seemed to grow grander. Once a simple hour or two of merriment, now a full day of revelry, followed by several more days of recovery, the excitement tapering off slowly until life returned to normal. But on this, the main day, the morning parade gave way to an afternoon of food and drink and good spirits, and finally, an evening ball. This year, it was to be a masquerade. The great steps of the palace were already being cleared, the flowers gathered up and taken in line to the entry hall. The great steps of the palace were already being cleared, the flowers gathered up and taken into the line of the entry hall. Orbs of crisp light were being hung like low stars both outside the palace and within. And dark blue carpets unrolled so that for the evening the royal grounds would seem to float, not on the river as a rising sun, but far above. A moon surrounded by the dazzling night sky. All over London, the young and beautiful and elite were climbing into their carriages, practicing their royal under their breath as they rode to the palace in their masks and dresses and capes. And once there, they would worship the prince as though he were divine, and he would drink in their adoration as he always did, with relish and good cheer. The masquerade within the palace walls was an invitation-only affair, but out on the riverbanks, the party was open to all, and would go on in its fashion until after midnight before finally dying down, the remnants wandering home with the merry revelers. It's got like 5 mosquitoes. Oof. Ah, boy. Parrish and Jen would soon be recalled to the prince's side, but for now, they were leaning against a tent pole in the market, watching the crowds and enjoying themselves immensely. Now and then, Parrish would knock Jen's shoulder, a silent nudge to keep a sharp eye on the crowd. Even though they weren't officially on duty, they, or at least Parrish, took enough pride to their jobs to wear their royal armor, though it didn't hurt that ladies seemed to enjoy a man in arms, and watch for signs of trouble. Most of the afternoon, trouble had come in the form of someone celebrating Rye's Day with a little too much enthusiasm. But now and then a fight broke out, and a weapon or a flash of magic was cause for intervention. Jen appeared to be having a perfectly pleasant time, but Parrish was getting restless. His partner insisted that it was because Parrish had stopped at one drink he didn't think that was it. Oh god, yeah, like it's strong. Oh, I can imagine. There was an energy in the air, and even though he knew the buzz was most likely coming from the festival itself, it still made him nervous. It wasn't just that there was more power than usual, it felt different. He rolled his empty cup between his hands and tried to set his mind at ease. A troop of fireworkers was putting on a show nearby, twisting flames into dragons and horses and birds, and as Parrish watched them, the light from their enchanted fire blurred his vision. As it came back into focus, he caught the gaze of a woman from just beyond, a lovely one with red lips and golden hair, and a voluptuous, only half-concealed bosom. He dragged his gaze from her chest up to her eyes, and then frowned. They weren't blue or green or brown. They were black. Black as a starless sky or a scrying board. Black as Master Kel's right eye. 1 second, I actually got something in my eye. Ah. Oh no. Mosquitoes have black eyes. Oh shit. We're onto something, guys. He squinted to make sure, then called to Jen. When his compatriot didn't answer, he turned and saw the guard watching a young man, no, a girl in men's clothes, and strange, dull clothes at that, weaving through the crowd toward the palace. I guess that's Lila. Jen was frowning at her faintly, as if she looked odd, out of place. And she did. But not as odd as the woman with black eyes. Parrish grabbed Jen's arm and dragged his attention forcefully away. "Cares?" growled Jen, nearly spilling his wine. What? That woman there in blue, said Parrish, turning back into the crowd. Her eyes. But he trailed off. The black-eyed woman was gone. Smitten, are you? It's not that. I swear, her eyes. They were black. Jen raised a brow and took a sip from his cup. Perhaps you've done a little too much celebrating after all, he said, clapping the other guard on the arm. Over his shoulder, Parrish watched a girl in boy's clothes disappear into a tent before Jen frowned and added, Looks like you're not the only one. Parrish followed his gaze and saw a man, his back to them, embracing a woman in the middle of the market. The man's hands were wandering a bit too much, even for a celebration day, and the woman didn't seem to be enjoying herself. She brought her hands to the man's chest as if to push away, but he responded by kissing her deeper. Jen and Parrish abandoned their post and made their way toward the couple. And then, abruptly, the woman stopped struggling. Her hands fell to her sides, and her head lolled. And when the man released her a moment later, she swayed on her feet and slumped into a seat. The man, meanwhile, simply turned and walked away, half walking, half stumbling through the crowd. Parrish and Jen both followed, closing the gap in a slow, steady way so as not to cause alarm. The man appeared and disappeared through the crowd before finally cutting between tents toward the riverbank. The guards picked up their pace and reached the gap right after the man vanished through. There's another fucking mosquito? Oh my fucking god. Kill them all! You there! Called Jen, taking the lead. He always did. Stop! The man, heading for the aisle, now slowed to a halt. Turn around, ordered Jen when he was nearly to him, one hand on his sword. And the man did. Parrish's eyes widened as they snagged on the stranger's face. Two pools shining and black as river stones at night, set where eyes should be. The skin around them veined with black. When the man tugged his mouth into a smile, flecks drifted off like ash. Asan Narana, he said in a language that wasn't Arnesian. He held out his hand, and Parrish recoiled when he saw that it was entirely black, the fingertips tapering into charred bone points. What in King's name? Started Jen, but he didn't have a chance to finish because the man smiled and thrust his blackened hands through the armor into the guard's chest. Remember to hydrate, folks. Hey, Cinnamon. Yes, I will hydrate. Give me a moment. Wait, Alright, there we are here. 1 second. I just gotta move away my microphone. There we go. How are you doing, Cinnamon? I hope you're doing well. This dude creepy as hell. Uh-huh. I mean, it's, I guess, the magic spreading through. Doing all the reading and talking. Yeah, we've been going for, like, how long now? Damn. Let me see. 6 hours? Damn, yeah. Yeah, we've been going for 6 hours, so there's still like 70 pages left. 60, 70 pages, something like that. We're gonna finish it today. We got this. But yeah, we've been taking breaks in between chapters, get some stretches in, get some fresh air, some rest, some water, some snacks, whatever. What in the king's name? started Jen, but he didn't have a chance to finish because the man smiled and thrust his blackened hand through the armor and into the guard's chest. Dark heart, he said this time in Royal. Parrish stood frozen with shock and horror as the man, or whatever he was, withdrew his hand, what was left of his fingers wet with blood. And Jen crumpled to the ground, and Parrish's shock shattered into motion. He charged forward, drawing his royal short sword, and thrust the blade into the stomach of the black-eyed monster. For an instant, the creature looked amused, and then Parrish's sword began to glow as the spellwork on the enchanted blade took effect and severed the man from his magic. His eyes went wide, the black retreating from them and from his veins, until he looked more or less like an ordinary man again, albeit a dying one. He drew in a rattling breath and gripped Parrish's armor. He bore an X, the mark of cutthroats, on the back of his hand, and then he crumpled to ash around Parrish's blade. Sankt, he swore, staring at the mound of soot as it began to blow away. And then, out of nowhere, pain blossomed in his back, white hot, and he looked down to see the tip of his sword protruding from his chest. It slid out with a horrible wet sound, and Parrish's knees buckled as his attacker rounded him. He took a shuddering breath, his lungs filled with blood. Looked up to see Jen looming over him, the blood-slicked blade hanging at his side. Why? Whispered Parrish. Jen gazed down at him with two black eyes and a grim smile. Asan Harana, he said. Noble heart. And then he raised the sword above his head and swung it down. And that's the end of chapter 10. Just like that. Getting intense? Ah, yeah. Holy shit. Now, we have chapter 11. Masquerade. The palace rose like a second sun over the isle as the day's light sank low behind it. Hallowing its edges with gold, Lila made her way toward the glowing structure, weaving through the crowded market. It became a rather raucous festival. As the day and drink were on, her mind spinning over the matter of how to get into the palace once she'd reached it. The stone pulsed in her pocket, luring her with its easy answer. But she'd made a decision not to use the magic again, not unless she had no other choice. It took too much, and did so with the quiet cunning of a thief. No, if there were another way in, she would find it. And then, as the palace neared at the front steps came into sight, Lila saw an opportunity. The main doors were flung open, silky blue carpets spilling like night water down the stairs, and on them ascended a steady stream of partygoers. They appeared to be attending a ball. Not just a ball, she realized, watching the river of guests. A masquerade. Every man and woman wore disguise. Some masks were simple stained leather, some far more ornate, adorned by horns or feathers or jewels. Some fell only across the eyes, and others revealed nothing at all. Lila broke into a wicked grin. She wouldn't need to be a member of society to get in. She'd never show her face. But there was another thing that every guest appeared to have: an invitation. That, she feared, would be harder to obtain. But just then, as if by a stroke of luck or providence, Lila heard the high, sweet sound of laughter, and turned to see three girls no older than she being helped out of a carriage, their dresses full and their smiles wide as they chattered and chirped and settled themselves on the street. Lila recognized them instantly from the morning parade, the girls who had been swooning over Rye and the black-eyed prince, whom Lila now knew to be Kel. The girls who had been practicing their English, of course, because English was the language of the royals and those who mingled with them. Lila's smile widened. Perhaps Kel was right. In any other setting, her accent would cause her to stand out. But here, it would help her blend in. Help her belong. One of the girls, the one who prided herself on her English, produced a gold-trimmed invitation, and the three pored over it for several moments before she tucked it beneath her arm. Lila approached. "Excuse me," she said, bringing a hand to rest at the girl's elbow. "What time does the masquerade begin?" The girl didn't seem to remember her. She gave Lila a slow, appraising look, the kind that made her want to free a few teeth from the girl's head, before smiling tightly. "It's starting now." Lila parroted the smile. "Of course," she said as the girl pulled free, oblivious to the fact that she was now short an invitation. The girl set off toward the palace steps, and Lila considered her prize. She ran a thumb over the paper's gilded edges and the ornate Arnesian script. Her eyes drifted up again, taking in the procession to the palace doors. But she didn't join in. The men and women ascending the stairs practically glittered in their jewel-toned gowns and dark, elegant suits. Lush cloaks spilled over their shoulders, and threads of precious metal shone in their hair. Lila looked down at herself. Her threadbare cloak and worn brown boots and felt shabbier than ever. She tugged her own mask, nothing but a crumpled strip of black fabric, from her pocket. Even with an invitation and a healthy grasp of the English language, she'd never be let in, not looking like this. She shoved the mask back in her cloak pocket and looked around at the market stalls that stood nearby. Farther down, the booths were filled with food and drink, but here, at the edge nearest to the palace, the stalls sold other wares. Charms, yes, but also canes and shoes and other fineries. Fabric and light spilled out of the mouth of the nearest tent, and Lila straightened and stepped inside. 100 faces greeted her from the far wall, the surface of which was covered with masks. From the austere to the intricate, the beautiful to the grotesque, the faces squinted and scowled and welcomed her in turn. Lila crossed to them and reached out to free one from its hook. A black half mask with 2 horns spiraling up from the temples. "Atesfera Keskli?" Lila jumped and saw a woman standing at her side. She was small and round, with 6 braids coiled like snakes around her head, a mask nested in them like a hairpin. I'm sorry," said Lila slowly. "I don't speak Arnesian." The woman only smiled and placed her hands in front of her broad stomach. "Ah, but your English is superb." Lila sighed with relief. "As is yours," she said. The woman blushed. It was obviously a point of pride. "I am a servant of the ball," she replied. "It is only fitting." She then gestured to the mask in Lila's hands. "A little dark, don't you think?" Lila looked the mask in the eyes. "No," she said. "I think it's perfect." And then Lila turned the mask over and saw a string of numbers. That must have been the prize. It wasn't written in shillings or pounds, but Lila was sure that, regardless of the kind of coin, she couldn't afford it. Reluctantly, she returned the mask to its hook. "Why set it back if it's perfect?" pressed the woman. Lila sighed. She would have stolen it had the merchant not been standing there. "I don't have any money," she said, thrusting a hand into her pocket. She felt the silver of the watch and swallowed. "But I do have this." She pulled the timepiece from her pocket and held it out, hoping the woman wouldn't notice the blood. She tried to wipe it off most of it, but the woman only shook her head. On, she said, folding Lila's fingers back over the watch. I cannot take your payment, no matter its shape. Lila's brow furrowed. I don't understand. I saw you this morning in the market. Lila's thoughts turned back to the scene, to her almost being arrested for stealing. But the woman wasn't speaking to the theft. You and Master Cal, you are friends, yes? Of a sort, said Lila, blushing when that drew a secretive smile from the woman. No, she amended. No, I don't mean... But the woman simply patted her hand. Ise of Iran, she said lightly. It's not my place to... She paused, searching for a word. Pry. But Master Kel is Aven, blessed, a jewel in our city's crown. And if you are his, or he is yours, my shop is yours as well. Lila cringed. She hated charity. Even when people thought they were giving something freely, it always came with a chain, a weight that set everything off balance. Lila would rather steal a thing outright to be indebted to kindness. But she needed the clothes. The woman seemed to read the hesitation in her eyes. You are not from here, so you do not know. Our Negians pay their debts in many ways, not all of them with coin. I need nothing from you now, so you will pay me back another time, and in your own way, yes? Lila hesitated, and then bells began to ring in the palace, loud enough to echo through her, and she nodded. Very well, she said. The merchant smiled. Here, Charles, she said. Now let us find you something fitting. The merchant woman, who called herself Kala, chewed her lip. Are you certain you wouldn't prefer something with a corset? Or a train? Kala had tried to lead Lila to a rack of dresses, but her eyes had gone straight to the men's coats. Glorious things, with strong shoulders and high collars and gleaming buttons. No, said Lila, lifting one from the rack. This is exactly what I want. The merchant looked at her with strange fascination, but little, or at the very least, well-concealed judgment, and said, Anesh, if you're set on that direction, I will find you some boots. A few minutes later, Lila found herself in a curtained corner of the tent, holding the nicest clothes she'd ever touched, let alone owned. Borrowed, she corrected herself. Borrowed until paid for. Lila pulled the artifacts from her various pockets. The black stone, the white rook, the blood-stained silver watch, the invitation, and set them on the floor before tugging off her boots and shrugging out her old worn coat. Kala had given her a new black tunic. It fit so well, she had wondered if she was some kind of tailoring spell on it. And a pair of close-fitting pants that still hung a little loosely on her bony frame. She'd insisted on keeping her belt, and Kala had the decency not to gawk at the number of weapons threaded through it as she handed her the boots. Every pirate needed a good pair of boots, and these were gorgeous things, sculpted out of black leather and lined with something softer than loose cotton. And Lila let out a rare, gleeful sound as she pulled them on. And then there was the coat. It was an absolute dream. High-collared and lovely and black, true black, velvety and rich, with a fitted waist and a built-in half-cloak that gathered at glassy red clasps on either side on her throat and spilled over the shoulders and down her back. Lila ran her fingers admiringly over the glossy jet-black buttons that cascaded down its front. She'd never been one for baubles and fineries, never wanted anything more than salt air and a solid boat and an empty map. But now that she was standing in a foreign stall in a faraway land, clothed in rich fabrics, she was beginning to see the appeal. At last, she lifted up the waiting mask. So many of the faces that hung around the stall were lovely, delicate things made of feather and lace and garnished with glass. But this one was beautiful in a different way, an opposite way. It reminded Lila less of dresses and finery, and more of sharpened knives and ships on the seas at night. It looked dangerous. She brought it to rest against her face and smiled. There was a silver-tinted looking glass propped in the corner, and she admired her reflection in it. She looked little like the shadow of a thief on the wanted posters back home, and nothing like the scrawny girl hoarding coppers to escape a dingy life. Her polished boots glistened from knee to toe, lengthening her legs. Her coat broadened her shoulders and hugged her waist. And her mask tapered down her cheeks, the black horns curling up over her head in a way that was at once elegant and monstrous. Just woke up. Welcome in, eat. Hope you're doing well. She gave herself a long, appraising look, the way the girl had in the street. But there was nothing to scoff at now. Delilah Bott looked like a king. No, she thought, straightening. She looked like a conqueror. Lila, came the merchant woman's voice beyond the curtain. She pronounced the name as though it were full of ease. Does it fit? Lila slid the trinkets into the new silk-lined pockets of her coat and emerged. The heels of her boots clicked proudly on the stone ground, and yet she had tested the tread and knew that if she moved on the balls of her feet, the steps would be silent. And Calla smiled, a mischievous twinkle in her eyes, even as she tissed. Massa Ven, she said, you look more ready to storm a city than seduce a man. Cal will love it, assured Lila. And the way she said his name, infusing it with a subtle softness and intimacy, made the merchant woman ruffle cheerfully. And then the bells chimed again through the city, and Lila swore to herself, I must go, she said. Thank you again. You'll pay me back, said Calla simply. And Lila nodded and said, I will. She was to the mouth of the tent when the merchant woman said, Look after him. Lila smiled grimly and tugged up the collar of her coat. I will, she said again before vanishing into the street. Damn. That was part 1. How you doing though, Eat? Hope you had some good sleep. Welcome in. Well, Lila looking fucking fine now with her full-on suit and everything. Lila queer eye makeover, let's go, hell yeah. Kara's a girl confirmed. Colors blossomed over Kel's head, blurs of red and gold and rich dark blue. At first, they were nothing more than broad streaks, but as his vision came into focus, he recognized them as palace draperies, the kind that hung from the ceilings in each of the royal bedrooms, drawing sky-like patterns out of cloth. Squinting up, Kel realized he must be in Rye's room. He knew this because the ceiling in his own was decorated like midnight, billows of near-black fabric studded with silver thread, but the queen's ceiling was like noon, cloudless and blue, and the king's was like dusk with its bands of yellow and orange. Only Rye's was draped like this, like dawn. Kel's head spun, and he closed his eyes and took a deep breath as he tried to piece his thoughts together. He was lying on a couch, his body sinking into the soft cushions beneath him. Music played beyond the walls of the room, an orchestra, and woven through it the sounds of laughter and revelry. Of course, Rai's birthday ball. Just then, someone cleared his throat, and Kel dragged his eyes back open and turned his head to see Rai himself sitting across with him. The prince was draped in a chair, one ankle across his knee, sipping tea and looking thoroughly annoyed. "Brother," said Rai, tipping his cup. He was dressed in all black, his coat and pants and boots adorned with dozens of gold buttons. A mask, a gaudy thing, decorated with thousands of tiny, sparkling gold scales, rested on top of his head in place of his usual crown. Can relax now? I'm glad to hear that, gurgle. Kel went to push the hair out of his eyes and quickly discovered that he could not. His hands were cuffed behind his back. "You've got to be joking." He shuffled himself up into a sitting position. "Rai, why in King's name am I wearing these?" The cuffs weren't like those ordinary manacles found in Grey London, made of metal links. Nor were they like the binds in white, which caused blinding pain upon resistance. No, these were sculpted out of a solid piece of iron and carved with spellwork designed to dampen magic. Not as severe as the royal swords, to be sure, but effective. Rai set his teacup on an ornate side table. "I couldn't very well have you running away again." Kel sighed and tipped his head back against the couch. "This is preposterous. I suppose that's why you had me drunk too? Honestly, Rai." Rai crossed his arms. He was clearly sulking. Kel dragged his head up and looked around, noticing that there were 2 members of the royal guard in the room with them, still dressed in formal armor, their helmets on, their visors down. But Kel knew Rai's personal guard were well enough to recognize them. Armor or none, and these were not them. That's what's going on. Hey, no need to apologize for that, gurgle. You gotta take care of your stuff first. I am not as important. I am just here to bring you entertainment when you have the time. You are more important to yourself. "Where are Jen and Parrish?" asked Kel. Rai shrugged lazily. "Having a little too much fun, I imagine." "Okay, well, I mean, they don't know that they're dead now." Kel shifted on the couch, trying to free himself from the cuffs. They were too tight. "Don't you think that you're blowing this out of a little out of proportion?" "Where have you been, brother?" "Rai," said Kel sternly, "take these off." Rai's boot slipped from his knee and came to rest firmly on the ground. He straightened in his seat, squaring himself to Kel. "Is it true?" Kel's brow furrowed. "Is what true? That you have a piece of Black London?" Kel stiffened. "What are you talking about?" "Is it true?" persisted the prince. "Rai," said Kel slowly. "Who would do that?" No one knew. None except those who wanted the stone gone and those who wanted it reclaimed. Rai shook his head sadly. "What have you brought into our city, Kel? What have you brought upon it?" "Rai, I warned you this would happen. I told you that if you carried on with your deals, you would be caught and that even I could not protect you then." Kel's blood ran cold. "Does the king and queen know?" Rai's eyes narrow. "No, not yet." Kel let out a sigh of relief. "They don't need to. I'm doing what I have to do. I'm taking it back, Rai, all the way back to the fallen city." Rai's brow crinkled. "I can't let you do that." "Why not?" demanded Kel. It is the only place the talisman belongs. Where is it now? Safe, said Kel, hoping that was true. Kel, I can't help you if you won't let me. I can't help you if you won't let me. I'm taking care of it, Rai. I promise you I am. The prince was shaking his head. Promises are not enough, he said. Not anymore. Tell me where the stone is. Kel froze. I never told you it was a stone. Heavy silence fell between them. Rai held his gaze. And then, finally, his lips drew into a small, dark smile, twisting his face in a way that made it look someone else's. Oh, Cal, he said. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and Cal caught a sight of something under the collar of his shirt and stiffened. It was a pendant, a glass necklace with blood-red edges. He knew it. It had seen it before, only days earlier, on Astrid Dane. Kel lunged to his feet, but the guards were upon him, holding him back. Their motions were too even, their grip too crushing. Compelled, of course. No wonder their visors were down. Compulsion showed in the eyes. Hello, flower boy. The words came from Rai's mouth in a voice that was and wasn't his. Astrid, hissed Kel. Have you compelled everyone in this palace? A low chuckle escaped Rai's lips. Not yet, but I'm working on it. What have you done to my brother? I've only borrowed him. Rai's fingers curled under his shirt collar and drew out the pendant. There was only one thing it could be. A possession charm. Antari blood. Antari blood, she said proudly, allows the spell to exist in both worlds. You pay for this, growled Kel. It will what? Hurt me? And risk hurting your dear prince? I doubt it. Again, the cold smile, so foreign to Rai's face, spread across his lips. Where's the stone, Kel? What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? Rai's hand swept across the room. I'm branching out. Kel pulled against his binds, the metal digging into his wrists. The dampening cuffs were strong enough to mute elemental abilities and prevent spell work, but they couldn't prevent Antari magic. If he could only... Tell me where you've hidden the stone. Tell me why you're wearing my brother's body, he shot back, trying to buy time. Astrid sighed from within the prince's shell. You know so little of war. Battles may be fought from the outside in, but wars are won from the inside out. She gestured down at Rai's body. Kingdoms and crowns are taken from within. The strongest fortress can withstand any attack from beyond its walls, and yet even it is not fortified against an attack from behind them. Had I marched upon your palace from the steps, would I have made it this far? But now, no one will see me coming. Not the king, nor the queen, nor the people. I am their beloved prince, and will be so until the moment I choose not to be. I know, said Kel. I know what and who you are. What will you do, Astrid? Kill me? Rai's face lit up with a strange kind of glee. No. The words slid over his tongue. But I'm sure you'll wish I had. Now. Rai's hand lifted Kel's chin. Where's my stone? Kel looked into his brother's amber eyes, and beyond them, to the thing lurking in his brother's eyes. He wanted to beg Rai to plead with him to fight against the spell, but it wouldn't work. As long as she was in there, he wasn't. I don't know where it is, said Kel. Rye's smile spread wolfish and sharp. You know... Rye's mouth formed the words, and Rye held up his hand, considering his long fingers, the knuckles adorned with glittering rings. Those same hands began twisting the rings so that their jeweled settings were on the inside. A little piece of me was hoping you would say that. And then Rye's fingers curled into a fist and connected with Kel's jaw. Kel's head cracked to the side, and he nearly stumbled, but the guards tightened their grips and held him on his feet. Kel tasted blood, but Rye just smiled that horrible smile and rubbed his knuckles. This is going to be fun. That was part 2. Holy fuck! Astrid's not a girl's girl. Seems not like it, no. Holy shit. All right. These fucking crazy siblings. Yeah. I mean, it's White London. I'm not expecting much. Yeah, she has a point. It's just very twisted and wrong, but she has a point. All right, part 3. I guess we're going back to Lila now. Lila ascended the palace stairs. You're gonna bind Kel too with a binding spell? I hope not. Leaving on a cliffhanger now with Kel. Alright. Lila ascended the palace stairs, the half cloak of her new coat billowing behind her. The shimmering midnight carpet rippled faintly with every upward step, as though it were truly water. Other guests climbed the stairs in pairs or small groups, but Lila did her best to mimic their lofty arrogance, shoulders back, head high, as she ascended alone. She might not be of money, but she'd stolen enough from those who were to copy their manners and their mannerisms. At the top, she presented the invitation to a man in black and gold, who bowed and stepped aside, allowing her into the foyer blanketed in flowers. More flowers than Lila had ever seen. Roses and lilies and peonies, daffodils and azaleas, and scores more she could not recognize by sight. Clusters of tiny white blossoms like snowflakes and massive stems that resembled sunflowers, as sunflowers were sky blue. The room filled with the fragrance of them all, and yet it did not overwhelm her. Perhaps she was simply getting used to it. Music poured through a second. A curtained doorway and the mystery of what lay beyond drew Lila forward through the gallery of flowers. And then, just as she reached out to pull the curtain aside, a second servant appeared from the other side and barred her path. Lila tensed, worried that somehow her disguised invitation were not enough, that she would be discovered as an imposter, an outsider. Her fingers twitched toward the knife under her coat. And then the man smiled and said in stiff English, "I'm presenting whom?" "Excuse me?" asked Lila, keeping her voice low, gruff. The attendant's brow crinkled. "What title and name should I announce you under, sir?" "Oh!" Relief swept over her, and her hand slid back to her side. A smile spread across her lips. "Captain Bard," she said, "of the Sea King." The attendant looked uncertain, but turned away and said the words without protest. Her name echoed and was swallowed by the room before she'd even stepped inside. And when she did, her mouth fell open. The vivid glamour of the world outside paled in comparison to the world within. Captain Bar, let's go! It was a palace of vaulting glass and shimmering tapestry, and woven through it all like light, magic. The air was alive with it. Not the secret, seductive magic of the stone, but a loud, bright, encompassing thing. Kel had told Lila that magic was like an extra sense, layered on top of sight and smell and taste. And now she understood. It was everywhere, in everything, and it was intoxicating. She could not tell if the energy was coming from the hundreds of bodies in the room, or from the room itself, which certainly reflected it, amplified it, like sound in an echoing chamber. And it was strangely, impossibly familiar. Beneath the magic, or perhaps because of it, the space itself was alive with color and light. She'd never set a foot inside St. James, but it couldn't possibly have compared to the splendor of this. Nothing in her London could. Her world felt truly gray by comparison, bleak and empty in a way that made Lila want to kiss the stone for freeing her from it, for bringing her here, to this glittering jewel of a place. Everywhere she looked, she saw wealth. Her fingers itched, and she resisted the urge to start picking pockets, reminding herself that the cargo in her own was too precious to risk getting caught. The curtained doorway led onto a landing, a set of stairs sloping down and away into the hall's polished floor. The stone itself lost beneath boots and twirling skirts. At the base of the stairs stood the king and queen, greeting each of their guests. Standing there, dressed in gold, they looked unbearably elegant. Lila had never been so near to royalty. She didn't count Kel, and knew she would slip away as soon as possible. But she couldn't resist the urge to flaunt her disguise. And besides, it would be rude not to greet her hosts. Reckless, growled a voice in her head, but Lila only smiled and descended the stairs. Welcome, Captain, said the king, his grip firm around Lila's hand. Your Majesty, she said, struggling to keep her voice down from drifting up. She nodded, her mask toward him, careful not to jab him with her horns. Welcome, echoed the queen, as Lila kissed her outstretched hand. But as she pulled away, the queen added, We have not met before. I'm a friend of Kel's, said Lila as casually as possible, her gaze still on the floor. Ah, said the queen. Then welcome. Actually, Lila went on, Your Highness, I'm looking for him. Do you know where he might be? The queen considered her blankly and said, He's not here. Lila frowned, and the queen added, But I'm not worried. Her tone was strangely steady, as if she were reciting a line that wasn't hers. The bad feeling in Lila's chest grew worse. I'm sure he'll turn up, said Lila, her hand free of the queen's. Everything will be okay, said the king, his voice similarly hollow. It will, added the queen. Lila frowned. Something was wrong. She lifted her gaze, risking impertinence to look the queen in the eye, and saw there a subtle gleam. The same shimmer she'd seen in the eyes of the guard after he'd slit Fletcher's throat. Some kind of spell. Had no one else noticed? Or had no one else even been brazen enough to stare so baldly at the crown? The next guest cleared his throat at Lila's back, and she broke the queen's gaze. I'm sorry to have kept you, she said quickly, shifting past the royal hosts and into the ballroom. She skirted the crowd of dancers and drinkers, looking for signs of the prince, but judging by the eagerness in the air, The way eyes constantly darted toward doors and sets of stairs, he yet to make an appearance. She slipped away through a pair of doors at the edge of the ballroom and found herself in a corridor. It was empty, save for a guard and a young woman wrapped in a rather amorous embrace, and too occupied to notice as Lila slipped past and vanished through another set of doors, and then another. Navigating the streets of London had taught her a fair amount about the maze-like flow of places, the way wealth gathers in the heart and tapers to the corners. She moved from hall to hall, winding around the palace's beating heart without straying too far. Everywhere she went, she found guests and guards and servants, but no sign of Kel, or the prince, or any break in the maze, until finally she came upon a set of spiral stairs. They were elegant but narrow, clearly not meant for public use. She cast a last glance back in the direction of the ball and then ascended the steps. The floor above was quiet in a private way, and she knew she must be getting close. Not only because of the silence, but also because the stone in her pocket was beginning to hum, as if it could feel Kel near and wished to be nearer. Again, Lila tried not to be offended. She found herself in a set of halls, the first of which was empty, the second of which was not. Lila rounded the corner and caught her breath. She pressed herself back into a shadowed nook, narrowly missing the eyes of a guard. He was standing in front of a set of ornate doors, and he was not alone. In fact, while every other door in the hall stood unmanned, the one at the very end of the one at the end was guarded by no fewer than 3 armed and armored men. Delilah swallowed and slid her newest knife from her belt. She hesitated. For the second time in as many days, she found herself 1 against 3. It had yet to end well. Her grip tightened on the knife as she scrounged for a plan that wasn't sure to end in a grave. The stone took up its murmuring rhythm again, and she was reluctantly about to draw it from her coat when she stopped and noticed something. The hall was studded with doors, and while the farthest one was guarded, the nearest one stood ajar. It led on to a luxurious bedroom, and at the back of it, a balcony, curtains fluttering in the evening air. Lila smiled and turned the knife to her belt. She had an idea. End of part 3. It seems like now we're cutting back to Kel. After he got absolutely fucking punched in the face. On to part 4. Hate ass shit. Same. Kel spat blood onto Rye's lovely inlaid floor, marring the intricate pattern. If Rye himself were here, he would not be happy, but Rye wasn't here. The stone, my rose, Astrid's sultry tone poured between Rye's lips. Where is it? Kel struggled to get to his knees with his arms still pinned behind his back. What do you want with it? He growled as 2 guards dragged him on his feet. Kel is a boy. Kel is a guy. Lila is a girl, dressed as a guy. What do you want with it? He growled as the 2 guards dragged him to his feet. To take the throne, of course. You already have a throne, observed Kel. In a dying London. And do you know why it dies? Because of you. Because of this city and its cowardly retreat. It made of us a shield, and now it thrives while we perish. It seems only just that I should take it as reparation. retribution. So you would what? Asked Kel. Abandon your brother to the decaying corpse of your world so you can enjoy the splendors of this one? A cold, dry laugh escaped Rye's throat. Not at all. That would make me a very poor sister. Athos and I will still rule together, side by side. Kel's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? We are going to restore balance to the worlds, reopen the doors, or rather, tear them down, create one that stays open so that anyone, everyone can move between. A merger, if you will, of our two illustrious Londons. Kel paled. Even when the doors had been unlocked, they had been doors, and they were kept closed. An open door between the worlds wouldn't only be dangerous, it would be unstable. The stone is not strong enough to do that, he said, trying to sound sure, but he wasn't. The stone had made a door for Lila, but making a pinprick in a piece of cloth was very different from tearing the fabric in half. Are you certain? Teased Astrid. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps your half of the stone is not enough. Kel's blood went cold. My half? Rye's mouth curled into a smile. Haven't you noticed that it's broken? Kel reeled. The jagged edge. Athos found it like that in 2 pieces. He likes to find treasure, you see. Always has. Growing up, we used to scavenge the rocks along the coast, searching for anything of value. A habit he never lost. His searching merely became a bit more sophisticated. A bit more pointed, of course. Of course, we knew of the Black London Purge, of the eradication of artifacts, but he was so sure there must be something, anything to help save our dying world. And he found it, said Kel, digging his wrist into the metal puffs. The edges were smooth, not sharp, and dull pain spread up his arm, and the skin refused to break. He stared down at the blood from his lip on Rye's floor, but the guards were holding him up, their grip unyielding. He scoured, continued Astrid in Rye's tongue. Found a few useless things secreted away. A notebook, a piece of cloth. And then, lo and behold, he found the stone. Broken in 2, yes, but as I'm sure you've noticed, its state has not stopped it from working. It is magic, after all. It may divide, but it does not weaken. The 2 halves remain connected even when they are apart. Each half is strong enough on its own, strong enough to change the world. But they want each other, you see. They are drawn together through the wall. If a drop of your blood is enough to make a door, think that 2 halves of the stone could do. It could tear down the wall itself, thought Kel. Tear reality apart. Rye's fingers wrapped along the back of a chair. It was my idea, I confess, giving you the stone, allowing you to carry it across the line. Kel grimaced as he twisted his wrist against the iron binding them. Why not use Holland? He asked, trying to buy more time. To smuggle the stone here? He obviously delivered that necklace to Rye. Astrid drew Rye's lips into a smile and ran a finger lightly over Kel's cheek. I wanted you. Rye's hand continued up and tangled in Kel's hair as Astrid leaned in, pressed her stolen cheek to Kel's bloody one, and whispered in his ear, I told you once that I would own your life. Kel wrenched back, and Rye's hand fell away. Besides, she said with a sigh, it made sense. If things went wrong and Holland was caught, the guild would lie on our crown, and we would not have another chance. If things went wrong and you were caught, the guild would lie on your head. I know your hobbies, Kel. You think the scorched bone keeps secrets? Nothing goes unnoticed in my city. Rye's tongue clicked. A royal servant with a bad habit of smuggling things across borders. Not so hard to believe. And if things went right, and I succeeded in taking this castle, this kingdom, I couldn't have you out there, unaccounted for, fighting against me. I wanted you here, where you belong, at my feet. Dark energy began to crackle in Rye's palm, and Kel braced himself. But Astrid couldn't seem to control it, not with Rye's crude skills. The lightning shot to the left, striking the metal post of the prince's bed. Kel forced himself to chuckle thinly. You should have picked a better body, he said. My brother has never had a gift for magic. Oh my god, not another one, gurgle. Astrid rolled Rye's wrist, considering his fingers. No matter, she said. I have an entire family to choose from. Kel had an idea. Why don't you try on someone a little stronger? He goaded. Like you? Asked Astrid coolly. Would you like me to take your body for a spin? I'd like to see you try, said Kel. If he could get her to take off the necklace, to put it on him instead. I could, she whispered, but possession doesn't work on Antari, she added dryly. Kel's heart sank. I know that, and so do you. Nice try, though. Kel watched as his brother turned and lifted a knife from a nearby table. Now compulsion, she said, admiring the glinting edge. That's another matter. Rye's fingers tightened on the blade, and Kel pulled back, but there was nowhere to go. The guards gripped him, vice tight, as the prince strode over lazily and raised the knife, slicing the buttons off Kel's shirt and pushing the collar aside to reveal the smooth, fair flesh over his heart. So few scars. Rye's finger brought the knife point in Kel's skin. We'll fix that. Stop right there, came a voice from the balcony. Kel twisted and saw Lila. She was dressed differently, in a black coat and a horned mask, but she was standing atop the banister, bracing herself in the balcony's doorframe and pointing her pistol at the prince's chest. This is a family matter, warned Astrid with Rye's voice. I've heard enough to know you're not really family. Lila cocked the gun and leveled it on Rye. Now step away from Kel. Rye's mouth made a grim smile, and then his hand flew out. This time, the lightning found its mark, striking Lila square in the chest. She gasped and lost her grip on the doorframe, her boots slipping off the banister rail, and she stumbled back and plunged into the dark. Lila! Shouted Kel as she disappeared over the rail. He jerked free of the guards, the cuff finally cutting into his wrist, enough to draw blood. In an instant, he had curled his fingers around the metal and spat out the command to unblock his cuffs. As Orense, open. His shackles fell away, and the rest of Kel's power flooded back. The guards lunged at him, but his hands came up, and the man went flying backwards. And into the wall, and the other into the metal frame of Rye's bed. Kel freed his dagger and spun on the prince, ready for a fight. But Rye only gazed at him, amused. What do you plan to do now, Kel? You won't hurt me, not as long as I'm wearing your brother. I squished it against my wall and blood was smeared on it. Oh, I hate that. I fucking hate that. But you got the mosquito. Let's fucking go. Okay. But I'm gonna redo this part. Okay. I'm down with Astrid, down with mosquitoes. But Rye only gazed at him, amused. What do you plan to do now, Cal? You won't hurt me, not as long as I'm wearing your brother. But I will. It was Lila's voice again, followed instantly by the sound of a gun. Pain and surprise both flashed across Rye's face. And then one of his legs crumpled beneath him, blood darkening the fabric around his calf. Lila was standing outside, not on a banister as she'd been before, but in the air, above it. Feet resting on a plume of dark smoke. Relief poured over Kel, followed instantly by horror. She hadn't just walked into danger. She brought the stone with her. You have to try harder than that to kill me, she said, hopping down from the smoke platform and onto the balcony. She strode into the chamber. Rye got to his feet. Is that a challenge? The guards were recovering too, one moving behind Lila, the other hovering behind Kel. Run, he said to Lila. Nice to see you too, she snapped, shoving the talisman back in her pocket. He saw the weakness sweep over her in the magic's wake, but only in her eyes and jaw. She was good at hiding it. You shouldn't have come here, growled Kel. No, echoed Rye. You shouldn't have. But you're here now, and you've brought me a gift. Lila's hand pressed against her coat, and Rye's mouth curled into that horrible smile. Kel readied himself for an attack, but instead, Rye's hand brought the blade to his own chest and rested the tip between his ribs, just under his heart. Kel stiffened. Give me the stone, or I will kill the prince. Oh my god, there's another one. Holy shit. That's a lot of mosquitoes. Alright, give me a second. I gotta take a little sip of my water. Ow. All right. I think if I remember from reading this book before, this part is getting like really intense now. Okay. Rye's mouth curled into that horrible smile. Kel ready for an attack, but instead Rye's hand brought the blade to his own chest and rested the tip between the ribs just under his heart. Give me the stone or I will kill the prince. Lila frowned, eyes flicking between Rye and Kel, uncertain. You wouldn't kill him, challenged Kel. Rye raised a dark brow. Do you really believe that, flower boy? Or do you only hope it's true? You chose his body because he's part of your plan. You won't. Never presume to know your enemy. Rye's hand pressed down on the knife, the tip sinking into his ribs. I have a closet full of kings. Stop, demanded Kel as blood spread out from the knife's tip. He tried commanding the bones in Rye's arm to still. But Astrid's own powerful will inside the prince's body made Kel's grip tenuous. How long can you stay my hand? Challenged Astrid. What happens when your focus starts to slip? Rye's amber eyes went to Lila. He doesn't want me to hurt his brother. You best give me the stone before I do. Lila hesitated, and Rye's free hand curled around the possession charm and drew it over his head. holding it loosely in his palm. "The stone, Lila." "Don't do this," said Kel, and he didn't know if he meant the words for Astrid or Lila or both. "The stone." "Astrid, please," whispered Kel, his voice wavering. At that, Rye's mouth twisted into a triumphant smile. "You are mine, Kel, and I will break you. Starting with your heart." "Astrid!" But it was too late. Rye's body twisted toward Lila, and a single word left his mouth. "Catch!" Before he cast the pendant into the air and drove the knife into his chest. And that's the end of chapter 4. Of part 4 of chapter 11. So, Rye dead? Part 5. It happened so fast. The pendant, moving at the same time as the blade. Kel saw Lila lunge at the charm's reach, and he twisted back in time to see Rye burrowing the knife between his ribs. "No!" screamed Kel, surging forward. The necklace skidded along the floor and fetched up against the guard's boot. And Rye crumpled forward. The blade driven in to the hilt as Kel scrambled to his side and pulled the knife free. Rye, and it was Rye now, let out a choked sound, and Kel pressed his blood-streaked fingers to his brother's chest. Rye's shirt front was already wet, and he shuddered under Kel's touch. Kel had just begun to speak the command to command the magic to heal the prince when a guard slammed into him from the side as they both went down on the inlaid floor. Several feet away, Lila was grappling with the other guard, while Kel's attacker clutched the talisman in one hand and tried to wrap the other around Kel's throat. Kel kicked and fought and dragged himself free, and when the guard and Astrid within charged forward, he threw up his hand. The metal armor and the body inside went flying backward, not into the wall, but into the banister at the balcony, which crumbled under the force and sent the guard's body over and down. It landed with a crash on the courtyard stones below. The sound followed instantly by screams, and Kel ran to the patio to see a dozen of the ball dancers circling the body. One of them, a woman in a lovely green gown, reached out curiously for the pendant, now discarded on the courtyard stones. "Stop!" called Kel, but it was too late. The moment the woman's fingers curled around it, he could see her change, the possession rippling through her in a single drawn-out shiver before her head flicked up at him, mouth drawing into a cold, grim smile. She turned on her heel and plunged into the palace. "Kel!" called Lila, and he spun, taking in the room for the first time as it was, in disarray. The remaining guard lay motionless on the floor, a dagger driven through the visor of his helmet, and Lila crouched over Rye, her mask lifted and her tangled hands pressing against the prince's chest. She was covered in blood, but it wasn't hers. Rye's shirt was soaked through. "Rye," said Kel, the word a sob, a shuddering breath as he knelt over his brother. He drew his dagger and slashed his hand, cutting deep. "Hold on, Rye." He pressed his wounded palm to the prince's chest. It was rising and falling in staccato breaths, and said, "Ah, so sorry." "Heal." Rye coughed up blood. The courtyard below had exploded into activity, voices pouring up through the broken balcony. Footsteps were sounding through the halls, fists banging on the chamber doors, which Kel now saw were scrawled with spellwork, locking charms. "We have to go," said Lila. "Ah, so sorry," said Kel again, putting pressure on the wound. There was so much blood. Too much. I'm sorry, murmured Rye. Shut up, Rye, said Kel. Kel, ordered Lila. I'm not leaving him, he said simply. So take him with us. Kel hesitated. You said the magic needs time to work. We can't wait. Bring him with us if you will, but we need to go. Kel swallowed. I'm sorry, he said, just before forcing himself and Rye to his feet. The prince gasped in pain. I'm sorry. They couldn't go by the door, couldn't parade the wounded prince in front of a palace full of people there to celebrate his birthday. And somewhere among them, Astrid Dane. There was a private hall between Rye's room and Kel's. Only they'd used since they were boys. And now he half dragged, half carried his brother toward a concealed door and then through it. He led the prince and Lila down the narrow corridor, the walls of which were covered with an assortment of odd marks. Bets and challenges, and personal scores kept by tallies. The tasks themselves long forgotten. A trail through their strange and sheltered youth. Now they left a trail of blood. Stay with me, said Kel. Stay with me, Rye. Listen to my voice. Such a nice voice, said Rye quietly, his head lolling forward. Rye. Kel heard armored bodies break into the prince's room as they reached his own. And he shut the door to the hall and pressed his bloodied hand to the wood and said, Astaro, seal. As the word left his lips, metal work spread from his fingers, tracing back and forth over the door and binding it shut. You can't keep running from bedroom to bedroom, snapped Lila. We have to get out of this palace. Kel knew that. Got another one? Oh my, let's go. Kel knew they had to get away. He led them to the private study at the far edge of this room. The one with the blood markings on the back of the door. Shortcuts to half a dozen places in the city. The one that led to the Ruby Fields was useless now, but the others would work. He scanned the options until he found the one. The only one he knew would be safe. Will this work? Asked Lila. Kel wasn't sure. Doors within worlds were harder to make but easier to use. They could only be created by Antari, but others could hypothetically pass through. Indeed, Kel had led Rye through a portal once before, the day he found him on the boat. There had been only 2 of them then. Now there were 3. Don't let go, said Kel. He drew fresh blood over the mark and held Rye and Lila as closely as he could, hoping the door and the magic would be strong enough to lead them to Sanctuary. And that's the end of chapter 11. Holy shit. How are you guys feeling? Brushing teeth. Damn, it's 8 a.m. I think there's like 1 or 2 more chapters and we're done. Oh, we're finishing this book. I said it. I hope Holland dies. Yeah, same. We are finishing Slothy. I don't care how long it'll take. We have about like 60, 70 pages left. Oh, we are in the last chapter, it seems. I think. No, wait, there's 1 more chapter. Holland is also a guy. Yeah, there's 2 more chapters. Look at y'all with the cozy and comfy emotes. Alright. Again. Holland is actually a living sack of shit. True. Alright. Again, we just finished a chapter, so we are going to take a little break, get some stretches, get some fresh air, get some snacks, get some water. And I'll be back in a bit. I think it's better if we take multiple breaks and the stream is a bit longer than me just rushing through it and losing focus and getting worse and worse. Because right now I feel like I've been getting better again with the reading. I feel, but I still need the breaks in between to keep my focus. Yeah, bathroom breaks if needed as well. And just get like a good at reading. I'm trying my best here. And you guys, you still have to consider this book that we are reading now is the first out of a full-on trilogy. The second and third are even longer. Like this one is about like 360 pages. I think the second one's like almost 500 pages, and then the last one is like 600. So we have a lot of material to go through. But I am absolutely here for it. I personally have fully read the first and second book, but only like a third or like half of the third book. So for the third book, I'm going in mostly blind myself. So I actually have no idea how the story will end over the third book. But we shall find out together, I guess. But yeah, for now, let me just go and stretch, get some fresh air on the balcony again, and then I'll be back. I'll see you guys in a minute or so. All right, I'm back. I'm a really big fan of this book, and my sister and my bestie also apparently read it before too, and both told me it's good. Yeah, again, I've read the first two, and I really liked it. I really, really liked it. I mean, there's a reason I bought all three. Does it say the price here? How much I paid for the first one? It says it here in UK pounds, which was $7.99 for the first one. I don't know how much I paid for it, if it was around the same. Okay. In the bookstores right now online, it goes for around like €9. Okay. Oh, I know too well how toxic League can be. Hello, I used to play League for 6 years. Whatever rank. I think the highest is either Challenger or Grandmaster. I haven't played in like 6 or 7 years, so I don't know if they ever changed. I know they changed a bit on the rank system, but I don't know if Challenger is still the highest or if there's a higher rank now. But yeah. Well, hello. I used to play League. Back in the day. Okay. Are we ready to tackle the second to last chapter of this book? Chapter 12, Sanctuary and Sacrifice. Part 1. The London Sanctuary sat at a bend in the river near the edge of the city, a stone structure with the simple elegance of a temple and an air just as reverent. It was a place where men and women came to study magic as much as worship it. Scholars and masters here spent their lives striving to comprehend and connect with the essence of power, the origin, the source. To understand the element of magic, the entity in all and yet of none. As a child, Kel had spent as much time in the sanctuary as he had in the palace, studying under and being studied by his tutor, Master Tierenn. But though he visited now and then, he had not been back to stay in years. Not since Rai began to throw tantrums at Kel's every absence, insisting that the latter be not only a fixture but also a family member. Still, Tierenn insisted that he would always have a room there, and so Kel had kept the door drawn on his wall, marked by a simple circle of blood with an X drawn through. Damn, look at your loyalty level here. Let's go. This symbol, the symbol of sanctuary. Drop these stones for my... Good luck. Now he and Lila, with a bloody Rai between them, stumbled through. Out of the grandeur of the current chaos of the palace and into a simple stone room. Candlelight flickered against the smooth rock walls, and the chamber itself was narrow and high-ceilinged and sparsely furnished. The sanctuary scorned distraction. The private chambers supplied with only the essential. Kel may have been Aven blessed, but Tierenn insisted on treating him as he would any other student, a fact for which Kel was grateful. As such, his room held neither more or less than any other. A wooden desk along one wall and a low cot along another, with a small table beside it. On the table, burning as it always burned, sat an infinite candle. The room had no windows and only one door, and the air held the coolness of underground places, of crypts. A circle was edged into the floor, symbols scrawled around the edges. An enhancing sphere meant for meditation. Rye's blood trailed a path across it as Kel and Lila dragged him to the cot and laid him down as gently as possible. "Stay with me," Kel kept saying, but Rye's quiet, "Sure," and "All right," and "As you wish," had given way to silence and shallow breaths. "How many Hassaris had Kel said?" The words had once more become a low chant on his lips, in his head, in his heartbeat, but Rye was not healing. How long until the magic worked? It had to work. Fear clawed its way up to Kel's throat. He should have looked at Astrid's weapon. Should have paid attention to the metal and the markings on it. Had she done something to block his magic? Why wasn't it working? Maybe at least not in this book. Why wasn't it working? "Stay with me," he murmured. Rye had stopped moving. His eyes were closed and the strain had gone out of his jaw. "Kel," Lila said softly, "I think it's too late." "No," he said, gripping the cot. "It's not. The magic just needs time. You don't understand how it works." "Kel, it just needs time." Kel pressed both hands to his brother's chest and stifled a cry. It neither rose nor fell. He couldn't feel a heartbeat underneath the ribs. "I can't," he said, gasping as if he too were starved out of air. "I can't." Kel's voice wavered as his fingers tangled up his brother's bloody shirt. "I can't give up." "It's over," said Lila. "There's nothing you can do." But that wasn't true. There was still something. All the warmth went out of Kel's body, but so did the hesitation and the confusion and the fear. He knew what to do, knew what he had to do. "Give me the stone," he said. "No." "Lila, give me the bloody stone before it's too late." "It's already too late. He's not dead," snapped Cal. He held out a stained and shaking hand. "Give it to me." Lila's hand went into her pocket and hovered there. "There's a reason I'm holding it, Cal," she said. "Damn it, Lila, please!" She let out a shaky breath and withdrew the stone. He ripped it from her fingers, ignoring the pulse of power up his arm, and turned back to Rye's body. "You told me yourself, nothing good comes out of this," said Lila as Kel set the stone over Rye's unbeating heart and pressed his palm down on top of it. "I know you're upset, but you can't think that this..." Couldn't hear her. Her voice dissolved, along with everything else, as Kel focused on the magic coursing in his veins. "Save him," he ordered the stone. Power sang through his blood, and smoke poured from under his fingers. It snaked up his arm and around Rye's ribs, turning to blackened rope as it tangled around them, tying them together, binding them. But Rye will lay there, unmoving. "My life is his life," thought Kel. "His life is mine. Bind it to mine and bring him back." He could feel the magic, hungry and wanting, pushing against him, trying to tap into his body, his power, his life force. And this time, he let it in. As soon as he did, the black rope tightened, and Kel's... One second. Okay. And Kel's heart lurched in his chest. It skipped a beat, and Rye's heart caught it, thudding once beneath Kel's touch. For an instant, all he felt was relief and joy, and then pain. Like being torn apart on a nerve, one nerve at a time. Cal screamed as he doubled forward over the prince, but he didn't let go. Rye's back arched under his hand, the dark coils of magic singed around them. The pain only worsened, carved itself in burning strokes over Cal's skin, his heart and his life. "Cal!" said Lila's voice broke through the fog and saw her rushing forward a step and then two. Steady, reaching out to stop him, to pull him free of the spell. "Stop," he thought. He didn't say it, didn't raise a finger, but the magic was in his head, and it heard his will. It rushed through him, and the smoke rushed out and slammed Lila backward. She hit the stone wall and crumpled to the floor. Something in Kel stirred, distant and hushed. "Wrong," it whispered. "This is..." But then another wave of pain sent him reeling. Power pounded through his veins, and his head came to rest against his brother's ribs as the pain tore through him, skin and muscle, bone and soul. Rai gasped, and so did Cal, his heart skipping once more in his chest. And then it stopped. Part 1 over. That was a short part. But holy shit. I hope you guys are still with me. I hope you guys are okay. Because holy shit, this is intense. Part 2. The room went deathly still. Kel's hand slipped from Rye's ribs, and his body tumbled from the cot to the stone floor with a sickening thud. Lila's ears were still ringing from the force of her head meeting the wall as she pushed herself to her hands and knees, and then to her feet. Kel wasn't moving, wasn't breathing. And then, after a moment that seemed to last hours, he drew a deep, shuddering breath, and so did Rye. Lila swore with relief as he knelt over Kel. His shirt was open, his stomach and chest streaked with blood, but under that, a black symbol, made up of concentric circles, was branded into his skin, directly over his heart. Lila looked up at the cot. The same mark was scrawled over Rye's bloody chest. "What have you done?" she whispered. She didn't know that much about magic, but she was fairly certain that bringing someone back from the dead was solidly in the bad column. For all magic came at a price. What had this cost Kel? As if in answer, his eyes floated open. Lila was relieved to see that one of them was still blue. There had been an instant during the spell where both had gone solid black. "Welcome back," she said. Kel groaned, and Lila helped him into his sitting position on the cold stone floor. Well, he always... I'm learning. Yeah, I mean, he was using the stone, so obviously there's gonna be some black magic, black London magic stuff. But as an Antari, as like one of those blood magicians, they always have one fully black eye. But yeah, in this case, both eyes were black because he was using the stone and it was kind of like possessing him. The attention went to the bed, where Rye's chest rose and fell in a slow and steady motion. His eyes went from the mark on the prince's skin to the mirrored mark on his own, which he touched, wincing faintly. "What did you do?" asked Lila. "I bound Rye's life to mine," he said hoarsely. "As long as I survive, so will he." "That seems like a dangerous spell." "It's not a spell," he said softly. She didn't know if he lacked the strength to speak louder or was afraid of waking his brother. It's called a soul seal. Spells can be broken. A soul seal cannot. It's a piece of permanent magic. But this, he added, grazing the mark, this is forbidden? Ventured Layla. Impossible, said Kel. This kind of magic, it doesn't exist. He seemed dazed and distant as he got to his feet, and Layla tensed when she saw that she was still gripping the stone. Black veins traced up his arm. You need to let go of that now. Kel looked down, as if he'd forgotten he was holding it. But when he managed to unclench his fingers, the talisman didn't fall out. Where was it? It didn't fall out. Threads of black spun out from the rock, winding down his fingers and up his wrist. He stared down at the stone for several long moments. It appears I can't, he said at last. Isn't that bad? What's the weakest magic? Well, the lowest kind of magic, or like the common magic in the world of Red London, is just like elemental magic. Usually any person, there's a toy where it's basically like a glass or like a tube or like rows of different elements. And then as a kid, you'd learn what affinity of an element you'd have by playing with it, and then one of them would move, or multiple. Usually, like, if you have some kind of magic, you're at least able to move one of them. Kel, as an Antari, he has the ability to just move all of them freely as much as he wants. But, I think, like, Rai is very weak in his magic. He can only just slightly start controlling and conjuring up fire. Like, fire seems like the element he shows the most affinity with, but he's still struggling. So Rai, even though he's like a royalty of the world thriving in magic, lacks magic, or the strength to wield magic. No, if your eyes are normal, that's still fine. Usually, like, all of the commoners that still can use magic in Red London have normal eyes. The Antari, the blood magicians, are special and have that blackened eye. Every other person who can also conjure up magic has normal eyes. Do fish swim? No, they fly. All right, where was I? And down his fingers up his wrist, he stared down at the stone for several long moments. It appears I can't, he said at last. Isn't that bad? Pressed Lila. Yes, he said, and his calm worried her more than anything. But I didn't have a choice, I had to. He trailed off, turning toward Rai. Kel, are you alright? Seemed an absurd question given the circumstances, and Kel gave her a look that said as much. So Lila added, when you were doing that spell, you weren't you. Well, I am now. Are you sure about that? She asked, gesturing at his hand. Because that's new. Because that's new, Kel frowned. That rock is bad magic. You said it yourself. It feeds on energy, on people, and now it's strapped itself to you. You can't tell me that doesn't worry you. Lila, he said darkly, I couldn't let him die. But what you've done instead, I did what I had to do, he said. I suppose it doesn't matter. I'm already lost. Lila scowled. What do you mean by that? Kel's eyes softened a little. Someone has to return the stone to Black London, Lila. It's not just a matter of opening a door and casting the object through. I have to take it there. I have to walk through with it. Kel looked down at the stone, binding itself to his hand. Kel looked down at the stone, binding itself to his hand. I never expected to make it back. Christ, Kel, growled Lila. If you're not going to bother staying alive, then what's the damn point? Why tether Rye's life to yours if you're just going to throw it away? Kel cringed. So long as I live, so will he. And I didn't say I planned on dying. But you just said... I said I'm not coming back. The seals on Black London were designed less to keep anyone from going in and more to keep anyone from getting out. I can't strip the spells. And even if I could, I wouldn't. And with the spells intact, even if I managed to make a door into Black London, the seals will never let me back out. And you weren't going to mention any of this. You were just going to let me follow you on a one-way trip to... You said you wanted an adventure, snapped Kel. And no, I never intended to let you. Just then the door swung open. Kel and Lila fell silent, their argument echoing on the walls of the narrow stone chamber. An old man was standing in the doorway, wearing a black robe, one hand against the doorframe, the other holding up a sphere of pale white light. He wasn't old in a withered way. In fact, he stood straight and broad-shouldered, his age belied only by his white hair and the deep creases on his face, made deeper by the shadows cast from the light in his palm. Kel put his coat around himself and buried his damaged hand in a pocket. Master Tieran, he said casually, as if the informality in his voice could cover up the fact that he and Lila were streaked with blood and standing in front of the body of a nearly dead prince. Kel, said the man, frowning deeply, Kersla Irvaneshmea. And then he trailed off and looked at Lila. His eyes were pale and startlingly blue. They seemed to go straight through her. His brow furrowed, and then he began speaking again, this time in English, as if you could tell with a single glance that she did not understand, did not belong. What brings you here? He asked, addressing both of them. You said I would always have a room, answered Kel wearily. I'm afraid I had need of it. He stepped aside so that Master Tieran could see the wounded prince. The man's eyes went wide as he touched his fingers to his lips in a small, prayer-like gesture. Is he... He's alive, said Kel, hand drifting to his collar next to the mark. But the palace is under attack. I cannot explain everything, not now, but you must believe me, Tieran. It has been taken by traitors. They are using forbidden magic, possessing the bodies and minds of those around them. No one is safe, nowhere is safe, and no one is to be trusted. He was breathless by the time he finished. Tieran crossed to Kel in a handful of slow strides. He took Kel's face in his hands, the gesture strangely intimate, and looked up into his eyes as he held Lila's. As he had Lila's, if he could see past them. What have you done to yourself? Kel's voice caught in his throat. Only what I had to. His coat had fallen open, and the man's gaze drifted down on the blackened mark over Kel's heart. Please, he said, sounding frightened. I would not have brought danger into these halls, but I had no choice. Hey, Otaku. Just stopping by to say hi before work. Hope you're having a good day at work. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. The man's hands fell away. The sanctuary is warded against darkness. The prince will be safe within these walls. Relief swept across Kel's features. Tyrion turned to consider Lila a second time. You are not from here, he said, by way of introduction. Lila held out her hand. Delilah Bart. The man took it, and something like a shiver, but warmer, passed beneath her skin. A calm spreading through her in its wake. My name is Master Tyrion, he said. I am the Onase Aven. That is to say, the head priest of the London Sanctuary, and a healer. He added, as if to explain the sensation. Their hands fell apart, and Tyrion went to the prince's side and brought his bony fingers to rest feather light on top of Rye's chest. His injuries are severe. I know, said Kel shakily. I can feel them as if they were my own. Lila tensed, and Tyrion's expression darkened. Then I will do what I can to ease his pain and yours. Kel nodded gratefully. It's my fault, he said, but I will set things straight right. Tyrion opened his mouth to speak, but Kel stopped him. I cannot tell you, he said. I must ask for your trust as well as your discretion. On YouTube a couple of days ago, I would want an Overwatch character. Who would it be? It was Ramatra. Oh my god. Why am I not surprised that people would make comments like that? I must ask for your trust as well as your discretion. Tyrion's mouth became a thin line. I will lead you to the tunnels, he said. From there you will be able to find your way, whichever way you need. Kel had been silent since leaving the small room. He hadn't been able to look at his brother, hadn't been able to say goodbye, had only swallowed and nodded and turned away, following Master Tyrion out. Lila trailed behind, picking Rye's dried blood from the cuffs of her new coat. She supposed she would have had to get her hands and sleeves dirty sooner or later. As they made their way through the bowels of the sanctuary, she watched Kel and the way his gaze hung on Tyrion, as if willing the priest to say something, but the priest kept his mouth shut and his eyes ahead. And eventually Kel's step began to trail, until he and Lila were side by side in the head priest's wake. The clothing suits you, he said quietly. Do I want to know how you came by it? Lila tilted her head. I didn't steal it, if that's what you're asking. I bought it from a woman in the market called Kala. Kel smiled faintly at that name. And how did you pay for it? I haven't, retorted Lila. But that doesn't mean I won't. Her gaze dropped away, though I don't know when I'll have the chance. You will, said Kyle, because you're staying here. Like hell I am, shot Lila. The sanctuary will keep you safe. I will not be left behind. Kel shook his head. You were never meant to go farther. When I said yes, I did so with the intent to leave you here in my city to deliver word of my fate to the king and queen. Lila drew a breath, but he held up his uninjured hand. And to keep you safe. White London is no place for a grey welder. It's no place for anyone. I'll be the judge of that, she said. I'm going with you. Lila, this isn't some game. Enough people have died, and You're right, it's not a game, pressed Lila. It's strategy. I heard what the queen said about the stone being broken in two. You need to dispose of both pieces. And as of right now, you only have one. The White King has the other, right? Which means we have our work cut out for us. And it is we, Cal. Two of them means there should be two of us as well. You can take the king and I'll handle the queen. You're no match for Astrid Dane. Tell me, do you underestimate everyone or just me? Is it because I'm a girl? It's because you're human, he snapped. Because you made me the bravest, boldest soul I've ever met. But you're still too much flesh and bone and too little power. Astrid Dane is made of magic and malice. Well, yes, well, that's all well and good for her, but she's not even in her body, is she? She's here having a grand time in Red London, which means she would make an easy target. Lila gave him the sharpest edge of a grin. And I may be human, but I've made it this far. Kel frowned deeply. It is amazing, thought Lila, that he doesn't have more wrinkles. You have, he said, but no father. The girl has power in her, offered Tierin without looking back. What's wrong with humans? Well, a human with no magic, because she's from Grey London, she has, like, no magic. She would not be able to compete with someone that has as strong magic as the Dane twins. Yeah, and she doesn't have the stone because it's tied to Kel. But I mean, what Tierin just said, though. The girl has power in her, offered Tierin without looking back. Lila brightened. See? She preened. I've been telling you that all along. What kind of power? Asked Kel, raising a brow. Don't sound so skeptical, Lila shot back. Unnurtured, said Tierin. Untended, unawakened. Well, come on then. Onase Aven, she said, holding out her hands. Wake it up. Tierin glanced back and offered her a ghost of a smile. It shall awake on its own, Delilah Bart. And if you nurture it, it will grow. She comes from the other London, said Kel. Tierin showed no surprise. The one without magic. No London is truly without magic, observed the priest. And human or not, added Lila sharply, I'd like to remind you that that you're still alive because of me. I'm the reason that White Queen's not wearing you like a coat. And I've got something you need. Have a good stream. Have a good one. Well, have a good one as well, Otaku. Good luck at work. Wise man Tierin, right? He just knows. As the head priest, I guess he just has like a third eye for that kind of thing. Human or not? Yeah, okay. What's that? Lila pulled the white rook from her pocket. The key. Kel's eyes widened a fraction in surprise and then narrowed. Do you honestly think you could keep it from me if I wished to take it? In an instant, Lila had the rook in one hand and her knife in the other. The brass knuckles on the handle glinted in the candlelight, while the stone humming low and steady, as if whispering to Kel. Try it, she sneered. Kel stopped walking and looked at her. What is wrong with you? He asked, sounding honestly baffled. Do you care so little about your life that you would throw it all away for a few hours of adventure and a violent death? Lila frowned. She'd admit that, in the beginning, all she wanted was an adventure. But that wasn't why she was insisting now. The truth was, she'd seen the change in Kel, seen the shadow sweep across his eyes when he summoned that clever cursed magic, seen how hard it was for him to return to his senses after. Every time he used the stone, he seemed to lose a bigger piece of himself. So no, Lila wasn't going with him just to satisfy some thirst for danger. She wasn't going with him just to keep him company. She was going because they'd come this far, and because she feared he wouldn't succeed. Not alone. My life is mine to spend, she said, and I will not spend it here, no matter how nice your city is, or how much safer it might be. We had a deal, Kel. And you now have Tieran to guard your story and heal your brother. I'm no use to him. Let me be of use to you. Kel looked her in the eyes. You will be trapped there, he said, when it is over. Lila shivered. Perhaps, she said, or perhaps I will go with you to the end of the world. After all, you've made me curious. Lila. His eyes were dark with pain and worry, but she only smiled. One adventure at a time, she said. They reached the edge of a tunnel, and Tieran pushed open a door of metal pushed open a pair of metal gates. The red river glowed at them from below. They were standing on its northern bank, the palace shimmering in the distance, still surrounded by starry light as if nothing were amiss. Tieran brought his hand to Kel's shoulder and murmured something in Arnesian before adding in English, May the saints and source of all be with you both. Kel nodded and gripped the priest's hand with his unwounded one before stepping out into the evening. But as Lila went to follow, Tieran caught her arm. He squinted at her as if searching for a secret. What? Asked Lila. How did you lose it? He asked. Lila frowned. Lose what? His weathered fingers drifted up beneath her chin. Your eye. Wait, what? How did you lose your eye? Lila pulled her face from his grip, her hand going to the darker of her two brown eyes, the one made of glass. Few people ever noticed. Her hair cut a sharp line across her face. Speedwagon's from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Lila pulled her face from his grip, her hand going into the darker of her brown eyes, the one made of glass. Few people ever noticed. Her hair cut a sharp line across her face, and even when she did look someone in the eye, they rarely held the gaze for long enough to mark the difference. I don't remember, she said. It wasn't a lie. I was a child, and it was an accident, I'm told. Said Tieran pensively. Does Kel know? Her frown deepened. Does it matter? After a long moment, the old man tilted his head. I suppose not, he said. Kel was looking back at Lila, waiting for her. If the darkness takes him, said Tieran under his breath, you must end his life. He looked at her, through her. Do you think you can? Lila didn't know whether he wanted to know if she had the strength or the will. If he dies, she said, so will I. Tieran sighed. Then the world will be as it should, he said sadly, instead of as it is. Lila swallowed and nodded. Went to join Kel. To White London, then? She asked when she reached him, holding out the rook. Kel did not move. He was staring out at the river, and a palace arching over it. She thought he might be taking in his London, his home, saying his goodbyes, but then he spoke. "The bones are the same in every world," he said, gesturing to the city. "But the rest of it will be different as this world is from yours." He pointed across the river and toward the center of London. "Where we are going, the castle is there. Athos and Astrid will be there too. Once we cross through, stay close. Do not leave my side. It is night here, which means it is night in White London too, and the city is full of shadows." Kel looked at Lila. "You can still change your mind." Lila straightened and tugged up the collar of her coat. She smiled. "Not a chance." That was part 2 of chapter 12. Alright. So something mysterious is going on with Lila. As far as we know, she does have some sort of power in her, apparently. And only has one eye. But we don't know what happened to the other eye. She only was told that it was an accident when she lost it. She's unlocking her magic somehow? Who knows? So many theories in my head. So many questions, so little answers. Yeah, Speedwagon deserved better. Okay. Oh yeah, they absolutely do. Book is cool, I like it. We're almost done with the first one. We're like at page 319 out of like 360, 370. So we're getting there. Alright. Part 3. The palace was in a state of upheaval. Guests were spilling, confused and concerned, down the great stairs, ushered out by the royal guards. Rumors spread like fire through the crowd. Rumors of violence and death and wounded royalty. Words like treason and coup and assassin filled the air, only feeding the frenzy. Someone claimed that a guard had been murdered. Another claimed to have seen that guard fall from the prince's balcony to the courtyard below. Another still said that a woman in a green gown had stolen a necklace from the gruesome scene and rushed into the palace. Another insisted he'd seen her thrust a pendant into the hands of another guard and then collapse at his feet. The guard had not even called for help. He'd simply stormed away toward the royal chambers. There, the king and queen had withdrawn, their strange calm only adding to the guests' confusion. The guard had vanished into their room, and a moment later, the king had apparently burst forth, his steadiness cast off as he shouted about treason. He claimed that the prince had been stabbed and that Kel was to blame, demanding the Antares' arrest. And just like that, the confusion shattered to panic. Chaos, billowing like smoke through the night. By the time Jen's boots approached the palace, the stairs were crowded with worried guests. The thing inside Jen's armor turned its black eyes up at the dancing lights and jostling bodies. It wasn't the mayhem that drew him there, it was the scent. Someone had used strong magic, beautiful magic, and he meant to find out who. He set off the stairs, pressing past the flustered guests. No one seemed to notice that his armor was rent. peeled back over the heart and stained like black wax across his front. Nor did they notice the blood, Parrish's blood, splashed across the metal. When he reached the top of the stairs, he drew a deep breath and smiled. The night hung heavy with panic and power, the energy filling his lungs, stoking him like coals. He could only smell the magic. He could smell the magic now. He could taste it. And he was hungry. He'd chosen his latest shell quite well. The guards, in their commotion, let him pass. It wasn't until he was inside, through the flower-lined antechamber and striding across the emptied ballroom, that the helmeted figure stopped him. "Jen," demanded the guard. Where have you... But the words died in the guard's throat when he saw the man's eyes. "Massa Ven!" The oath was cut off by Jen's sword, sliding through armor and between ribs. The guard dragged in a single, shuddering breath and tried to cry out, but the sword cut sideways and up, and the air died in his throat. Easing the body down, the thing, wearing Jen's skin, resheathed his weapon and removed the guard's helmet, sliding it over his own head. When he pulled his visor down, his black eyes were nothing but a glint through the metal slit. Footsteps sounded through the palace, and shouted orders echoed overhead. He straightened. Did he just kill everyone there? He just killed another guard. It's a thing, it's someone being like possessed by the black magic thingies. He just killed a guard. The air was full of blood and magic, and he went to find its source. The stone still sang in Kel's hand, but not quite the way it had before. Now, the melody, the thrum of power, seemed to be singing in his bones instead of over them. Every moment, he felt it in his heartbeat and in his head. With it came a strange quiet, a calm, one he trusted even less than the initial surge of power. The calm told him everything. Everything would be well. It cooed and soothed and steadied his heart and made Kel forget that anything was wrong. Made him forget that he was holding the stone at all. That was the worst of part. It was bound to his hand, yet it hung at the outside of his senses. He had to fight to remember it was there with him, inside of him. Every time he remembered, it was like waking from a dream, full of panic and fear, only to be dragged down into sleep again. In those brief moments of clarity, he wanted to claw free, break or tear or cut the stone from his skin. But he didn't, because competing with it, with that urge to cast it off, was the equal, opposite desire to hold it, to cling to its warmth, as if he were dying of cold. He needed its strength, now more than ever. Kel didn't want Lila to see how scared he was, but he thought she saw it anyway. They had woven back toward the city center, the streets mostly deserted on the side of the river, but had yet to cross any of the bridges that arced back and forth of the Isle. It was too dangerous, too exposed, especially since halfway there, Kel's face had reappeared on the scrying boards that lined the streets, only this time, instead of saying missing, it now said wanted. For treason, murder, and abduction. Kel's chest tightened at the accusations, and he held fast to the fact that Rye was safe. As safe as he could possibly be. His fingers went to the brand over his heart. If he focused, he could feel the echo of Rye's heartbeat. The pulse, a fraction of the time, of time after his own. He looked around, trying to picture the streets not only as they were here, but also as they were in White London, superimposing the images in his mind. This will have to do, he said. Where they stood now, at the mouth of an alley across from a string of ships, Lila had surveyed them with an appraising eye. They would stand before a bridge in the next city. A bridge that led to a street that ended at the walls of the White Castle. As they'd walked, Kel had described to Lila the dangers of the other London, from its twin rulers to its starving, power-hungry populace. And then he had described the castle and the bones of his plan. Because bones were all he had right now. Bones and hope. Hope that they would make it, and that he would be able to hold on to himself long enough to beat Athos and retrieve the second half of the stone. And then, Kel closed his eyes and took a low, steadying breath. One adventure at a time. Lila's words echoed in his mind. What are we waiting for? Lila was leaning against the wall. She tapped the bricks. Come on, Kel. Door time. And her casual air, her defiant energy, the way even now she didn't seem concerned or afraid, only excited him, gave him strength. The gash across his palm, though how partially obscured by the black stone, was still fresh. He touched the cut with his finger and drew a mark on the brick wall in front of them. Lila took his hand, palm to palm with the stone singing between them, and offered him to hold the white rook. And he brought it to the blood on the wall, swallowing his nerves. As travas, he commanded, and the world softened and darkened around them as they stepped forward and through the newly hewn doorway. Or at least that's how it should have happened. But halfway through a stride, a force jarred Cal backwards, tearing Lila's hand from his as it ripped him out of place between worlds and back into the hard stone street of Red London. Cal blinked up at the night, dazed, and then realized he was not alone. Someone was standing over him. At first, the figure was no more than a shadow, rolling up his sleeves, and then Kel saw the silver circle glittering at his collar. Holland looked down at him and frowned. Leaving so soon? And that was part 3 of chapter 12. Lila's black boots landed on the pale street. Her head spun a little from the sudden change, and she steadied herself against the wall. She heard the sound of Kel's steps behind her. Well, that's an improvement, she said, turning. At least we're in the same place But he wasn't there. She was standing on the curb in front of a bridge, the white castle rising in the distance across the river, which was neither gray nor red, but a pearly, half-frozen stretch of water, shining dully in the thickening night. Lanterns along the river burned with a pale blue fire that cast the world in a strange colorless way. And Lila, in her crisp black clothes, stood out as much as light in the dark. Something shone near her feet. As she looked down to find the white rook on the ground, its pale surface still dotted with Kel's blood. But no Kel. She picked up the token and pocketed it, trying to swallow her rising nerves. Nearby, a starved dog was watching her with empty eyes. And then, quickly, Lila became aware of other eyes, in windows and doorways, and in the shadows between pools of sickly light. Her hand went to the knife with the metal knuckles. "Cal?" she called out under her breath, but there was no answer. Maybe it was like last time. Maybe they'd simply been separated, and he was making his way toward her now. Maybe. But Lila had felt the strange pull as they stepped through. Had felt his hand vanish from hers too soon. Footsteps echoed, and she turned in a slow circle, but saw no one. Cal had warned her of this world. He'd called it dangerous, but so much of Lila's own world had fit that term, so she hadn't given it much stock. After all, he'd grown up in a palace, and she'd grown up on the streets. And Lila thought she knew a good bit more about bad alleys and worse men than Cal. Now, standing here alone, Lila was beginning to think she hadn't given him enough credit. Anyone, even a highborn, could see the danger here, could smell it. Death and ash and winter air. Okay, 1 second before I continue, I gotta drink some water. But damn. All right. I like water. I usually only drink water. She shivered, not only from cold, but from fear. A simple, bone-deep sense of wrong. And it was like looking into Holland's black eye. For the first time, Lila wished she had more than knives and the flintlock. "Ervus Novjek," came a voice to her right, and she spun to see a man. Bald, every inch of exposed skin, from the crown of his head down to his fingers, covered in tattoos. Whatever he was speaking, it didn't sound like Arnesian. It was gruff and guttural, and even though she didn't know the words, she could grasp the tone, and she didn't like it. "Tovach usk mostrena," said another, appearing to her left, his skin like parchment. The first man chuckled. The second hissed. Lila pulled the knife free. "Stay back," she ordered, hoping a gesture would make up for any language barrier. The men exchanged a look and then withdrew their own jacket weapons. A cold breeze cut through, and Lila fought down a shiver. The men broke into rotting grins. She lowered her knife, and then, in one smooth move, she drew the pistol from her belt, raised it, and shot the first man between the eyes. He went down like a sack of stones, and Lila smiled before she realized how loud the gunshot sounded. She hadn't noticed how quiet the city was until the shot rang out, the blast carrying down the streets. All around them, doors began to open. Shadows moved. Whispers and murmurs came from corners of the street. First one, then two, and then half a dozen. The second man, the one with papery skin, looked up at the dead one, and then at Lila. He started talking again in a low, threatening growl, and Lila was glad she didn't speak his tongue. She didn't want to know what he was saying. Slivers of dark energy crackled through the air around the man's blade. She could feel people moving behind her, the shadows taking shape into people, gaunt and gray. "Come on, Cal," she thought as she raised the gun again. "Where are you?" That's a short part, but that's the end of part 4. Damn. On to part 5. "Let me pass," said Kel. Holland only raised a brow. "Please," said Kel, "I can end this." "Can you?" challenged Holland. Clone magic? No, it's just the people in White London. They basically just try to attack anything they see with magic to try and steal the magic for themselves, because they're in like a starving world where like they just try to get any glimpse of magic they can and bind it to themselves. Well, I mean, Lila is in white London, while Kel is still stuck in red London. With Holland, which is not good. Please, said Kel, I can end this. Can you? Challenged Holland. I do not think you have it in you. His gaze went to Kel's hand, the dark magic twining around it. I warned you. Magic is not about balance. It is about dominance. You control it, or it controls you. I'm still in control, said Kel through gritted teeth. No, said Holland, you're not. Once you let the magic in, you've already lost. Kel's chest tightened. I don't want to fight you, Holland. You do not have a choice. Holland wore a sharpened ring in one hand and used it to cut a line across his palm. Blood dripped to the street. Us, Isera, he said softly. Freeze. The dark drops hit the ground and turned to black ice, shooting forward across the street. And Kel tried to step back, but the ice moved too fast, and within seconds, he was standing on top of it, fighting for balance. Do you know what makes you weak? Said Holland. You've never had to be strong. You've never had to try. You've never had to fight. And you've certainly never had to fight for your life. But tonight that changes, Kel. Tonight, if you do not fight, you will die. And if you... Kel didn't wait for him to finish. A sudden gust of wind whipped forward, nearly knocking Kel off balance as it cycloned toward Holland. It surrounded the Antari, swallowing him from sight. The wind whistled, but through it, Kel could hear a low, haunting sound. And then he realized it was a laugh. Holland was laughing. A moment later, Holland's blood-streaked hand appeared, parting the cyclone wall. And then the rest of him stepped through, the column of wind crumbling around him. Air cannot be made sharp, he chided. Cannot hurt, cannot kill. You should choose your elements with more care. Watch. Holland moved with such smooth swiftness, it was hard to follow his motions, let alone keep up. In a single, fluid move, he dropped to a knee and touched the ground and said, As, steno, break. The paving stone beneath his palm shattered into a dozen sharpened shards, and as he stood, the shards came with him, hovering in the air the way the nails had done in the alley. He flicked his wrists, and the shards shot forward through the air toward Kel. The stone against his palm sang with warning, and he barely had time to throw up his hand. The talisman shining in it and say, Stop! The smoke poured forth and caught the slivers in their path, crushing them to dust. Power shot through Kel with the command, followed instantly by something darker and colder. He gasped at the sensation. He could feel the magic climbing over his skin and under it, and he willed it to stop, pushed back with all his strength as the smoke dissolved. Holland was shaking his head. Go ahead, Kel. Use the stone. It will consume you faster, but you might just win. Kel swore under breath and summoned another cyclone, this one in front of him. He snapped the fingers of one hand without the stone. A flame appeared in his palm, and when he touched it to the twisting air, it took it, engulfing the wind in fire. The burning cyclone scourged across the ground, melting the ice as it charged toward Holland, who threw out his hand and summoned the ground up into a shield. And then, the instant the flame was gone, that sent the stone walls surging toward Kel. He threw up his hands, fighting over control over the rocks, and realized too late that they were only a distraction for the arcing wave of water that struck him from behind. The surge from the river slammed Kel to his hands and knees, but before he could recover, it swept him up and coiled around him. In moments, Kel was trapped by the swell, gasping for air, and swallowed him entirely. He fought, pinned by the force of the water. "Astrid wanted you alive," said Holland, drawing the curved blade from beneath his cloak. "She insisted upon it." His free hand curled into a fist, and the water tightened, crushing the air from Kel's lungs. "But I'm sure she will understand if I have no choice but to kill you in order to retrieve the stone." Holland strode toward him with measured steps over the icy ground, the curved blade hanging at his side, and Kel twisted and thrashed, scouring for something, anything he could use. He reached for the knife in Holland's grip, but the metal was warded, and it didn't even quiver. Kel was running out of air, and Holland was nearly to him. And then, through the wall of water, he saw the rippling image of the ship supplies, the pile of boards and poles, and the dark metal of chains coiled in posts by the bridge. Kel's fingers twitched, and the nearest set of chains flew forward, wrapping around Holland's wrist, jarring his focus. The water lost its shape and fell apart, and Kel stumbled forward to the ground, soaking wet and gasping for breath. Holland was still trying to free himself, and Kel knew he couldn't afford to hesitate. Another set of chains, from another post, sneaked around the Antari's leg and up his waist. Holland moved to throw the curved blade, but a third set of chains caught his arm and drew taut. It wouldn't hold, not for long. Kel willed a metal pole up from the dock and through the air, the bar hovering a foot or so behind Holland. "I can't let you win," said Kel. "Then you'd better kill me," growled Holland. "If you don't, it will never end." Kel drew the knife from his forearm and lifted it as if to strike. "You're going to have to try harder than that," said Holland as Kel's hand froze, the bones held still by the other Antari's will. It was exactly what Kel was hoping for. The moment Holland's focus was on the knife, Kel attacked, not from the front but from behind, willing the metal bar forward with all his strength. It soared through the air and found its mark, striking Holland in the back with enough force to pierce through cloak and skin and bone. It protruded from Holland's chest, the metal and blood obscuring the seal scarred over his heart. The silver circle clasp broke and tumbled away, the half-cloaked sliding off Holland's shoulders as his knees folded. Kel staggered to his feet as Holland collapsed onto the damp street. A horrible sadness rolled through him as he crossed the other Antari's body. They had been two of a kind, one dying breed. Now he was the only one, and soon there would be none. Perhaps that was how it should be, how it needed to be. Kel wrapped his fingers around the bloody metal bar and pulled it free of Holland's chest. He tossed the pole aside, the dull sound of it clinging down the road like a faltering heartbeat. Kel knelt beside Holland's body as blood began to pool beneath it. He then felt for a pulse. He found one there, but it was shallow and fading. "I'm sorry," he said. It felt stupid and useless to say, but the sharpness had gone out of his anger, and his sadness, his fear, and his loss. They all had dulled into a steady ache. One he felt he might never shake as he reached under the Antari's collar and found a white London token on a cord around his neck. Holland knew. He'd seen the attack coming, and he hadn't stopped it. The instant before the metal struck him from behind, Holland had stopped fighting. It was only a second, a fraction of a breath, but it had been enough to give Kel the edge and the opening. And in that sliver of time, after the metal pierced his body and before he fell, it wasn't anger or pain that crossed his face. It was relief. Kel snapped the cord and straightened, but couldn't bring himself to leave the Antari there in the street. He looked from the token to the waiting wall and dragged Holland's body to its feet. Yeah, Holland technically really wasn't a bad guy. He's just been controlled by the Dane twins. But I guess now he's free from his shackles. He's no longer in control. Holy shit. Well, that's the end of part 5. Well, I mean, he's kind of dead now. All right. Part 6. The first thing Kel saw when he stepped into White London was Lila brandishing 2 knives, both of them bloody. She'd managed to cut a path through several men. Their bodies littered the street, but 4 or 5 were circling her, and more hung back and watched with hungry eyes and whispered in their guttural tongue. Pretty red blood, smells like magic. Open her up, see what's inside. Kel lowered Holland's body to the ground and stepped forward. Vusk, Renesk, Todjak, he boomed, rumbling the ground for good measure. Back away from her. A ripple went through the crowd when they saw him. Some fled, but others, too curious, took only a step or 2 back. The moment Lila saw him, her eyes narrowed. You are very, very late, she growled. Her usual calm had cracked. Her usual calm had cracked, and underneath she looked tense with fear. And why are you wet? Kel looked down at his dripping clothes. He ran his hands along them, willing the water out, and a moment later he stood dry, except for the puddle at his boots. I hit a snag, he said, gesturing back toward Holland. But several dark-eyed citizens were already beginning to investigate the body. Does Holland have black magic? I mean, he is an Antari. He's one of the strongest mages with Kel. I don't know if they have, he has, like, that black eye. I don't know if he actually has control over, like, London's crazy black magic stuff. But I think he's kind of dead right now with a pole going through his chest and shit. One pulled out a knife and pressed it to the dying Antari's wrist. Stop, ordered Kel, slamming the assailants backwards with a gust of wind. He hauled the Antari up over his shoulder. Leave him, spat Lila. Let them pick his bones clean. But Kel shook his head. If you don't, she said, they'll pick ours. Kel turned and saw the men and women closing in around them. The people of White London knew the orders, knew the Danes would take the head of any who touched their guest from afar. But it was night, and the lure of fresh magic and Holland's defenseless state. "Let me make a crown from him," murmured one. "I bet there's still blood left," said another, seemed to tip them off their senses. Lila and Kel moved backward until their heels met the bridge. "Lila," said Kel as they backed onto again. "Yeah," she said, her voice low and tight. "Run." She didn't hesitate, but turned to look off, sprinting across the bridge. Kel took off, sprinting across the bridge. Kel's hand shot up, and with it, a wall of stone, a barricade to buy them time. And then, he too was running. As fast as he could, with Holland's body over his narrow shoulder, and the black magic surging in his veins. Kel was halfway across the bridge, and Lila was nearly to the other side. When the commoners finally tore down the wall and surged after them onto the structure. The moment he reached the opposite bank, Kel sank to the ground and touched his bloody hand as the floor to the floor of the bridge. "Us, Steno," he commanded, just as Holland's had, and instantly, the bridge began to crumble, plunging stone and bodies down the icy silt. Kel fought for breath, his pulse thudding his ears. Lila was standing over him, glaring at Holland's body. "Is he dead?" "Close enough," he said, getting to his feet, hauling the Antari's body with him. "I hope you made him suffer," she spat, turning toward the looming castle. "No," thought Kel as they set off. "He suffered long enough." He could feel the people watching as they moved through the streets, but no one came out of their houses. They were too near the castle now, and the castle had eyes. Soon it loomed before them, the stone citadel behind its high wall, the archway like a gaping mouth leading into the darkened courtyard and its statues. The stone hummed against Kyle's palm, and he realized it wasn't calling only to him now, it was calling to its other half. Beside him, Lila drew yet another blade from beneath her coat. This one wasn't an ordinary knife. It was a royal half-sword from Red London. Oh, that's just, in all of these Londons exists, like, a river that's basically like a source of power, which in one London is called the Thames, and another, I forgot actually what was on Red London, but yeah, it's the Isle in Red London, and then the Silt in White London. It's just like a river that's like a thing that's in all of them. It's like the same. It's just like basically the source. Or like a big source of magic. Because, yeah, in Red London, the Isle is full on glowing red with power. The Thames in Grey London is just a normal river, basically. And in White London, the silt is frozen over. He could feel the stone hummed against his palm, and he realized it wasn't only calling to him now, it was calling to its other half. Beside him, Lila drew yet another blade from beneath her coat, but this one wasn't an ordinary knife. It was a royal half-sword from Red London. Kel's mouth fell open. Where did you get that?" he asked. "Nicked it off a guard who tried to kill me," she said, admiring the weapon. He could see the markings scrawled across the blade. "Metal that disabled magic. Like I said, you can never have too many knives." Kel held out his hand. Can you spare it? Lila considered him a moment and then shrugged and handed it over. Kel fingered the tip as she drew out her pistol and began to reload it. Are you ready? She asked, spinning the chamber. Kel gazed through the gate at the waiting castle. No. At that, she offered him the sharpest edge of a grin. Good, she said. The ones who think they're ready always end up dead. Kel managed the ghost of a smile. Thank you, Lila. For what? Kel didn't answer, only stepped forward into the waiting dark. And that's the end of chapter 12. So wait, there's another mosquito. Oh my god. Alright, again, we just finished a chapter. We're taking a short break. Bathroom break. Get some new drinks. Get some snacks. Get cozy. I'll again just go and stretch and get some fresh air. Last chapter, last mosquito, hopefully. So I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll see you guys in a bit. All right, I'm back. Let's go. You got the mosquito. Fuck yeah. Damn, guys, we actually going to make it. Almost 9 hours, and we just reached the final chapter. Holy shit. We're almost double the length of the last stream. But we also had way more breaks in there. Holy. I'm already in bed. I will probably go to bed soon as well, like once we're done. Make it more sustainable for me as well, because like I could just like relax for a bit again, get some fresh air, get some stretches in, all that stuff, regain a bit of focus. Some people just seem to never get stung or like bitten by mosquitoes for some reason. I'm not one of those. I am constantly getting bitten by everything. Oh man, my dad also just showed me, because we have like the little like tomato and chili plants on our balcony, but the chili plant was like fairly small for a good while and like didn't really grow much and didn't really show much. It's been growing fairly steadily now because it's getting a bit warmer here, so I guess it's more of its preferred climate. And there seems to be like the first like little bud where there might be like a little fruit coming out soon. So we might have our first chili soon. We already have like tons and tons of tomatoes that are starting to grow. Like they're still like green and still growing. None of them have ripened yet, but oh my god, we might have our first chili coming in soon. Like tomatoes, we have like 5 or 6 tomato plants right now. The funniest thing is, the only one in our family really eating tomatoes is my mom. So I think she will have enough tomatoes for a while. Once they're ripened. Tomato salad every day. Basically, she could do that, yeah. There's enough tomatoes. I'm more hyped for the chili plant because I love spicy stuff. And last year we grew like really spicy chilies. Like 1 million Scoville units spicy chilies. And they were amazing. Oh, not last year, the year before. Because a friend of mine from the Netherlands sent me like a package with like chili plant seeds, and we grew them, and well, it worked out for a good while. Hell yeah, it was really fun to do. Homemade burgers with tomato. Homemade burgers are so good. I love a good burger. We have this one place. I don't know if it's actually still open, but I hope it is. I would really want to order from them again. But they had a burger on their menu. The name alone fascinated me, so I had to order it. And I mean, it was a spicy burger after all anyway, but it was called the From Hell Burger. And I was like, sign me the fuck up. We are going to hell for this burger. It was a chicken patty burger that had like a bit of like tortillas at the bottom for the crunch, with a jalapeno cheese sauce melted over it, and like lettuce and all that, and then basically like a whole mountain of jalapenos on top. Don't you feel that? Sometimes. I felt it when I was trying the one chip challenge. I didn't eat the whole chip. Like the spiciest chip in the world. I didn't eat the whole I bit off like a corner. But I sat there afterwards as if like nothing happened. Like my cousin was like, "Oh, I have this chip here and all that, and it would be cool if you want to try it out, because they know I love spicy food." So like, yeah, fuck yeah, why not? All of my other cousins and shit tried it out as well, and they said like even like taking off just like a little bite, not even like as big. I basically ate like a third of the chip. They literally just broke off like the little corner and tried it. They would fucking scream. They one of them apparently cried because of it was that spicy. And meanwhile, I bit into the chip, ate like half of it, and just sat there like nothing and continued the conversation I had with my family. Didn't drink any milk, didn't eat like any bread or anything to like soften it up, like to kind of like relieve the pain. I just sat there. My mouth was a bit on fire, yeah. I was like, easy. Yeah, I really was. I literally was just sitting there like, damn. I'm chilling. They were all looking at me like my face got all red and shit, and like I was like my mouth was burning, but like I was sitting there like, yeah, so now what? My only words, like my aunt was filming it because she thought like, oh, there's got to be this like cool reaction to see for the rest of the family. And then all I did was like I ate I bit into the chip. I was like, man, that tastes kind of bad. So I was literally like the just I literally just said like, oh, it tastes bad, and then just sat there. No reaction. Well, enough yapping. We gotta finish the book, guys. Where I'm from? I'm from Germany. Where's the phone? Still somewhere in the living room, I think. Well, welcome in, Vexing Cat. I hope you have a good day. Again, my sleep schedule has been so bad that I'm sleeping all day and then I'm up at night. All right, though, we are now at the final chapter. A growing list of booktubers. I mean, I usually do a lot of variety stuff, like variety games. The book reading streams have been just kind of like a thing we did as a side thing, but seems like people seem to be enjoying it. I don't have many books to read. Like, I only have like 2 others after this one, and then I don't have more. I'd have to get more. So I don't know if I would really fit in there. I haven't read many books, really. This is reading stream number 4. Yeah. We finished the ocean at the end of the lane at some point, which was a sub goal during my birthday stream. But people have been asking me to do another one. And so we are just sitting here reading a book now. But usually I do all kinds of like gameplay stuff, Genshin and other games. I still don't get it. I'm still not comfortable in my voice. But also read. I do enjoy it though. Like it's fun and I want to do more. The book I'm reading now is like part 1 of a 3-part series book. Like 3 books. And I have all 3 of them here, so we are definitely going to read all 3 of them. Probably doing this around like every Sunday for the next few weeks until we're finished. But until then, I'm not sure if we're gonna do one anytime soon after, until I can get my hands on another book. Is there a library nearby? There's the one in my town. But I don't know if they have an English section. Also, thank you for the follow, Vexing. I really appreciate it. With that, we are now, I think, 4 or 5 followers away from reaching 400 followers, guys. Holy shit, what happened? When did that happen? You have a nice reading voice. Thanks, guys. I'm trying. I don't know. I've never really been confident in my voice. Every time I hear it myself, I hate it. But I mean, that's a normal thing. People usually hate their own voice. But I've been told many, many times that a lot of people seem to like my voice. But yeah, guys, we're at 396. We are 4 followers away. Holy shit. What happened? Where are you all coming from? Where are all these people coming from? You like my accent? I mean, I like your voice as well, Lenzo. I've heard it. I like it. Stop it, I won't. You're always telling me I have a nice voice, so I can say the same, huh? I can do it too. I'm told many times I have an accent, but it's subtle. Well, I haven't heard your voice yet. I can't say. I know. I've had people tell me all kinds of. I've had people ask me all kinds of questions or like guessing where I'm from, and it's fucking hilarious. Like I was reading out something in school or something, and my teacher will tell me I have a nice British accent. I'm like, okay, sure, I guess. I don't know. Then, I mean, I do talk to a lot of like I'm talking a lot to like Ben and Harry. Both of them are British, so I might just like pick up on their pronunciation a bit. You know, it happens. But I've had what else? People guessed Europe, right? But they were guessing Scandinavian countries. Like I think I heard Sweden and Norway before. Amidst all my friends are British. Yeah. Yeah, almost all your friends. Yeah, you sound a bit British. Damn. Quite in it. Yeah, but like I've heard like Swedish and I think Danish or Norwegian before. Somebody for some reason said Russian once. Bottle water. But I had somebody guess Russian, which I do not hear whatsoever, or I do not understand how people could understand Russian, or like could guess Russian out of my accent. I think I've had one or two people guess German before, and that was quite interesting. And then the most interesting one, and one of my the funniest things was it was one of those community parties on PlayStation where just like I just joined a voice chat, played with some strangers, some Monster Hunter and all that, and then one of them asked me straight up in the face, like just straight up asked me what state I'm from, assuming that way obviously that he thought I was from the US. Like, he literally just like not even asked like what country, it's like what state. And I just full on dry answer, just said Germany. I didn't even say like I'm not from the US or anything. I just gave him the answer. I just said Germany. He was like, oh. You do not sound Russian. I don't know why that one person thought I was Russian. Yeah, I'm from the state of Germany. Everybody knows that state, right? I mean, it's small enough to technically be a state in the US, considering Texas alone is bigger than Germany. But yeah. Different continent, bro. Different continent. There's like a big pool of water in between us. Came from the state of distress. I feel that. Your state is slightly bigger than the UK. Yeah, I can see that. I can definitely see that. Okay. Just slightly there, about the same. I first had to remind myself, like, I was like, what state you're from again? But yeah, I remember. I know. I should. You think I forget? Maybe for a second. I don't think I've heard a single person talk about Ontario. The only connection I've had, or like the only thing I've really had to say about Ontario at some point, or was in the was like mentioning it, was I play Warframe. Warframe is made by Digital Extremes, which is a Canadian development team. And they have their own convention every year. And I was looking it up one year. I was like, oh, hey, it's in London. And I was like, oh, wait, it's London, Ontario. I was like, oh, well, to London, UK, I probably would have made it to like, maybe for like a TennoCon, and I go there in person. But London, Ontario, that's a different story. That's like halfway across the world. My Singing Monsters? I never heard of that. Come visit. One day, maybe. When's the next TennoCon? Maybe I go for TennoCon. Last year's just went by, and Warframe announced some crazy fucking shit. Like romance and boy bands and shit like that. I was so fucking confused. But yeah, no. Let's finish off the book. Let's actually finish off the book before we go on too many tangents. Again, we are now at chapter 13, the final chapter of this book. It is called The Waiting King. A cloud of black smoke hung in the air of the white throne room. A patch of night against a pale backdrop. Big Blue Bubble, which is the company they made My Singing Monsters, has a headquarters in London, Ontario. Yeah, I don't really know much about London, Ontario, or like much of Canada, really, to be fair. But I only know like Digital Extremes is a Canadian-based company. I think they even have their headquarters in Ontario. But I'm not sure. But Canada seems like a cool place to like visit as well at some point. Oh god, I can feel my throat getting more and more just dry, and I have to cough and stuff. But I want to finish this. Yeah, you're so close to Canada. That's true, Enzo. Its edges frayed and curled and faded, and its center was smooth and glossy, like the fragment of stone in Aethos's hand, or the surface of a scrying board, which was exactly what the king had summoned with it. Aethos Dane sat on his throne, his sister's body in her own chair beside him, and turned the stone over in his hand as he watched the shifting image of Kel and his companion pass into the courtyard of his castle. Where the stone's other half had gone, so had its gaze. The farthest London had been little more than a blur, but as Kel and his companion traveled nearer, the image on the surface had grown crisp and clear. Aethos had watched the events unfold across the various cities. Kel's fight, the girl's cunning, his servant's failure, his sister's foolishness. As the wounded prince and the slaughtered Antari. Not that, yeah, like, I mean, sure, it's fairly northern, but like, it doesn't have to be always covered everything in snow. Mostly probably more the northern parts of Canada as well. His fingers tightened on the talisman. Aethos has watched it all unfold with a mixture of amusement and annoyance, and admittedly, excitement. He bristled at the loss of Holland, but a spike of pleasure ran through him at the thought of killing Kel. Astrid would be furious. Aethos rolled his head and considered his sister's body, propped up on its throne, the charm pulsing at her throat. A London away, she might still be wreaking havoc. But here, she sat, still and pale as the sculpted stone beneath her. Her hands draped over on the arms of the chair, and wisps of white hair ribboned over her closed eyes. Athos hissed at his sister. "Es versa nocturne," he said. "You should have let me go to the masquerade instead. Now my plaything is dead, and yours has made an awful mess. What do you have to say for yourself?" Of course she did not answer. Athos wrapped his long fingers on the edge of his throne, thinking. If he broke the spell and woke her, she would only complicate things. No, he had given her the chance to deal with Kelleher her own way, and she had failed. It was his turn now. Athos smiled and rose to his feet. His fingers tightened on the stone, but the image of Kell dissolved into smoke and then into nothing. Power thrummed through the king, the magic hungry for more. But he held it in place, feeding it only what it needed. It was a thing to be controlled, and Athos had never been a lenient master. "Do not worry, Astrid," he said to the spellbound queen. "I will make things right." And then he smoothed his hair, readjusted the collar of his white cloak, and went to greet his guests. The white London fortress rose in a column of sharp light out of the shadowed stone courtyard. By the way, this is now part 2. Lila slipped into the forest of statues to fulfill her part of the plan, while Kell made his way toward the waiting steps. He laid Holland's body on a stone bench and ascended the stairs. One hand curled around the royal blade, the other around the Black London talisman. "Go ahead, Kell," Holland has goaded. "Use the stone. It will consume you faster, but you might just win." He wouldn't. He vowed not to. His recent use in battle had only spurred the darkness on. Black threads now coiled up past his elbow and toward his shoulder. And Kell couldn't afford to lose any more of himself. As it was, every heartbeat seemed to spread the poison more. His pulse thudded in his ears as he climbed the steps. Kell wasn't foolish enough to think he could sneak up on Athos. Not here. He had to know that Kell was coming. Yet he let him approach his doors without assault. The 10 empty-eyed guards that usually flanked the stairs were gone. The way cleared for Kell. The unhindered path was itself a challenge. An act of arrogance befitting White London's king. Kell would rather have faced an army than the unmanned doors and whatever waited on the other side. Every forward step that went unchecked and unobstructed only made him more nervous for the next. By the time he reached the landing at the top, his hands were trembling and his chest was tight. He brought his shaking fingertips to the doors and forced the last breath of cold air into his lungs. And then he pushed. The castle doors opened under his touch, requiring neither force nor magic, and Kell's shadow spilled forward into the corridor. He took a step over the threshold, and the torches of the chamber lit with pale fire, trailing up against the vaulted ceilings down the hall and revealing the faces of the dozen guards who lined it. Kell sucked in a breath, bracing himself, but the soldiers did not move. "They won't lay a hand on you," came a silvery voice. "Not unless you try to flee." Athos Dane stepped out of the shadows, dressed in his usual pristine white, his faded features rendered colorless by the torchlight. "The pleasure of killing you will be mine, and mine alone." Athos held the other half of the black stone loosely in one hand, and a thrum of power spiked through Kell's body at the sight of it. "Astrid will sulk, of course," continued Athos. She wanted you as a pet, but I have always maintained that you were more trouble alive than dead. And I think recent events would serve as evidence of that. It's over, Athos, said Kel. Your plan failed. Athos smiled grimly. You are like Holland, he said. Do you know why he could not take the crown? He never relished war. He saw bloodshed and battle as means to an end, a destination. But I have always relished the journey, and I promise you I'm going to savor it at this. His fingers tightened over his half of the stone and smoke poured forth. Kel didn't hesitate. He willed the armor and the guards within from their places against the wall and into a barricade between himself and the king. But it was not enough. The smoke went over and under, and through and reached for Kel, trying to twine around his arms. He willed the wall of guards forward into Athos, and sliced at the smoke with the royal sword. But the king did not drop the stone, and the magic was clever and moved around Kel's blade, catching a hold of his wrists and turning instantly into forged chains that ran not down to the floor, but out of the walls on either side of the antechamber hall. The metal pulled taut, forcing Kel's arms wide as Athos vaulted over the guards and landed smoothly, effortlessly in front of him. The chains singed, cutting into Kel's already wounded wrists, and his stolen sword tumbled from his fingers as Athos produced a silver whip. It uncoiled from his hand, cascading to the floor, its forked tip licking the stone. Shall we see how well you suffer? As Athos went to erase the whip, Kel wrapped his fingers around the chains. The blood on his palms was nearly dry, but he grabbed on the metal hard enough to reopen the gash. As Orense, he said an instant before the whip cracked through the air, and the chains released Kel just in time for him to dodge the forked silver. He rolled, fetching up the discarded blade, and pressed his bleeding palm to the floor of stones, remembering Holland's attack. Asteno, he said. The floor of stone cracked into a dozen shards under his fingers. Kel rose, the jagged pieces rising with him. And when he cast his hand out, they shot forward toward the king. Athos casually held up his hand in response. The stone clutched within, and his shield took shape in front of him, the slivers of rock shattering uselessly against it. Athos smiled darkly. Oh, yes, he said, lowering the shield. I'm going to enjoy this. Lila wove through the forest of statues, their heads bowed in surrender, hands up in plea. She circled the vaulting fortress. It looked like a cathedral, if a cathedral were built on stilts and had no stained glass, only steel and stone. Still, the fortress was long and narrow like a church with one main set of doors on the north side, and three smaller, albeit still impressive, entrances at the south, east, and west sides. Lila's heart hammered as she approached the south entrance, the path to the stairs lined by stone supplicants. She would have preferred to scale the walls and go in by an upper window, something more discreet than marching up the stairs, but she had no rope and no hook. And even if she'd had the necessary outfittings for such a jaunt, Kel had warned her against it. The Danes, he had told her, trusted no one, and the castle was much a trap as it was a king's seat. The main doors face north, he'd say. I'll go by those. You enter through the south doors. Isn't that dangerous? In this place, he'd answered, everything is dangerous. But if the doors deny you, at least the fall won't be as steep. So Lila had agreed to go by the doors, despite her nagging fear that they were traps. It was all a trap. She reached the south stairs and pulled her horned mask down over her eyes before scaling the steps. At the top, the doors gave way without resistance, and again, Lila's gut told her to go, to run the other way. But for the first time in her life, she ignored the warning and stepped inside. The space beyond the doors was dark, but the moment she crossed the threshold, lanterns flared the light, and Lila froze. Dozens of guards lined the walls like living suits of armor, their heads twisted toward the open door, toward her, and she steeled herself against the impending assault. But it never came. Kel had told her that White London was a throne taken and held by force, and that this type of ascension didn't usually inspire loyalty. The guards here were clearly bound by magic, trapped under some kind of control spell. But that was the problem with forcing people to do things they didn't want to do. You had to be specific. They had no choice but to follow orders, but they probably weren't inclined to go above and beyond them. A slow smile drew across her lips. Whatever order King Aethos had given his guards, it didn't seem to extend to her. Their empty eyes followed her as she moved down the hallway as calmly as possible, as if she belonged there, as if she had not come to kill their queens. She wondered, as she moved past them, how many wanted her to succeed. The halls in the Red Palace had been labyrinthine, but here, there was a simple grid of lines and intersections. Further proof that the castle had once been something like a church. One hall gave onto another, before putting her out in front of the throne room, just as Kel had said it would. But Kel had also said the hall would be empty, and it was not. A boy stood in front of the throne room door. He was younger than Lila. A thin, a wiry way, and unlike the guards with their empty eyes, his were dark and bruised and feverish. When he saw her coming, he drew his sword. "Vusk," he ordered. Lila's brow furrowed. "Vusk," he said again. "Usk, Rekraf Vusk." "Hey you," she said curtly. "Move." The boy started, speaking low and urgently in his own language. Lila shook her head and drew the knife with the brass knuckles from his sheath. "Get out of my way." Feeling she had made herself understood, Lila strode forward toward the door, but the boy lifted his sword, put himself squarely in her path, and said, "Vusk." "Look," she snapped, "I have no idea what you're saying." A young guard looked around, exasperated. "But I would strongly advise you to go and pretend this interaction never took place and..." "Hey, what the bloody hell do you think you're doing?" The boy had shaken his head and muttered something under his breath, and then he caught his sword to his own arm and began to cut. "Hey," Lila said again as the boy gritted his teeth and drew a second line, and then a third. "Stop that!" She went to catch his wrist, but he stopped cutting the pattern and looked her in the eyes and said, "Leave." For a moment, Lila thought she'd heard him wrong, and then she realized he was speaking English. When she looked down, she saw that he carved there's some kind of symbol into his skin. "Leave," he said. "Now!" "Get out of my way," countered Lila. "I can't." "Boy," she warned. "I can't," he said again. "I have to guard the door." "Or what?" challenged Lila. "There's no or what." He pulled aside the collar of his shirt to show a mark, angry and black, scarred into his skin. "He ordered me to guard the door, so I must guard it." Lila frowned. The mark was different from Kel's, but she understood what it must be. Some kind of seal. "What happens if you step aside?" she asked. "I can't." "What happens if I cut you down?" "I'll die." He said both things with sad and equal certainty. What a mad world, thought Lila. "What's your name?" she asked. "Belloc." Wait, that's the boy Aethos tortured in the beginning. Belloc. He's now using him as a guard. Holy shit. How old are you? Old enough? There was a proud tilt to his jaw and a fire in his eyes she recognized. A defiance. But he was still young. Too young for this. I don't want to hurt you, Belloc, she said. Don't make me. I wish I didn't have to. He squared himself to her, holding his sword with both hands, his knuckles white. You'll have to go through me. Lila growled and gripped her knife. Please, he added, please go through me. Lila gave him a long, hard look. How? She said at last. His brows went up in question. How do you want to die? She clarified. The fire in his eyes wavered for an instant, and then he recovered and said, quickly. Lila nodded. She lifted her knife, and he lowered his sword just a fraction, just enough. And then he closed his eyes and began to whisper something to himself. Lila didn't hesitate. She knew how to use a knife, how to wound and how to kill. She closed the gap between them and drove the blade between Belloc's ribs and up before he'd even finished his prayer. There were worse ways to go, but she still swore under her breath at Athos and Astrid and the whole forsaken city as she lowered the boy's body to the floor. She wiped her blade on the hem of her shirt and sheathed the knife as she stepped up to the waiting doors of the throne. A circle of symbols was etched into the wood. 12 marks in all. She brought her hand to the dial, remembering Kel's instructions. Think of it as a clock face, he'd said, drawing the motion in the air. 1, 7, 3, 9. Now she drew it with her finger, touching the symbol at the first hour, then drawing her fingertip down across the circle to the 7th, around and up to the 9, and then straight through the middle to the around to the 3, and then straight through the middle to the 9. Are you certain you've got it? Kel had asked, and Lila had sighed and blown the hair out of her eyes. I told you, I'm a fast learner. At first, nothing happened, and then something passed between her fingers and the wood, and the lock slid within. Told you, she murmured, pushing the door open. That was part 2. One second. Okay. Cute, smart Lila. Getting so good. We're close to the end, though. It's like 20 pages left or something. Okay. Part 3. Athos was laughing. It was a horrible sound. The hall around them was in disarray. The hollow guards in a heap. The hangings torn, and the torches scattered on the ground, still burning. A bruise blossomed beneath Kel's eye, and Athos's white cloak was singed and flecked with blackish blood. Shall we go again? Said Athos. Before the words had even left his lips, a bolt of dark energy shot out like lightning from the front of the king's shield. Yeah, it's Athos. It's one of the Dane twins. That's Astrid's brother. Kel threw up his hand, and the floor shot up between them. But he wasn't fast enough. The electricity slammed into him and hurled him backwards into the front doors of the castle, hard enough to split the wood. He coughed, breathless and dizzy from the blow, but he had no chance to recover. The air crackled and came alive, and another bolt struck him so hard that the door splintered and broke, and Kel went tumbling back into the night. For an instant, everything went black, and then his vision came back, and he was falling. The air sprang up to catch him, or at least muffle the fall. But he still hit the stone courtyard at the base of the stairs hard enough to crack bone. The royal blade went skittering away several feet. Blood dripped from Kel's nose to the stones. "We both hold swords," chided Athos as he descended the stairs, with his white cloak billowing regally behind him. "Yet you choose to fight with a pin." Kel struggled to his feet, cursing. The king seemed unaffected by the black stone's magic. His veins had always been dark, and his eyes remained their usual icy blue. He was clearly in control, and for the first time Kel wondered if Holland had been right. If there was no such thing as balance, only victors and victims. Had he already lost? The dark magic hummed through his body, begging to be used. "You're going to die, Kel," said Athos when he reached the courtyard. "You might as well die trying." Smoke poured from Athos' stone and shot forward, the tendrils of darkness turning it to glossy black knife points as they surged toward Kel. He threw up his empty hand and tried to will those blades to stop. But they were made of magic, not metal, and they didn't yield and didn't slow. And then, the instant before the wall of knives shredded Kel, his other hand, the one bound to the stone, flew up as if on its own, and the order echoed through his mind: "Protect me!" No sooner had the thought formed than it became real. Shadow wrapped around him, colliding with the knife-tipped smoke. Power surged through Kel's body. Fire and ice water, and energy all at once. And he gasped as the darkness spread farther beneath his skin and over it, ribboning out from the stone, past his arm and across his chest, as the wall of magic deflected the attack and turned it back in on Athos. The king dodged, striking the blades aside with a wave of his stone. Most rained down from the courtyard floor. But one found its mark and buried itself in Athos' leg. I feel like in that regard this as well, because it's somehow partially inside of Kel, it can like read his mind, and when he had the thought of like, "Yo, protect me," the stone reacted. The king hissed and dug the knife point out. He cast it aside and smiled darkly as he straightened. "That's more like it." Lila's steps echoed through the throne room. The space was cavernous and circular, and as white as snow, interrupted only by a ring of pillars around the edges and the two thrones on the platform in the middle, sitting side by side on carved out of a single piece of pale stone. One of the thrones sat empty. The other one held Astrid Dane. Her hair, so blonde it seemed colorless, was coiled like a crown around her head, wisps as fine as spider silk falling onto her face, which tipped forward as if she dozed off. Astrid was deathly pale and dressed in white, but not the soft whites of a fairy tale queen. No velvet or lace. No, the queen's clothes wrapped around her like armor, tapering sharply along her collar and down her wrists. And where others would have worn dresses, Astrid Dane wore tightly fitted pants that ran into crisp white boots. Her long fingers curled around the arms of the throne, half the knuckles marked by rings, though the only true color on her came from the pendant hanging around her neck. The edges rimmed with blood. Lila stared at the motionless queen. Her pendant looked exactly like the one Rye had been wearing in Red London, but it wasn't. But he wasn't Rye, a possession charm. And by the looks of it, Astrid Dane was still under its spell. Lila took a step forward, cringing as her boots echoed through the hollow room with unnatural clarity. Clever, thought Lila. The throne room's shape was just an aesthetic, wasn't just an aesthetic decision. It was designed to carry sound. Perfect for a paranoid ruler. But despite the sound of Lila's steps, the queen never stirred. Lila continued forward, half expecting guards to burst forth from hidden corners, of which there were none, and rush to Astrid's aid. But no one came. Serves you right, thought Lila. Hundreds of guards, and the only one to raise a sword wanted to fall on it. Some queen. The pendant, glittering against Astrid's chest, pulsing faintly with light. Somewhere in another city, in another world, she had taken another body. Maybe the king, or queen, or the captain of the guard, but here, she was defenseless. Lila smiled grimly. She would have liked to take her time, make the queen pay for Kel's sake. But she knew better to test her luck. She slid her pistol from its holster. One shot. Quick and easy, and it's over. She raised the weapon, leveled it at the queen's head, and fired. The shot rang through the throne room, followed instantly by a ripple of light, a rumble like thunder, and a blinding pain in Lila's shoulder. It sent her staggering back, the gun tumbling from her hand. She gripped her arm with a gasp, cussing roundly as blood seeped through her shirt and coat. She'd been shot. The bullet had clearly ricocheted, but off of what? Lila squinted at Astrid on her throne and realized that the air around the woman in white wasn't as empty as it seemed. It rippled in the gunshot's wake. The direct assault, revealing air that shivered and shone, flecked with glassy shards of light, with magic. Lila gritted her teeth as her hand fell from her wounded shoulder, and her torn coat, to her waist. She retrieved her knife, still flecked with Belloc's blood, and inched closer until she was standing squarely in front of the throne. Her breath bounced against the nearly invisible barrier and brushed back against her own cheeks. She raised the knife slowly, bringing the tip of the blade forward until it met the edge of the spell. The air crackled around the knife point, glinting like frost but did not give. Lila swore under her breath as her gaze shifted down through the air over the queen's body before landing on the floor at her feet. There, her eyes narrowed. On the stone at the base of the throne were symbols. She couldn't read them, of course, but the way they wove together, the way they wove around the entire throne and the queen, made it clear that they were important. Links in the chain of a spell. And links could be broken. Lila crouched and sought the blade and brought the blade to the nearest symbol's edge. She held her breath and dragged the knife along the ground, scratching away the marking from her side until she'd erased a narrow band of ink or blood or whatever the spell had been written in. She didn't want to know. The air around the throne lost its shimmer and dimmed, and as Lila stood, wincing, she knew whatever enchantment had been protecting the queen was gone. Lila's fingers shifted on her knife. "Goodbye, Astrid," she said, plunging the blade forward toward the queen's chest. But before the tip could tear the white tunic, a hand caught Lila's wrist. She looked down to see Astrid Dane's pale blue eyes staring up at her, awake. The queen's mouth drew into a thin, sharp smile. bad little thief, she whispered. And then Astrid's grip tightened, and searing pain tore up Lila's arm. She heard someone screaming, and it took her a moment to realize that the sound was coming from her throat. And now I guess we're cutting back to Kel and Athos. Blood streaked Athos's cheek. Kel gasped for breath. The king's white cloak was torn, and shallow gashes marred Kel's leg, his wrist, his stomach. Half the statues in the courtyard around them lay toppled and broken as the magic clashed, striking against itself like flint. I will take that black eye of yours, said Athos, and wear it around my neck. He lashed out again, and Kel countered, will to will, stone to stone, but Kel was fighting two fights, one with the king and the other with himself. The darkness kept spreading, claiming more of him with every moment and every motion. He could not win. At this rate, he would either lose the fight or lose himself. Something had to give. Athos's magic found a fissure in Kel's shadow-drawn shield and hit him hard, cracking his ribs. Kel coughed, tasting blood as he fought to focus his vision on the king. He had to do something. He had to do it soon. The royal half-sword glittered on the ground nearby. Athos lifted the stone to strike again. Is that all you have? Kel groaned thoroughly through his gritted teeth. The same tired tricks? You lack your sister's creativity. Athos's eyes narrowed, and then he held out the stone and summoned something new. Not a wall, or a blade, or a chain. No, the smoke coiled around him, shaping itself into a sinister, curving shadow. A massive silver serpent with black eyes, its forked tongue flicking the air as it rose, taller than the king himself. Kel forced himself to give a low, derisive laugh, even though it hurt his broken ribs. He fetched the royal half-sword from the ground. It was chipped and slick with dust and blood, but he could still make out the symbols running down its metal length. I've been waiting for you to do that, he said. Create something strong enough to kill me, since you clearly cannot do it yourself. Athos frowned. What does it matter? The shape your death takes, it is still at my hand. You said you wanted to kill me yourself, countered Kel. But I suppose this is as close as you can come. Go ahead and hide behind the stone's magic. Call it your own. Athos let out a low growl. You're right, he said. Your death should, and will, be mine. He tightened his fingers around the stone, clearly intending to dispel the serpent. The snake, which had been slithering around the king, now stopped its course. But it did not dissolve. Instead, it turned its glossy black eyes on Athos, the way Kel's mirror image had on Lila in her room. Athos glared up at the serpent, willing it away. When it did not obey his thought, he gave voice to the command. You submit to me, he ordered Athos as the serpent flicked its tongue. You are my creation, and I am your... He never had the chance to finish. The serpent reared back and struck. Its fanged jaws closed over the stone in Athos's hand. And before the king could even scream, the snake had enveloped him. Its silver body coiled around his arms and chest, and then around his neck, snapping it with an audible crack. Kel sucked in a breath as Athos Dane's head slumped forward. The terrifying king reduced to nothing but a ragdoll corpse. The serpent uncoiled, and the king's body tumbled forward to the broken ground. And the serpent turned its shining black eyes to Kel. It slithered towards him with frightening speed, but Kel was ready. He drove the royal half-sword up into the serpent's belly. It pierced the snake's rough skin, the spellwork on the metal glowing for an instant before the creature's thrashing broke the blade in two. The snake shuddered and fell, the spell to nothing but a shadow at Kel's feet. A shadow, and in the midst of it, a broken piece of broken stone, of black stone. Let's go! Athos is dead! Only one more of the Danes remaining. Part 4. Lila's back hit the pillar hard. She crumpled to the stone floor of the throne room, and blood ran into her false eye as she struggled to push herself to her hands and knees. Her shoulder cried out with pain, but so did the rest of her. She tried not to think about it. Astrid, meanwhile, seemed to be having a grand time. She was smiling lazily at Lila like a cat with a kitchen mouse. I'm going to cut that smile off your face, growled Lila as she staggered to her feet. She had been in a lot of fights with a lot of people, but she'd never fought anyone like Astrid Dane. The woman moved with both jarring speed and awkward grace. One moment slow and smooth, the next striking so fast that was all Lila could do to stay on her feet, stay alive. Lila knew she was going to lose. Lila knew she was going to die. But she'd be damned if it counted for nothing. Judging by the rumbling of the castle grounds around them, Kel had his hands full. The least she could do was keep the number of Danes he had to fight to 1. Buy him a little time. Honestly, what had happened to her? The Lila Bard of South London looked at it for herself. That Lila would never waste her life on someone else's. She'd never choose right over wrong, so long as wrong meant staying alive. She'd never have turned back to help the stranger who helped her. Lila spit a mouthful of blood and straightened. Perhaps she never should have stolen the damned stone. But even here and now, facing death in the form of a pale queen, she didn't regret it. She'd wanted freedom. She'd wanted adventure. And she didn't think she minded dying for it. She only wished dying didn't hurt so much. You've gotten in the way long enough, said Astrid, raising her hands in front of her. Lila's mouth quirked. I do seem to have a talent for that. Astrid began to speak in the guttural tongue Lila had heard in the streets, but in the queen's mouth, the words sounded different. Strange and harsh, but beautiful, they poured from her lips, rustling like a breeze through rotting leaves. They reminded Lila of the music blanketing the crowds in Rye's parade, and sound made physical, powerful. And Lila wasn't foolish enough to stand there and listen to her newest knife at the foot of the throne. Oh no, and listen to it. Her pistol, now empty, lay discarded several feet away, her newest knife at the foot of the throne. She still had one dagger at her back, and she went for it, sliding the weapon free. But before the blade could leave her fingers, Astrid finished the incantation, and a wave of energy slammed into Lila, knocking the wind out of her lungs as she hit the floor and slid several feet. She rolled up into a crouch, gasping for air. The queen was toying with her. Astrid's fingers rose as she prepared to strike again, and Lila knew it was her only chance. Her fingers tightened on the dagger, and she threw it, hard and fast and straight, at the queen's heart. It flew right at Astrid, but instead of dodging, she simply reached out and plucked out the metal out of the air. With her bare hand, Lila's heart sank as the queen snapped the blade in two and tossed the pieces aside, all without interrupting her spell. Shit, thought Lila, right before the stone floor beneath her began to rumble and shake. She fought to keep her rooting, and very nearly missed a wave of broken stone cresting over her head. Pebbles rained from above, and she dove out of the way. just as the whole thing came crashing down. She was fast, but not fast enough. Pain tore up her right side, her leg from the heel to knee, which was trapped beneath the rubble. Pale stone, flacked with fragments of whitened rock. Keep hearing a mosquito right by my ear. Oh god. No, not whitened rock, Lila realized with horror. Bones. Lila scrambled to free her leg, but Astrid was there, wrenching her onto her back and kneeling on her chest. Astrid reached down and stripped the horned mask from Lila's face. Tossing it aside, she took hold of Lila's jaw and wrenched her face up to hers. Pretty little thing, said the queen, under all that blood. Burn in hell, spat Lila. Astrid only smiled, and then the nails of her other hand sank into Lila's wounded shoulder. Lila bit back a scream and thrashed under the queen's grip, but it was no use. If you're going to kill me, she snapped, just do it already. Oh, I will, said Astrid, withdrawing her fingers from Lila's throbbing shoulder. But not yet. When I have finished with Kel, I shall come back for you, and I shall take my time divesting you of your life. And when I'm done, I'll add you to my floor. She held up her hand between them, showing Lila her fingertips, now stained with blood. It was such a vivid red against the queen's pale skin. But first, Astrid brought a bloody finger to the place between Lila's eyes, tracing a pattern there. Lila fought as hard as she could to get free, but Astrid was an unmovable force on top of her, pinning her down as she drew a bloody mark on her own pale forehead. Astrid began to speak, low and fast, in that other tongue. Lila struggled frantically now and tried to scream, attempting to interrupt the spell, but the queen's long fingers clamped over her mouth, and Astrid's spell spelled out, taking shape in the air around them. A spike of ice shot through Lila, her skin prickling, as the magic rippled over her and above her. The queen's face began to change. Her skin, her chin sharpened, and her cheeks warmed from porcelain to a healthier hue. Her lips reddened, and her eyes darkened from blue to brown, 2 different shades, and her hair, once as white as snow and wound up around her head, now fell down onto her face, chestnut brown and chopped in a sharp line along her jaw. Even her clothes rippled and shifted and took on an all too familiar form. The queen smiled a knife-like grin, and Lila gazed up in horror, not at Astrid Dane, but at the mirror image of herself. When Astrid spoke, Lila's own voice poured out. I better go, she said. I'm sure Kel could use a hand. Lila swung a last desperate punch, but Astrid caught her wrist as if it were nothing more than a nuisance, and pinned it against the floor. She bent her head over Lila's, bringing her lips to her ear. Don't worry, she whispered. I'll give him your regards. And then Astrid slammed Lila's head back against the ruined floor, and Lila's world went dark. Damn. We're not done yet, though. But shit. Cal stood in the stone courtyard, surrounded by broken statues, a dead king, and a jagged piece of black stone. He was bleeding and broken, but he was still alive. He let the ruined royal sword slip through his fingers and clatter to the ground, and drew a shuddering breath, the cold air burning his lungs and fogging in front of his bloody lips. Something was moving through him, warm and cool, lulling and dangerous. He wanted to stop fighting, wanted to give in, but he couldn't. It wasn't over yet. Half of the stone pulsed against his palm. The other half glinted on the ground where the serpent had dropped it. It called to him, and Kel's body moved of its own accord toward the missing piece. The piece guided his fingers down to the splintered ground and closed them around the fragment of rock waiting there. The moment the two pieces met, Kel felt words form on his lips. Ashasari. He said the command, spilling out on its own in a voice that was and wasn't his. In his hand, the two halves of the stone began to heal. The pieces fused back together, the cracks untracing themselves until the surface was a smooth, unblemished black. And in its wake, an immense power. Clear, beautiful, and sweet, poured through Kel's body, bringing with it a sense of right, a sense of whole. It filled him with calm, with quiet. The simple, steady rhythm of magic pulled him down like sleep. All Kel wanted to do was to let go, to disappear into the power and darkness and peace. Give in, said a voice in his head. His eyes drifted shut, and he swayed on his feet. And then he heard Lila's voice calling his name. The stillness rippled as Kel forced his eyes open, and he saw her descending the stairs. She seemed far away. Everything seemed far away. Kel, she said again as she reached him. Her eyes took in the scene. The ruined courtyard, Athos's corpse, his own battered form, and the talisman now whole. It's over, she said. It's time to let go. He looked down at the talisman in his hand, and the way the black threads had thickened and became like rope wrapping around his body. Please, said Lila, I know you can do this. I know you can hear me. She held out her hand, eyes wide with worry. Kel frowned, power still coursing through him, distorting his vision, his thoughts. Please, she said again. Lila, he said softly, desperately. He reached out and steadied himself on her shoulder. I'm here, she whispered. Just give me the stone. He considered the talisman, and then his fingers closed over it, and smoke whispered out. He didn't have to speak. The magic was in his head now, and it knew what he wanted. Between one instant and the next, the smoke became a knife. He stared down at the metal's glinting edge. Lila, he said again. Yes, Kel? His fingers tightened on it. Catch! And then he drove the blade into her stomach. Lila let out a gasp of pain, and then her whole body shuddered, rippled, and became someone else's. It stretched into the form of Astrid Dane, dark blood blossoming against her white clothes. How? She growled, but Kel willed her body still, her jaw shut. No words, no spell would save her now. He wanted to kill Astrid Dane, but more than that, he wanted her to suffer. For his brother, his prince, because in that moment, staring into her wide blue eyes, all he could see was Rye. Rye wearing her talisman. Rye flashing a smile that was too cruel and too cold to be his own. Rye curling his fingers around Kel's throat and whispering into his ear with someone else's words. Rye thrusting a knife into his stomach. Rye, his Rye crumpling to the stone floor. Rye bleeding and Rye dying. Kel wanted to crush her for what she'd done, and in his hands, the wand became a will, and the darkness began to spread out from the knife buried in her stomach. It crawled over her clothes and under her skin, and turned everything it touched to pale white stone. Astrid tried to open her mouth, to speak or to scream, but before any sound could escape her clenched teeth, The stone had reached her chest, her throat, her faded red lips. It overtook her stomach, trailed down her legs, and over her boots before running straight into the pitted ground. Kel stood there, staring at the statue of Astrid Dane, her eyes frozen white with shock, lips drawn into a permanent snarl. She looked like the rest of the courtyard now, but it wasn't enough. As much as he wanted to leave her there in the broken garden with her old brother's corpse, he couldn't. Magic, like everything, faded. Spells were broken. Astrid could be free again one day, and he couldn't let that happen. Kel gripped her white stone shoulder. His fingers were bloody, like the rest of him, and the Antari magic came as easily as air. As steno, he said. Deep cracks formed across the queen's face, jagged fissures carving down her body, and when his fingers tightened, the stone statue of Astrid Dane shattered under his touch. That's the end of part 4. I need to get some water real quick. Just give me a second. What do you guys think, though? The Danes are dead. It's getting so good, right? It's fucking amazing. The Dane twins have finally been defeated. I gotta grab a new bottle of water real quick. All right, I'm back. Well, finally though, Gurgle, they're dead. The White London no longer has a ruler. Oh, God, the water bottle almost like spilled over. Well, true. Did Slothy fall asleep? She becomes quiet. Oops, sorry. I don't blame her though, it's late. And she had a long day, so she's exhausted anyway. Alright, pot 5. Kel shivered. Only 5 a.m. Only, yeah. Kel shivered, the strange calm setting over him again. It was heavier this time. And then someone called his name, just as they had moments ago. But he looked up to see Lila clutching her shoulder as she half ran, half limped down the stairs. Bruised and bloody but alive. Her black mask hung from her bloody fingers. "You all right?" she asked when she reached him. "Never better," he said, even though it was taking every ounce of his strength to focus his eyes on her, his mind on her. "How did you know?" she asked, looking down at the rubble of the queen. "How did you know she wasn't me?" Kel managed an exhausted smile. "Because she said please." Lila stared at him again, aghast. "Is that a joke?" Kel shrugged lightly. "It took a lot of effort." "I just knew," he said. "You just knew," she echoed. Kel nodded. Lila took him in with careful eyes, and he wondered what he must look like at that moment. "You look terrible," she said. "You better get rid of that rock." Kel nodded. "I could come with you." Kel shook his head. "No, please, I don't want you to." It was the honest answer. He didn't know what waited on the other side, but whatever it was, he would face it alone. "Fine," said Lila, swallowing. "I'll stay here." "What will you do?" he asked. Lila forced a shrug. "Saw some nice ships on the dock when we were running for our lives. One of them will do." Lila. "I'll be okay," she said tightly. "Now hurry up before someone notices we've killed the monarchs." Kel tried to laugh, but something shot through him, like pain but darker. He doubled over, his vision blurring. "Kel?" Lila dropped to her knees beside him. "What is it? What's happening?" "No," he pleaded with his body. "No, not now." He was so close. So close. All he had to do was... Another wave sent him in his hands and to his hands and knees. "Kel!" demanded Lila. "Talk to me!" He tried to answer, tried to say something, anything, but his jaw locked shut, his teeth grinding together. He fought the darkness, but the darkness fought back, and it was winning. Lila's voice was getting further and further away. "Kel, can you hear me? Stay with me. Stay with me." "Stop fighting," said a voice in his head. "You've already lost." No, thought Kel. No, not yet. He managed to bring his fingers to the shallow gash across his stomach and began to draw a mark on the cracked stone. But before he could press his stone-bound hand against it, a force slammed him backward to the ground. The darkness twined around him, but dragged him down. He fought against the magic, but it was already inside him, coursing through his veins. He tried to tear free of its hold, to push it away, but it was too late. He took one last gasp of air, and then the magic dragged him under. Kel couldn't move. Shadows moved around his limbs, and held like stone, pinning him still. The more he fought, the tighter they coiled, leeching the last of his strength. Lila's voice was far, far away, and then gone, and Kel was left in a world filled with only darkness. A darkness that was everywhere, and then somehow it wasn't. It drew itself together, coiling in front of him, coalescing until it was first a shadow and then a man. He was shaped like Kel, from his height and his hair to his coat, but every inch of him was as smooth and glossy black of the recovered stone. "Hello, Kel," said the darkness, the words not in English or Indonesian or Makatan, but the native tongue of magic. And finally, Kel understood. This was Vitari, the thing that had been pulling at him, pushing to get in, making him stronger while weakening his will and feeding on his life. "Where are we?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "We are in you," said Vitari. "We are becoming you." Kel struggled uselessly against the dark ropes. "Get out of my body," he growled. Vitari smiled his shadowy black smile and took a step toward Kel. "You fought well," he said, "but the time for fighting is over." He closed the gap and brought a hand to Kel's chest. "You were made for me, Antari," he said. "A perfect vessel. I will wear your skin forever." Kel twisted under his touch. He had to fight. He'd come so far. He couldn't give up now. "It's too late," said Vitari. "I already have your heart." At that, his fingertips pressed down, and Kel gasped as Vitari's hand passed into his chest. He felt Vitari's fingers close around his beating heart. Felt it lurched. Darkness spilling across his tattered shirt front like blood. "It's over," Kel said the magic. "You're mine." Kel's body shuddered on the ground. Lila took his face in her hands. It was burning up. The veins on his throat and at his temple had darkened to black, and the strain showed in the lines of his jaw. But he wasn't moving. Wouldn't open his eyes. "Fight this," she shouted as his body spasmed. "You've come all this way. You can't give up." His back arched against the ground. Lila pushed open Kel's shirt and saw black spreading over his heart. "Damn it," she swore, trying to pry the stone out of his hand. "It won't budge." "If you die," she snapped, "what happens to Rai?" Kel's back hit the ground and let out a labored breath. Lila had recovered her weapons, and now she freed her knife, weighing it in her palm. She didn't want to have to kill him, but she could. And she didn't want to cut off his hand, but she certainly would. A groan escaped between his lips. "Don't you fucking give up, Kel. Do you hear me?" Kel's heart stuttered, skipping a beat. "I asked so nicely," said Vitari, his hand still buried in Kel's chest. "I gave you a chance to give in. You made me use force." Heat spread through Kel's limbs, leaving a strange cold in its wake. He heard Lila's voice, far away and stretched so thin. The words, an echo of an echo, barely reached him. But he heard a name, Rai. If he died, so would Rai. He couldn't just stop fighting. "I'm not going to kill you, Kel. Not exactly." Kel squeezed his eyes shut, darkness folding over him. "Isn't there a word for this?" Lila's voice echoed through his head. What was it? "Come on, Kel. Say the blasted word." Kel forced himself to focus. Of course, Lila was right. There was a word. Vitari was pure magic, and all magic was bound by rules, by order. Vitari was a creation, but everything could be created, could also be destroyed or dispelled. As Anase, said Kel. He felt a glimmer of power, but nothing happened. Vitari's free hand closed around his throat. Did you really think that would work? Sneered the magic in Kel's shape. But there was something in his voice, and in the way he tensed. Fear. It could work. It would work. It had to. But Antari magic was a verbal pact. He'd never been able to summon it with thought alone. And here, in his head, everything was thought. Kel had to say the word. He focused, reaching with his fading senses until he could finally feel his body. Not as it was here in this illusion, this mental plane, but as it was in truth. Stretched out the bitterly cold ground of the broken courtyard, Lila crouching over it, over him. He clung to that chill, focusing on the way it pressed into its back. He struggled to feel his fingers, wrapped around the stone so hard they ached. He focused on his mouth, clenched shut in pain, and forced it to unlock. Forced his lips to part, to form the words as, an. His heart faltered as Vitari's fingers tightened around it. No, growled the magic, the fear bold now, twisting his impatience into anger. And Kel understood his fear. Vitari wasn't simply a spell. He was the source of all the stone's power. Dispelling him would dispel the talisman itself. It would be all over. Kel fought to hold on to his body, to himself. He forced air into his lungs and out of his mouth. Anas. He managed before Vitari's hand shifted from heart to lungs, crushing the air out of them. You can't, said the magic desperately. I am the only thing keeping your brother alive. Kel hesitated. He didn't know if that was true, if the bond he'd make with his brother could be broken. But he did know that Rai would never forgive him for what he'd done, and it wouldn't even matter unless they both made it through. Kel summoned the last of his strength and focused, not on Vitari trying to crush his life, or on the darkness sweeping through him, but on Lila's voice and the cold ground at his aching fingers, and his bloody lips as they formed the words, As Anase. That was part 5. Now part 6. Should only one page, and apparently there's another chapter. I thought we were done with that chapter, but there's one more chapter after this. Okay. Across Red London, the bodies fell. Men and women who'd been kissed or taken, wooed or forced, those who had let the magic in, and those who had it thrust upon them. All of them fell as the black flame inside them gutted and went out, dispelled. Everywhere, the magic left a trail of bodies. In the streets, they staggered and collapsed. Some crumbled to ash, all burned up. And some were reduced to husks, empty inside, and a lucky few crumbled, gasping and weak, but still alive. Nerdy never sleep for it. Seems like it. In the palace, the magic dressed as Jen had just reached the royal chambers, his blackening hand on the door, when the darkness died and took him with it. And in the sanctuary, far from the castle walls, on a bare cot in a candlelit room, the Prince of Red London shivered and fell still. Shit. Uh-oh. Rai might actually be dead now, because the magic has been dispelled that kept him alive. Oh, fuck. Alright. Chapter 14, The Final Door. No, Slothy went to bed, I think, throughout Lily's last stream on Saturday. And then she was out all day at a con, so she was very exhausted. I was surprised that she actually held on for so long and was keeping herself awake. I'm just glad she's getting some rest now. All right. Final chapter. The final door. Kel opened his eyes and saw stars. They're going to sleep for a while. Good. She needs some rest. They floated high above the castle walls. Nothing but pricks of pale white light in the distance. Same with me though. Yeah, once I'm done here with those last few pages, with this last chapter, I'm probably gonna go straight to sleep. Why did I say update? Oops. Did you? No, I went to sleep at some point, but I briefly woke up right at the moment when Lily was about to raid out. So I caught the very end again and then went back to sleep. It was like a 16-hour stream she did or something. Crazy. Crazy girl. Look at me almost doing 12 hours as well by just reading. That's still crazy to me that I'm almost live for 10 hours at this point. Never sleep. Well, sleep is important sometimes, you know? Kel opened his eyes and saw stars. They floated high above the castle walls, nothing but pricks of white light in the distance. The stone slipped from his fingers, hitting the ground with a dull clink. Not when there's a nerdy stream. You guys need sleep as well. I'm not that important. You guys take care of yourself first. If you fall asleep during my stream, it happens. You guys are tired. If the stream can help you fall asleep, like, I don't know, I feel like my usual streams probably not, because I'm screaming around and all energetic mostly and all that stuff, and the game is going in the background. But like this stream, I feel like a lot of people could fall asleep to, because it's just me reading. Hey, Ionic. Running good content beats sleep sometimes. How are you doing though, Ionic? Hope you're doing well. You're not playing game, you're a book, so we need to pay attention. Oh my god, guys. Alright. I mean, we are at the final chapter now. That's only gonna be like, wait, how many pages is it? I feel like it's a short one. It's only about 20 pages. Alright. The stone slipped from his fingers, hitting the ground with a dull clink. There was nothing to it now. No hum, no urge, no promise. It was just a piece of rock. Lila was saying something, and for once she didn't sound angry. Not as angry as usual. But he couldn't hear her voice over the pounding of his heart as he brought one shaking hand to the collar of his shirt. He didn't really want to see, didn't want to know, but he'd hugged his collar down anyway and looked at the skin over his heart, the place where the seal had bonded Rai's life to his own. The black tracery of the magic was gone, but the scar of it wasn't. The seal itself was still intact, which meant it hadn't only been tethered to Vitari, it had been tethered to him. Kel let out a small sobbing sound of relief. And finally, the world around him came back into focus. The cold stone of the courtyard of Athos's corpse and the shards of Astrid and Lila, and with her arms flung around his shoulders for an instant, and only an instant, gone before he could appreciate their presence. "Miss me?" whispered Kel, his throat raw. "Sure," she said, her eyes red. She toed the talisman with her boot. "Is it dead?" she asked. Kel picked up the stone, feeling nothing but its weight. "You can't kill magic," said Kel, getting slowly to his feet. "Only dispel it, but it's gone." Lila chewed her lip. "Do you still have to send it back?" Kel considered the hollow rock and nodded slowly. "To be safe," he said. "But maybe now that he was finally free of its grip, he didn't have to be the one to go with it." Kel scanned the Antari courtyard until he saw Holland's body. In the fight, the Antari had fallen from the stone bench and now laid stretched on the floor. His blood-soaked cloak, the only sign that Holland wasn't merely sleeping. Kel got to his feet, every inch of him protesting, and went to Holland's side. He knelt and took one of the Antari's hands in his. Holland's skin was going cold, the pulse at his wrist weak and getting weaker, his heart dragging itself through the final beats, but he was still alive. "It's really quite hard to kill an Antari," he had once said. It appeared he was right. Kel felt Lila hovering behind him. He didn't know if this would work, if one Antari could command for another. But he pressed his fingers at the wound at Holland's chest and drew a single line on the ground beside his body. And then he touched the hollow stone to the blood and set it on the line, bringing Holland's hand to rest on top of it. "Peace," he said softly, a parting word for a broken man. And then he pressed his hand on top of Holland's and said, "As Travas." The ground beneath the Antari gave way, bending into shadow. Kel pulled back as the darkness and whatever lay beyond swallowed Holland's body into stone, leaving only blood-streaked ground behind him. Kel stared at the stained earth, unwilling to believe that it had actually worked. That he had been spared, that he was alive, and that he could go home. He swayed on his feet, and Lila caught him. "Stay with me," she said. Kel nodded, dizzy. The stone had masked the pain, but in its absence, his vision blurred with it. Rai's wounds layered on top of his own, and he tried to bite back a groan. He tasted blood. "We have to go," said Kel. Now that the city was absent a ruler or two, the fighting would start again. Someone would claw their bloody way to the throne. They always did. "Let's get you home," said Lila. Relief poured over him in a wave before the hard reality caught up. "Lila," he said, stiffening, I don't know if I can take you with me. The stone had guaranteed her passage through the worlds, made a door for her when none should be. Without it, the chances of the world allowing her through. Lila seemed to understand. She looked around and wrapped her arms around herself. She was bruised and bleeding. How long would that last her, though, alone? Would she last here alone? Then again, it was Lila. She'd probably survive anything. Well, she said, we can try. What's the worst that could happen? She added, as they made their way to the courtyard wall. I got pulled into 100 little pieces between worlds. She said it with a wry smile, but he could see the fear in her eyes. I'm prepared to stay, but I want to try and leave. It doesn't work. Then I'll find my way, said Lila. Kel nodded and led her to the courtyard wall. He made a mark on the pale stones and dug the red London coin from his pocket. And then he pulled Lila close, wrapped his broken arm around hers, and tipped his forehead against hers. Hey, Lila, he said softly into the space between them. Yeah? He pressed his mouth to hers for one brief moment, the warmth there and then gone. She frowned up at him, but did not pull away. What was that for? For luck, he said. Not that you need it. And then he pressed his hand against the wall and thought of home. Part 2. Red London took shape around Kel, heavy with night. It smelt of earth and fire, of blooming flowers and spiced tea, and underneath it all, of home. Kel had never been so happy to be back, but his heart sank when he realized that his arms were empty. Lila wasn't with him. She hadn't made it back. Kel swallowed and looked down at the token in his bloody hand. And then he threw it as hard as he could. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. And then he heard a voice. Her voice. Never thought I'd be so happy to smell flowers. Kel blinked and spun to see Lila standing there, alive and in one piece. It's not possible, he said, the edge of her mouth quirking up. It's nice to see you too. Kel threw his hands around her. And for a second, only a second, she didn't pull away. Didn't threaten to stab him. For a second, and only a second, she hugged him back. What are you? He asked, amazed. Lila only shrugged. Stubborn. They stood there a moment, leaning on each other, one keeping the other on their feet, though neither was sure which needed more supporting. Both knew. I'm going to go to bed. All right, girl, go get some good sleep. Thank you for staying for the most of the time. I hope you enjoyed it. And you get some good rest. I shall try to sleep well soon. Both knew only that they were happy to be here and to be alive. And then he heard the sounds of boots and swords and saw the flares of light. I think we're being attacked, whispered Lila into the collar of his coat. I really enjoyed the stream. It was my first one. I'm glad you did. Again, most of the time we're probably just going to be playing games and like mess around and be silly and all that. These streams are probably just going to be like just like some Sunday chill stuff. But yeah, get some good sleep, Gurgle. I think we're being attacked, whispered Lila into the collar of his coat. Kel lifted his head from her shoulder to see a dozen members of the guard surrounding them, blades drawn. Through their helmets, their eyes looked at him with fear and rage. He could feel Lila tense against him, feel her itching to reach for her pistol or a knife. Don't fight, he whispered, as he slid his arm slowly from her back. He took her hand and turned toward his family's men. "We surrender." The guards forced Kel and Lila to their knees before the king and queen and held them there despite Lila's muttered oaths. Their wrists were bound in metal behind them, the way Kel's had been earlier in that night in Rye's chambers. Had it really been only hours? They weighed on Kel like years. "Leave us," ordered King Maxim. "Sir," protested one of the guard, shooting a glance at Kel. "It's not safe to—" "I said get out," he boomed. The guard withdrew, leaving only Kel and Lila on their knees in the emptied ballroom, the king and queen looming over them. King Maxim's eyes were feverish, his skin blotching with anger. At his side, Queen Amira looked deathly pale. "What have you done?" demanded the king. Kel cringed, but he told him the truth. Vastrid's possession charm, and the Dane twins' plan, but also of the stone, and of the way he came by it, and of its preceding habit. He told them of its discovery, and of trying to return it to the only place it would be safe. And the king and queen had listened, less with disbelief than with horror, the king growing redder and the queen growing paler with every explanation. "The stone is gone now," finished Kel, "and the magic with it." The king slammed his fist against the banister. "The Danes will pay for what they've—" "The Danes are dead," said Kel. "I killed them myself." Lila cleared her throat. Kel rolled his eyes, with Lila's help. The king seemed to notice Lila for the first time. "Who are you? What madness have you added to these plots?" "My name is Delilah Bott," she shot back. "We met just earlier this evening, when I was trying to save your city, and you were standing there, all blank-eyed under some kind of spell." "Lila," snapped Kel in horror. "I'm half the reason your city is still standing." "Our city?" questioned the queen. "You're not from here, then?" Kel tensed. Lila opened her mouth, but before she could answer, he said, "No, she's from afar." The king's brow furrowed. How far afar? And before Kel could answer, Lila threw her shoulders back. "My ship docked a few days ago," she announced. "I came to London because I heard that your son's festivities were not to be missed, and because I had business with a merchant named Kala in the market of the river. Kel and I have crossed paths once or twice before, and when it was clear that he needed help, I gave it." Kel stared at Lila. She gave him a single raised brow and added, "He promised me a reward, of course." The king and queen stared at Lila too, as if trying to decide which piece of her story sounded least plausible. It was either the fact that she owned a ship, or the fact that a foreigner spoke such flawless English. But at last, the queen's composure faltered. "Where's our son?" she pleaded. The way she said it, as if they only had one, it made Kel flinch. "Is Rye alive?" demanded the king. "Thanks to Kel," cut in Lila. "We spent the last day trying to save your kingdom, and you don't even—" "He's alive," said Kel, cutting her off. "And he will live," he added, holding the king's gaze. "As long as I do." There was a faint challenge in the line. "What do you mean?" "Sir," said Kel, breaking the gaze, "I only did what I had to. If I could have given him my life, I would have. Instead, I could only share it." He twisted in his bonds, the edge of the scar visible under his collar. The queen drew in a breath. The king's face darkened. "Where is he, Kel?" asked the king, his voice softening. Kel's shoulders loosened, the weight sliding from them. "Release us," he said, "and I will bring him home." Part 3. "Come in." Kel had never been so glad to hear his brother's voice. He opened the door and stepped into Rye's room, trying not to picture the way it had been when he last left it. The prince's blood streaked across the floor. It had been 3 days since that night, and all signs of the chaos had since been erased. The balcony had been repaired, the blood polished out of the inlaid wood, the furniture and fabrics made new. Now, Rye lay propped up in his bed. There were circles under his eyes, but he looked more bored than ill. But that was progress. The healers had fixed him up as best they could. They had fixed Kel and Lila too, but the prince wasn't mending as quickly as he should have been. Kel knew why, of course. Rye hadn't simply been wounded, as they had been told. He'd been dead. 2 attendants stood at a table nearby, and a guard sat in a chair beside the door. All 3 watched Kel as he entered. Part of Rye's dark mood came from the fact that the guard was neither Parrish nor Jen. Both have been found dead. One by sword, the other by the Black Fever, as it was quickly named, that had raged through the city. A fact that troubled Rye as much as his own condition. The attendants and the guards watched Kel with new caution as he approached the prince's bed. "They will not let me up, the bastards," grumbled Rye, glaring at them. "If I cannot leave," he said to them, "then be so kind as to leave yourselves." The weight of loss and guilt, paired with the new sense of injury and confinement, had put Rye in a foul humor. "By all means," he added as his servants rose, "stand guard outside. Make me feel like more of a prisoner than I already do." When they were gone, Rye sighed and slumped back against the pillows. They mean only to help," said Kel. "Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad," he said, "if they were prettier to look at." But the boyish jab rang strangely hollow. His eyes found Kel's, and his look darkened. Tell me everything," he said, "but start with this." He touched a place over his heart, where he wore a scar that matched Kel's own. "What foolish thing have you done, my brother?" Kel looked down at the rich red linens on the bed and pulled aside his collar to show the mirroring scar. "I did only what you would have done if you were me." Rye frowned. "I love you, Kel, but I had no interest in matching tattoos." Kel smiled sadly. "You were dying, Ray. I saved your life." Couldn't bring himself to tell Rye the whole truth, that the stone hadn't only saved his life, but had restored it. "How?" demanded the prince, "and at what cost?" "Once I paid," said Kel. "One I paid," said Kel, "and would pay again." "Answer me without circles." "I bound your life to mine," said Kel. "As long as I live, so shall you." Rye's eyes widened. "You did what?" He whispered, horrified. "I should get out of this bed and wring your neck." "I wouldn't," advised Kel. "Your pain is mine, and mine is yours." Rye's hands curled into fists. "How could you?" he said. And Kel worried that the prince was bitter about being tethered to him. Instead, Rye said, "How could you carry that weight?" "It is as it is, Rye. It cannot be undone. So please, be grateful and be done with it." "How can I be done with it?" scorned Rye, already slipping back into a more playful tone. "It is carved into my chest." "Lovers like men with scars," said Kel, crackling a smile. "Or so I've heard." Rye sighed and tipped his head back, and the two fell into silence. At first, it was an easy quiet, and then it began to thicken. And just when Kel was about to break it, Rye beat him to the act. What have I done? He whispered, amber eyes cast against the gossamer ceiling. What have I done, Kel? He rolled his head so he could see his brother. Holland brought me that necklace. He said it was a gift, and I believed him. Said it was from this London, and I believed him. You made a mistake, Rye. Everybody makes them. Even royal princes. I've made many. It's only fair that you make one. I should have known better. I did know better, he added with his voice crackling. He tried to sit up and winced. Kel urged him back down. Why did you take it? He asked when the prince was settled. For once, Rye would not meet his gaze. Holland said it would bring me strength. Kel's brow furrowed. You're already strong. Not like you, that is. Not like you. That is, I know I'll never be like you. But I have no gift for magic, and it makes me feel weak. One day I'm going to be king. I wanted to be a strong king. Magic does not make people strong, Rye, trust me. And you have something better. You have the people to love. It's easy to be loved. I want to be respected. And I thought, Rye's voice was barely a whisper, I took the necklace, and all that matters is that I took it. Tears began to escape, running into his black curls. And I could have ruined everything. I could have lost the crown before I ever wore it. I could have doomed my city to war or chaos or collapse. What sons our parents have, said Kel gently. Between the two of us, we'll tear the whole world down. Rye let out a stifled sound, between a laugh and a sob. Would they ever forgive us? Kel mustered a smile. I'm no longer in chains. That speaks to progress. The king and queen had sent word across the city, by guard and scrying board alike, that Kel was innocent of all charges. But the eyes in the streets still hung on him, weariness and fear and suspicion woven through the reverence. Maybe, when Rye was well again, and could speak to his people directly, they would believe he was all right, and that Kel had no hand in the darkness that had fallen over the palace that night. Maybe, but Kel doubted it would ever be as simple as it had been before. I meant to tell you, said Rye. Tiaran came to visit. He was interrupted by a knock at the door. Before either Rye or Kel could answer, Lila stormed into the room. She was still wearing her new coat, patches sewn over the spots where it had been torn out by a bullet and a blade and stone. But she'd been bathed at least, and a gold clasp held her hair out of her eye. She still looked like a bit of a starved bird, but she was clean and fed and mended. I don't like the way the guards are looking at me, she said, before glancing up and seeing the prince's gold eyes on her. I'm sorry, she added. I didn't mean to intrude. Then what did you mean to do? Challenged Kel. Rye held up his hand. You are surely not an intrusion, he said, pushing himself up in the bed. Though I fear you've met me rather out of my usual state of grace. Do you have a name? Delilah Bard, she said. We've met before, and you looked worse. Rye laughed silently. I apologize for anything I might have done. I was not myself. I apologize for shooting you in the leg, said Lila. I was myself entirely. I love Lila, man. I love her. Rye broke into his perfect smile. I like this one, he said to Kel. Can I borrow her? You can try, said Lila, raising a brow. But you'll be a prince without fingers. Kel grimaced, but Rye only laughed. The laughter quickly dissolved into wincing, and Kel reached out to steady his brother, even as the pain echoed in his chest. Save your flirting for when you're well, he said. Kel pushed to his feet and began to usher Lila out. Will I see more of you, Delilah Bard? Called the prince. Perhaps our paths will cross again. Rye's smile went crooked. If I have any say in it, they will. Kel rolled his eyes, but thought he caught Lila actually blushing as he guided her out and shut the door, leaving the prince to rest. Okay, we have like 2 more pages left, guys. Holy shit. 1 more part. Part 4. I could try and take you back, Kel was saying, to your London. He and Lila were walking along the river's edge past the evening market, where people's eyes still hung too heavy and too long, and farther on toward the docks. The sun was sinking behind them, casting long shadows in front of them like paths. Lila shook her head and pulled a silver watch from her pocket. There's nothing for me there, she said, snapping the timepiece open and shut. Not anymore. You don't belong here either, he said simply. She shrugged. I'll find my way. And then she tipped her chip up and looked him in the eyes. Will you? The scar over his heart twinged dully, a ghost of pain. And he rubbed his shoulder. I'll try. He dug a hand in the pocket of his coat, the black one with the silver buttons, and withdrew a small parcel. I got you something. He handed it over and watched Lila undo the wrappings of the box, then slide the lid off. It fell open in her hand, revealing a small puzzle board and a handful of elements. For practice, he said. Tieran says you've got some magic in you. Better find it. They paused on a bench, and he showed her how it worked. And she chided from him for showing off, and then she put the box away and said thank you. It seemed to be a hard phrase for her to say, but she managed. They got to their feet, neither willing to walk away just yet, and Kel looked down at Delilah Bard, a cutthroat and a thief, a valiant partner, and a strange, terrifying girl. He would see her again. He knew he would. Magic bent the world, pulled it into shape. They were fixed points. Most of the time, those points were places, but sometimes, rarely, they were people. For someone who never stood still, Lila still felt like a pin in Kel's world. One he was sure to snag on. He didn't know what to say, so he simply said, "Stay out of trouble." She flashed him a smile that said she flashed him a smile that said she wouldn't, of course. And then she tugged up her collar, shoved her hands into her pockets, and strolled away. Kel watched her go. She never once looked back. Delilah Bard was finally free. She thought of the map of the back in London, Grey London, her London, old London. The parchment she'd left in the cramped little room at the back and the top of the stairs in the stone's throw. The map to anywhere. Isn't that what she had now? Her bones sang with the promise of it. Tieran had said there was something in her, something untended. She didn't know what shape it would take, but she was keen to find out. Whether it was the kind of magic that ran through Kel, or something different, something new. Lila knew one thing. The world was hers. The worlds were hers. And she was going to take them all. Her eyes wandered over the ships over the far side of the river, their gleaming sides and carved masts tall and sharp enough to pierce the low clouds. Flags and sails flapped in the breeze in reds and golds, but also greens and purples and blues. Boats with royal banners and boats without. boats from other lands across the seas, from other seas, from near and far, wide and away. And there, tucked between them, she saw a proud, dark ship, with polished sides and a silver banner and sails, the color of night, a black that hinted at blue when it caught the light just so. That one, thought Lila with a smile. That one will do. And with that, we are done with the book. We have actually managed to finish the book today, guys. How are you guys feeling? How are you doing, guys? How's it going, chat? Only took 11 hours. Yeah. But we had a lot of breaks in between, Enzo. Every chapter we took a little break. All I know is my voice will definitely need a break soon. Oh my god. It's crazy. What did you guys think of it though? Did you guys enjoy it? Are you ready for the second book of the series? Because there's still 2 more to go through. Obviously, I will make this VOD available for all time as well, just like the first one and the other 2 from the other book. I will probably make this happen right for the 13 more hours. We are not doing 24 hours, and so my voice is dying already. I don't think I could manage. I need a break soon. I just need the break. Worth the shot. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. I'll probably talk about some things more in the Discord later. Ask how you guys feel about starting with the second book. Because I'm down. I'm absolutely down. I want to read them. I want to read it again and then actually finish the third book with you guys as well. I'm sure there's going to be a few people that are excited to do that. And I mean, also, guys, I don't know what I will do, but maybe we'll do like a 12-hour stream or something when we reach 400. I don't know yet. I can't believe we're actually like so close to 400 followers now. But oh my god, I feel tired, sleepy. I'm surprised I still have a voice. But yeah. What a great book. What a fantastic book this was. What did you think of it, Enzo? From the stuff you've you've heard. Like I said as well, I will make the VOD of it a highlight, a full thing available for all time, so you guys can watch it whenever. I'm already gonna set that stuff up as soon as I can. It's very interesting. It gets... I felt like the second book was getting better. But yeah, I can't say much about the third book, obviously. But it was a lot of fun. I know, like, fantasy and stuff isn't really always for everyone, so it is a bit of a, like, mixed bag for people, but I enjoyed it. I hope you guys enjoyed it just as much. And, yeah. I don't know what to say anymore. I'm tired. Oh, hey, Gurgle. We just finished the book. Welcome back. Can't fall asleep, so I'm staying up. I'm probably about to end my stream here, though. Like, I am tired. I am very much tired. Was the ending good? It was good, yeah. It was really good. Ryan, Kel are back together at the palace, doing their usual just banter of brothers. And Lila now went out on her journey on a journey on her own, exploring the worlds of Red London, while also trying to explore the magic inside of her that apparently she has. But Kel is certain, he said, that they will probably cross paths again. And I mean, there's 2 more books. Who knows what happens in those? The story's not over yet. This was only the beginning of 3 great books. I sound dead inside. I'm just tired. Because, I mean, we've done 11 hours of reading. It's almost 11 hours of me talking. I will go to bed very soon once we end the stream here. We'll just gotta check real quick if we maybe have somebody we can raid at this hour. Cause like, damn. Yeah, okay, never mind. There's not anybody really online. Oh well. Then I guess we're just going to end the stream here. No raid. I will make this yeah, probably. Yeah, we're just gonna end here. No raid today. I guess like I said, I will make the VOD of the stream immediately available for all time and not just the 2 weeks by making it a highlight so anybody can watch it whenever they want. So anybody who missed parts of it can always go back and watch those parts they missed and learn it and like get caught up with everything that's going on. I will talk more about it probably in my Discord later, and like in the next days about if you guys want to continue on with the second book as well. When you guys want to do that, maybe we start next Sunday, or maybe we take next Sunday off and do the Sunday after. But until then, yeah, I'll keep you guys posted on that on Discord, and then we'll figure something out. Until then, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it is. Well, for me, it's about to hit 12 p.m. I need some sleep. But yeah, you guys have a great time. Have a great, have some good sleeps if you go to sleep or whatever. And I hope to see you guys next time. Love you all. Bye bye.